Russell Raymond is an aristocrat from a fallen noble family. Now, he spends his days as a mercenary after losing both his family name and the last hope of restoring his family's former glory. These days, he wanders around taking mercenary jobs just to make ends meet. His latest search for work has brought him back to the capital city of the kingdom, which is known as Camelot. It's not called the capital for nothing. This is where the Magic Tower stands, home to the kingdom's most powerful guardians. At one point in his life, Russell also worked hard to make his way into the tower to stop his family's downfall. You see, after his father died in the war against the Empire, his family was forced to flee the castle. Russell had to get into the Magic Tower to regain their territory, and in the process, he was separated from his mother when he was quite young. All the sacrifices he made were for nothing, because he was expelled from the academy before he even got the chance to apply to the Magic Tower. He received 3 failing grades, and according to the head of the academy, this was a first in the entire history of the academy. Although he performed well in theory, the problem was that he couldn't reach the second circle in magic. The reason he couldn't progress was due to a condition called mana vein narrowing. Apparently his mana veins were thin and weak, meaning he could only absorb a limited amount of mana. On top of that, he couldn't release any of it, which is the worst curse a mage can have. So, Russell ended up living his life as a mercenary. Although all his experiences in the mercenary field helped him reach the second circle, he's still considered a third-rate mage. The gates of the White Tower suddenly open, and the attendant announces that today's registration for temporary jobs is over, so they'll have to come back tomorrow. Everyone who had been waiting outside for half the day gets annoyed to hear this, but since they have no choice, they decide to leave. Meanwhile, our boy just sits there, quietly listening to what others are saying. One person mentions a rumor that the museum is looking for temporary mages, but another person argues that they're only looking for first circle mages for some menial task, so working there would be just embarrassing. But our boy doesn't see it that way, especially since he barely has any money left. Later, he arrives at the famous museum, the Louvre. Inside, he follows the owner of the museum, who introduces this place to all the newly recruited workers, including our boy. The owner explains that many aristocrats will be visiting this week, so everything needs to be spotless. He warns them to be gentle while cleaning, because if they cause any damage, they should be ready to face the consequences. As they walk through the hallway, adorned with artifacts that might very well be fake, our guy suddenly spots a closed door that feels oddly familiar. The nameplate reveals it's the Fantastical Species Room, and Russell gets a strange, lingering feeling at the back of his mind that he's seen this place before. At that very moment, his mother's ring begins to vibrate for some mysterious reason. He stares at the door for a while, and before he knows it, his body starts acting on its own. He opens the door and steps inside. Once inside, the vibration of the ring grows stronger. Russell closes his eyes in order to listen to what his mother is trying to tell him. His mind drifts back to the past, to a time when he had visited this place with his mother. He remembers an unexplored part of the museum that he never got the chance to visit. After a moment of reflection, he walks toward that area. There, he finds something extraordinary, the ancient heart of a dragon, placed separately from all the other artifacts. The ring, on the other hand, begins to vibrate even more intensely. Russell notices the connection between these two artifacts. The ring is shaped like a dragon's eye, and the object in front of him is an ancient dragon's heart. He quickly puts the ring into his finger, and the vibrations gradually stop. However, after a brief pause, the ring begins to crackle with mysterious power, and a voice starts to echo in his mind. The voice tells him that since the eye and the heart have met, it has opened another eye. A giant dragon, looming over Russell in his mind, reveals that he is destined to be the cornerstone of a new mythology. Because of this, Russell has been granted another chance, this time for the sake of the mythology itself. As the voice fades, he awakens his system, and everything around him distorts. In an instant, he is regressed back in time. He can faintly hear his teacher shouting angrily at him, followed by the unmistakable sound of a book slamming directly over his head. He jolts back to attention as the teacher berates him for napping in class like that. Of course, Russell has no clue what the hell is going on, or why Professor Hubert is suddenly haunting him. After all, as far as he remembers, Hubert already passed away. He glances around curiously, looking left and right at the students, then down at himself. It doesn't take him long to realize he's somehow been sent back to the past. Meanwhile, Hubert kicks him out of the class as a punishment. Russell, on the other hand, still has no idea what kind of magic could have triggered his regression. Now that he thinks about it, he is sure that it must be the doing of that dragon who talked to him. Then he notices his ring is missing, which makes him wonder for a moment if his mother might have something to do with this. Right at that moment, the teacher comes out of the class, even though our boy apologizes for his mistake. The teacher isn't satisfied with it and invites him to the office for a one-on-one meeting. Although Russell is in trouble, he is actually liking this feeling, but he soon gets a solid slap to the back of his head. Of course, it's a group of classic bullies here to mess with our boy. One of them, a guy with blonde hair, decides to slap Russell too. But his friend stops him because the professors are watching. Russell recognizes the blonde guy as Coma Frederick. Frederick then shoots him a death glare and orders him to follow them to the bathroom if he values his life. With that, they walk off, while Russell just feels exhilarated once again to finally get a chance to experience all of this. Suddenly, his notification system prompts him to teach these bullies a hard lesson. In return, he'll earn a magic stone. Russell isn't sure what kind of illusion this is, but before he can figure it out, Frederick calls out to him again, telling him to follow them, or he can try running away. Either way, they wouldn't mind, since these guys are clearly asking for it. Russell makes up his mind and decides to teach them a lesson before doing anything else. After several years of living the mercenary life, the shallow threats and death glares Frederick gives him are nothing compared to the terror he felt when facing down monsters. In comparison, these guys are like cute teddy bears you can cuddle with. Anyway, once they're in the bathroom, Frederick throws a sassy jab at Russell, but my guy responds with the same energy, calling him a bedbug bastard. The trio is bewildered to see him exuding this unshakable confidence, but they're not here to take any crap. The most eager of the bunch balls up his fist to punch, but Russell whizzes past him and delivers a devastating punch that knocks the guy out cold. The second one, seeing his friend go down, charges at Russell as well, but he too gets rocked with a punch that's strong enough to knock him out in one hit. Even then, this isn't enough to scare Frederick. In fact, he's getting more cocky. He throws his smoke pipe aside and prepares to fight. He throws a jab at Russell while mocking him, saying that since Russell can't use magic, he's learned some cheap martial arts. This, he claims, is to be expected from a fallen family. Frederick then slips 4 rings onto his fingers, reminding Russell that while magic is forbidden, small artifacts are allowed. With that, he launches himself at Russell, but my guy just grabs the fist coming his way, twists his wrist, and watches Frederick's knees buckle in pain. Russell's cold glare shakes Frederick to his core, and he's livid that someone like Frederick would dare mention his family name. With one final punch, Russell takes care of the bastard. Once he is done drilling the hard lesson to these bullies, Russell leaves the bathroom and sits against the wall on the floor, wondering if he went a little overboard. Right at that moment, the system notification materializes before him, and he receives the lowest grade magic stone as promised. As soon as the stone is in his hand, the system tells him to consume it. While Russell is not sure if he's really supposed to eat it, he believes that this must be another opportunity that's mixed in with being given a chance to live life the second time. He starts to chew the stone, and he realizes it tastes really nice. Suddenly, a red energy called mana starts to appear around his body. The energy soon envelops him, and it freaks him out. The screen notifies him that he has obtained the mana contained within the stone. Suddenly he feels a sensation coming from his chest, and he's still freaked out. Our guy suddenly realizes what's happening, and he places his hands on his chest to stabilize himself. He realizes that the mana he consumed is flowing out, so he calms down so it can do its thing. The screen comes back and tells him that the mana in the circle is increasing. The mana isn't just increasing, the mana he received is being absorbed by the magic circle around his heart. He remains calm and is glad that it's finally stabilizing. Our guy suddenly grins because it looks like he's hit a jackpot. With this new method, he can finally overcome the mana vein narrowing that he has always dreaded. He thinks about the fall of his family, and then his expulsion from the academy. As if those experiences weren't bad enough, he had to settle as a third-rate mercenary. Finally, it looks like he can change the future that he has foreseen. He paces through the hall with a newfound joy, and it looks like things are looking bright. Moments later, Russell knocks on Professor Hubert's door, and he's told to come in. He walks into the room and the old man tells him to sit. Russell sits down dejected, and the professor calls his name the way elderly people do when you get into trouble. Professor Hubert tells him that he's not his usual self today. To help solve the problem, he continues by suggesting what the problem could be. He asks Russell if he's going through something difficult. The professor informs him that he heard a rumor that his classmates are bullying him, and he wonders if that's the cause. Russell recalls his fond memories with Professor Hubert in his past life, and he recalls how he never gave up on him. He finally smiles when it's his turn to respond, and he remembers that he always wanted to say this. So he informs the professor that there's no need to worry. The old man is shocked by his words, and Russell thanks him for asking. The professor coughs and states that it is his job as a professor to take care of his students. He adds that, however, because he'll get punished because he dozed off in class today. The professor opens the book in front of him and tells him the punishment won't be an easy one. He's given an assignment to write an analytical report on a part of their textbook. Apparently, it's a section that even those in the upper years struggle with. While he speaks, the screen pops up again and announces to him that his new mission is to complete Professor Hubert's assignment. The system informs him that he can get additional rewards depending on the level of completion. and Professor Hubert's level of satisfaction. The reward is another lowest grade mana stone plus some mysterious thing. Russell's eyes widen when he realizes that even completing assignments are missions. The professor notices his eyes widening, so he asks him if the assignment is too difficult. Russell tells him it's not, so he thanks the professor. Later, Russell completes the assignment after a few hours. He thinks to himself that the assignment isn't as difficult as it was made to look. In his previous life, he used to study the theoretical part of magic really hard because he was hopeless at using mana practically. But there is something else to pay attention to in this new life. There's something else that's just as important as studying. That thing is called mana vein training. Russell remembers one of his jobs as a mercenary where he's escaping from a monster. He explains that the mana vein is the path that circulates mana. Mana is absorbed through breathing. Mana is also circulated through the mana veins and is collected at the heart. In the flashback, the monster closes in on our hero. The monster smashes one of its large claws on the ground, and Russell quickly jumps out of the way. While he's running, he turns back and notices that the monster is coming to attack him again. He explains that the reversal of mana flow out of the body is called magic. In the flashback, he does some circle magic and releases some fire out of his hands. It's a great deal of fire, and the fire envelopes the monster. The thing is that the stronger your mana veins, the more mana you can collect and the faster you can release it. After the fire clears out, the monster is obviously unscathed. It seems that he couldn't release a fire that's strong enough to hurt it. He realizes he's cooked, so he tries to generate a shield to block the monster's next attack. Before he can complete the chant to cast the spell, he feels a sudden impact. The monster quickly gives him a sucker punch with its tail. The monster finally moves forward to finish him off. Still in the flashback, Russell explains that his sickness made fighting monsters an absolute nightmare. He remains in the rock, slightly unconscious. Suddenly he regains his consciousness. He's quickly met by another hit by the monster that launches him deeper into the hollow stone. He wonders if the skies sympathized with his unlucky fate, or if it could just have been luck. The thing is, that fall launched him into an underground site. When he gets up, he groans and tries to find his way out. Inside this site, he finds two grimoires containing strange secrets. Our guy walks towards the books and goes to pick them up. The first book is called Overvein, and the other is called Wizard Body. Back in the present, Russell goes on a jog to continue his mana vein training. He explains that the book named Overvein trains the physical body and broadens one's mana vein. The other book called Wizard Body teaches you trainings that help substitute your muscle tissue for a part of the mana vein. In other words, the stronger your body gets, the more firm your mana vein gets. Russell recalls that the change he experienced doing this as an adult wasn't so much, but since he's in his growing stages now, he'll be able to see greater results. Our guy trains vehemently, determined to overcome mana vein narrowing this time. Shortly after the sun starts to set while he's still training, our hero goes to rest near a tree and he confesses that he can't go on anymore. He gives himself a pat on the back that this much training should be enough for his training regime for one day. Suddenly the screen appears again and notifies him that the mission to practice the ancient skill called Overvein requires him to run 5 kilometers, but he's only done 0.05 out of 5. The reward of going 5 kilometers is that the speed improvement resulting from practicing the skill will increase. Russell winces after reading the notification. To give him an incentive, the system notifies him that while practicing Overvein, he can repeat this mission once a day. The system also adds that based on how he improves, the distance that's required each time will increase. Lastly, after he reaches a certain level of Overvein, the mission will no longer appear. Russell becomes alarmed and asks the system what the rush is. The notification sounds like a threat, so he decides to train. He reasons that he barely managed to obtain such an opportunity, so he can't just sit still and let it pass him by. Shortly after, our guy pushes further and goes 1.4 kilometer out of 5. He goes further and does 2.7 kilometer out of 5. At this point, his legs begin to shake. It gets to a point that he has to take a break because it feels like he's broken his knee. He checks the screen and notices he's gone 3.6 kilometers, so he comforts himself that he's almost done. He decides to give it one last push. With all his remaining strength, our boy runs like a madman to meet the target. Late at night, he finally sees the notification that he has completed the mission and there are rewards for it. He lies on the ground and he feels like he'll die if he takes another step. The great achievement makes him smile, and he wonders how he's going to walk back to the dorm. The next morning, Professor Hubert goes through Russell's report, and he can't believe his eyes based on how in-depth it is. He looks up at Russell and asks him if he's sure he was the one who prepared the report. Our guy gives a sly smile and affirms that he did it himself. The professor notices his confidence. Professor Hubert finally speaks and tells him he's very satisfied with his report. Suddenly the screen pops up again and notifies him he has completed the mission, and he'll now receive a reward. His rewards are another lowest grade mana stone and an additional gem of the same size. He also receives increased understanding of the art of summoning beasts. Because of this increased understanding, he'll get an increase in power, a decrease in mana consumption, and reduced casting time. Russell realizes that the higher his level of understanding becomes, the stronger he becomes. He quickly decides to leverage on that. The professor commends his work and tells him he can take his leave now. Before he leaves, Russell decides to ask the professor a favor. Moments after Russell has asked the favor, the professor asks him why he would want to use the faculty library. The man mentions that the student library should have enough books to suit all of his needs. Our boy informs the professor that he's read all the books in the student library. That sounds hard to believe, so the professor asks if he's really read all of them, to which Russell replies affirmatively. His teacher says that's shocking to hear. However, he says that even if he's being truthful, it's an entirely different matter to allow him to use the faculty library. The professor tells him that he'll put him through tests to ensure if he's qualified for that. Russell lights up and agrees that that is totally understandable. Shortly after, several mission windows pop up, all requesting that our guy complete each assignment that the professor gave him to get the rewards. While he's out running, he thinks about how many assignments the professor gave him, and reasons that he's quite a picky man. Considering that the better one can understand theory, the stronger their magic, our boy decides that it will be worth it. He determines to get access to the advanced level knowledge in the faculty at all costs. Eventually, he considers that he'll also get a mana stone from each mission, so it's like killing two birds with one stone. While he's enjoying his drink of water, someone walks up to him and calls his full name. The boy's name is Anton Frederick, and he seems to be related to Koma. Anton mentions that Koma, his friend, had to suffer because of him. Russell sharply retorts by asking what's wrong with that, and he asks if Anton is here for revenge. Anton laughs and says there's no point in coming here to take revenge against him, and his friends laugh with him. He tells Russell to stop deluding himself. He jokes that no one would take revenge on a worthless piece of shots like him. Anton tells him that he'd rather trample him than take revenge here. The bully walks past him and intentionally collides with him, reminding him that they'll meet in class. Russell remembers that they have class soon, and he wonders why Anton is so smug about it. He suddenly recalls that the class they have together is Practical Magic Combat Studies, where students are graded based on their sparring matches with each other. The bad part about it is that in his fights against Anton in his past life, he was always humiliated in that class. He recalls Anton always beating him at fire magic and towering over him. He would grin and make fun of him because he doesn't have good mana veins. Russell can't believe he had foolishly forgotten that they have to do those. Our boy decides that he has to quickly start preparing for it. Better late than never. Suddenly, the screen notifies him that he has a new mission to achieve the second circle by increasing the level of understanding of the attributes that he currently possesses. That day, Russell spends all this time doing each and every assignment the professor gave him, and he works into the night. The next morning, he brings a pile of papers to the professor's office to submit the assignments. The system shows several notifications for each assignment and tells him that he has completed his mission and will now receive his reward. That evening, Russell returns to the dorm after a day well spent and decides to check out his rewards. He looks at about 10 mana stones that the system gave him, and he contemplates what to do with them. A growing uncertainty rises within him as he picks them up. He wonders if his body's mana load will be able to handle several mana stones at once without causing adverse effects. Eventually, he seems to accept his fate and proceeds to take the stones. He tells himself that he'd have to trust the training he's been going through for so long. A few seconds later, our boy tosses all 10 stones in his mouth and chews them up. For a short while, nothing happens. Moments later, the mana from the stones is released, and his body is suddenly enveloped by the mana. It becomes more pronounced, and the entire room is consumed by a bright light. He suddenly begins to feel like his body is burning. To absorb the mana towards his heart, he quickly makes a path into his mana veins. Russell starts to create a path to mold the flow of the mana. He continues to direct the flow of the mana to channel it to his heart. It's clear that he's in some pain, but he decides to bear it. Furthermore, he starts to twirl the mana flow around to draw a new circle around his heart like the first one he has so he can achieve a second circle. If he fails at doing this properly, his heart won't be able to make it. Our boy carefully draws the second circle but hesitates before he reaches the end, afraid that he'll mess something up. He decides that there's no going back, so he decides to finish it up. His veins begin to absorb the generated mana once he concentrates and completes the circle. Our boy refuses to give up no matter the consequence. There's no way he can achieve his dream of being a world-class mage without doing this, so he promises himself to achieve a second circle. Suddenly, a bright beam of light bursts out through his window, and it looks like he's exploding. Moments later, Russell wakes up on the ground, and he realizes that he was able to do it successfully. He realizes that he's finally achieved the second circle. Finally, the mana flows into his body while he lays on the ground. Suddenly, the system notifies him that he has completed the mission, and will now receive rewards. Apparently, his understanding of the elemental attributes has risen greatly, so the power of each elemental magic has also risen greatly. The next morning, the professor reads through all of the reports that Russell submitted to him. He exclaims in amazement and confesses that he can't believe that he was able to complete all those tasks in a short period. The professor tells him that there's one last question before he can grant him access. It's a question that is more fundamental compared to the previous ones. The professor asks which of the structures is the most important among the 4 structures that magic is comprised of. The question shocks Russell, who just stands there in silence. Professor Hubert notices his silence and starts to regret asking a student a question that he himself has recently just figured out. To avoid overwhelming him, the professor quickly gets up and proposes to ask a different question. Russell, who was silent all along, starts to answer the question anyway. The professor is taken aback by Russell's confidence. Shocked that he has an answer, Professor Hubert stops talking and listens to him. Russell finally answers that the most important structure in magic is the mental image of the one performing magic. The professor hesitates for a moment and considers the answer he gave. Professor Hubert finally asks him why he thinks that is so. Russell thinks deeply about the question before he speaks. He says that magic is manifesting something into the real world using mana. The world categorizes this process into 4 different levels. The first level is known as assimilation, where you learn the principles that guide natural phenomena. The second step is creating a mental image, where you visualize what you've learned in your mind. The third step is called construction, where you construct formulas in order to manifest the visual image. The final part is manifestation, where the magic comes to exist in the real world through the formula. Russell adds that understanding construction and manifestation can be learned through enough effort and studying. However, mental image is not something that can be reached through effort. Breaking out of one's limits and reaching freedom of imagination through courage is what decides the level of mental images. Our boy holds out his hands and generates a flame to explain his point. He explains that he can choose to pretend that this flame is an arrow and visualize that in his mind. If he does that, the flame will become the second circle magic fire arrow. True to his words, the flame in his hands morphs itself into the form of an arrow. Next, he says that he can also choose to imagine something else. Apparently, the flame will follow his imagination and will become something entirely different. He says that he doesn't have to place a limit on his mental visualization, because doing that can allow him to create something that doesn't exist in this world. The professor just listens keenly and affirms all that he has said. Russell says that it all begins with understanding how the world ends, and then twisting the rules of the world to achieve something beautiful. Russell puts out the flames and confidently ends his explanation. Professor Hubert, who has been listening all along, thinks about how remarkable Russell seems to have become. He finally speaks and says he's been able to confirm what he's been thinking. The professor smiles at him and says that the student library is too small a world for him. Suddenly, the system notifies our boy that he has accomplished the mission of gaining entry into the first floor of the professor's library, and he'll get 2 low-grade mana stones. Later that day, Russell walks into the first floor of the professor's library, only the first floor seems to be pretty expansive, which he finds intriguing. To him, this is very different from the student library. He quickly starts digging through the books and finds a few. He goes to have a seat and starts reading through the books. To him, these books are more practical than what they usually have access to. Suddenly, a woman steps into the library and watches Russell from behind. She finally exclaims to get his attention, and she tells him that he's reading quite an interesting book. Russell is shocked to hear her voice, and he realizes he's not alone. He quickly drops the book and turns around. Oddly, he doesn't see anyone, and it turns out that the woman has somehow disappeared to his front, and she signals him to look forward. She is dressed like a mage, and Russell recognizes her. The woman smiles at him, and he recognizes her as Daria Snow White, the master of the Flame Tower. He quickly greets her and introduces himself. Russell immediately becomes uncomfortable in her presence. This is because she is in the realm of the 8th circle, which not many in the world have been able to reach. Despite being over the age of 80, she uses an incredible amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. She is the master of the best-ranking magic tower of the Red Tower faction called the Flame Tower. Daria is surprised to learn that he knows her. She brings out a large lollipop out of nowhere, and she quickly puts him at ease, telling him there's no need to be nervous. Wondering how a student was able to gain access to the professor's library, she turns around and asks him. Russell informs her that Professor Hubert had allowed him to use the library. Daria exclaims softly, and asks if an uptight man like Professor Hubert really allowed him to use the library. Our boy starts to grin when he realizes that the professor can be a bit uptight in truth. She mentions that it makes sense, and it explains why he was learning something quite interesting when she came in. The woman scans him with her eyes and notices that he has extremely pure mana, and senses that his mana distribution is very stable too. She glances back at him and mutters that it's rare to find someone like him. Daria walks past him and tells him not to worry. To ease his tension, she assures him that she's not here to lecture him or get in his way. Russell bows again and thanks her for her kind words. Daria suddenly strikes the ground and a bright light comes out from the spot. She tells him to grow to the best of his abilities, but when he looks back up at her, she's nowhere to be found. All that's left of her is the bright light, and it appears she had teleported elsewhere. Russell is left awestruck, and he just looks at the spot where she was standing. After he finishes, MC steps out of the professor library and quietly shuts the door, still shocked from the encounter. While he's still daydreaming, he hears a voice from behind who's asking if it's our boy who is standing by the door. Russell looks back at the person talking, and it turns out to be Anton and his gang. Anton's friend wonders why Russell is coming out of the professor's library and asks who he thinks he is. Anton remarks that it seems Russell must have kissed some professor's a-hole, but it doesn't change the fact that he won't amount to anything. The boys walk away laughing, and Anton tells Russell to keep trying his best. As he walks away, he glances back and says that it's not going to do him any good anyway. Shortly after, the students gather in the Academy Stadium for real situation magic battle studies. The first one to be named comes down to the stadium grounds and gets to choose another student to be his or her opponent. The professor in charge tends to choose the weakest student. This is done so that the student can choose someone of their own level to compete against. All eyes suddenly go to Russell, and it seems everyone's expecting him to be called. Russell mentions that he was always the first to be called in his past life. Some boys nearby jokingly gossip that Russell will be the one to be chosen again, because he has a condition known as mana vein narrowing. One of the students immediately starts begging Russell to choose them as their opponent when he's called out so they can raise their grades this semester. Another student tells Russell not to pick that bastard but to pick him instead. The professor notices the ruckus and he tells all the students to quiet down. He proceeds to pick a student and starts to call the first name. Everybody starts to whisper that it's going to be Russell, and some people start to laugh. Much to their surprise, the person called out is Anton Frederick, and this shocks the students. They're shocked to hear Anton's name, and they wonder why he gets to be first. Anton proudly walks by the professor. He thanks the professor for calling him out. But the professor tells him that this is nothing compared to the favors that he receives from the Frederick Merchant Association. Russell becomes alerted and says within himself that he was expecting this to happen. Anton walks to the center of the field and stops to pick one of the students. He looks right at Russell and tells him to come down to the stadium. Meanwhile, Professor Hubert receives an unexpected visit from his teacher, and he says to her that it would have been nice if she had told him she's coming beforehand. It turns out to be no other person other than Daria Stonewhite. She proceeds to take her seat and says that it's fine. She retorts that it's not a big deal for a teacher to visit her student. Recalling the student she met in the library, the teacher asks him if he gave a child named Russell a professor-used library entry pass. Hubert quickly affirms that, and he worriedly asks if the child made any mistake. Daria informs him that he didn't. But it's just that she hasn't seen something so rare and precious in a long while. Hubert agrees with her and says that Russell's mana vein narrowing is an uncommon illness, even on this continent. The master tells him that he's a fool, because she wasn't talking about that at all. Her words shock Hubert, who promptly looks up to know why she said that. She informs him that Russell has managed to overcome his own problem, and Professor Hubert asks her what she means by that. She doesn't speak for a while and continues with her tea. When he doesn't seem to understand what she's talking about, she finally breaks the news and notifies him that the child has managed to make his second circle. Professor Hubert is sincerely shocked, and he wonders how that's even possible. Meanwhile, the two boys take their spot and prepare to spar on the Academy Stadium. Before the game begins, another screen pops in front of Russell. The screen notifies him that the next mission is to win during magic training, and he can receive lowest grade magic stones and have a compartment that can carry things weighing 40 kilolor. Russell is happy to learn he'll be getting a compartment, because this is magic that only the wealthiest mages can use. The compartment allows you to store things, so it'll be quite useful when storing magic stones. While he's still thinking, Anton calls out to him and calls him an insect. The bully asks him if his body is frozen. Anton tells him his only option of surviving this fight is to beg. Our guy just laughs. Suddenly, Russell covers up his entire body with energy and asks Anton if he's talking to him. Anton notices his transformation and wonders if it's what he's thinking. While they're chatting, the professor coordinating the games tells them to move back to their spot in the circle so we can start the match. He recalls the magic that Russell just used and wonders if someone with mana vein narrowneg was able to achieve second circle. But he quickly dismisses the idea because it's not possible. Once the game is started, Anton quickly releases a second circle magic called Flame Throw. He pours out a stream of flames and shoots it right at our boy. Russell quickly spots the flame heading right for him and responds. He quickly summons a shield that deflects the fire. The fire hits the shield and moves upward, unable to penetrate through the shield. Russell keeps the shield in place and continues to endure the stream of fire. One of the professors watching nearby is shocked by his splendid response. The professor anchoring the game watches also and is shocked at Russell's performance. Anton, who has been pouring out flames for quite a while now, quickly grows tired of keeping his arms in place, and he's shocked that Russell is able to endure the onslaught of fire. Suddenly the stream stops because his body needs to regulate the mana he's losing, and Anton starts to curse because the fire has ceased. Our boy notices the stoppage and quickly takes advantage of it because he's been expecting that to happen. Russell also uses a second circle magic known as a fire arrow. He quickly launches the arrow at Anton, who has stopped shooting flames. Anton is shocked to see him use the fire arrow and immediately tries to respond. He starts to wonder if Russell was able to achieve his second circle, and he quickly surrounds himself with a shield to stop the arrow. The arrow smashes into the shield but doesn't reach him. Anton feels the impact of the fire arrow and wonders how an insect like Russell can put up such a fight. While he's still holding the shield to protect himself from the impact of the still burning fire arrow, he notices something else. What he sees startles him. Right in front of him, Russell has already successfully cast a second fire arrow. Our boy launches the arrow at him and doesn't show any mercy. The second arrow heads for Anton's shield, and Russell doesn't give him any breathing space. The professor anchoring the session is shocked and wonders if it's a double casting. The other professor tells him that it's not double casting, but it's more like his casting speed is so fast that it seems like it. While they talk, Russell creates another fire arrow. Anton notices this, and he wonders if making a fire arrow is all that his opponent is capable of. He decides on a secret way to beat him, and he changes his shield structure. He changes his shield into one that's specialized against fire using another second circle magic. Meanwhile, Russell notices the change and smirks because that is what he's been waiting for. Anton gloats about his plan to wait till Russell expends all his mana on his fire-resistant shield, then fight back. Unlike what he expected, Russell cancels the casting of the fire arrow and starts to cast another spell. The fire in his hand disappears, and some strong wind starts to appear. Anton is shocked by the sudden transformation, and he exclaims because it seems his plan has been foiled. Russell uses a second circle magic called a wind arrow and launches it right at his opponent's shield. Anton is struck by the arrow and falls backwards. He's shocked that the insect was able to identify the type of shield he was using and modify his casting. The new professor who is watching the fight opens his mouth wide and wonders if this is the same Russell he knows. Meanwhile, the professor who rigged the selection to pick Anton can't believe his eyes and continues to sweat profusely. Anton groans from the pain of the impact and loses control of his shield. The impact pushes him far back, and he's almost out of the circle. Anger rises in his eyes and he can't believe that such a little runt is beating him. Before he can make his next move, Russell closes in on him and starts to cast another spell. This time our boy casts a lightning spell. A lightning beam comes out of his hand and hits Anton right in the chest, knocking him further back. His eyes roll back and turn white as he groans from the excruciating pain of the strike. He tries to generate fire to counter the attack, but he's too weak. Russell doesn't give him a breathing chance and rushes him again with another attack. He attacks the bully with another lightning strike. The professor who rigged for Anton starts to protest that he doesn't recognize the type of magic that Russell is using and says the match needs to be immediately stopped. Nearby, Professor Hubert tells the complaining professor to take a closer look at what's covering Russell's body so he can be convinced it's really magic. The professor quickly looks at Russell's body and is shocked. He sees a bright aura around Russell and stammeringly remarks that he's using mana like a knight's aura. Professor Hubert smiles proudly and mentions that he doesn't know how he got to do this, but it seems he's found a way out of his problem. Meanwhile, Russell continues to pummel Anton to the ground. He soon stops after Anton creates a comfortable hole in the ground. The students are all shocked by the turn of events, and their jaws almost fall to the ground. The crook professor wonders how this could have happened. While he's thinking, he hears a voice ask him what he's doing. He quickly looks to his side and Professor Hubert reminds him that he's supposed to announce the winner. The crook professor stutters and quickly announces the winner. He loudly declares Russell Raymond as the winner. Due to the odd turn of events, the professor slowly walks towards him. He awkwardly commends Russell and tells him he can leave, but Russell says that it's not over yet. When the professor asks him what he means, our boy reminds him of the class rules. According to the class rules, unless a victor surrenders, they should be allowed to call upon the next opponent. Anton's friends exclaim in shock because they realize that they're up next to get their behinds whooped. Russell promptly points at one of them and tells him that he's next. The system suddenly brings up another notification that informs him his new mission is to win the next magic duel, with rewards of 2 lowest grade mana stones and additional rewards for consecutive wins. Russell looks at the boy and he tells him to come to the fighting circle. After the game, Professor Hubert mutters to himself that our boy won 14 duels in a row. Considering the game, he reasons that Russell has great insight. He seems proud that he was able to recognize how much potential Russell had a long time ago. However, the professor starts to wonder how he was able to grow so quickly. He recalls all his moves on the field. Meanwhile, Russell receives a notification that he's completed his mission, and a compartment has been unlocked as a reward. The system notifies him that all his rewards will automatically be put in the compartment from now on. He also gets a series of mana stones as rewards for each fight he won. There seems to also be an unknown thing in the compartment, which the system gave him as a reward. Russell glances over at the notification about the unknown thing and wonders what it could be. He summons the compartment to find out. Our boy reaches into it and checks around. When he brings it out, it turns out to be some sort of map where X marks the spot. A notification pops up again with a new mission where he has to go to the location on the map and complete the mission assigned there. The system notifies him that some lights will guide his way when he approaches the location. The reward for the mission is something unknown, as well as 5 intermediate-grade mana stones. The system issues a warning that it's best to try this mission after he has reached the 3rd circle. Russell is shocked when he reads that he'd have to get to the 3rd circle. He thinks about the 3rd circle, and he remembers that he's tried multiple times in his past life, but has never managed to get to that level. Another issue is that he doesn't know where this mystery place is, and he can't seem to be able to tell from the map. He quickly goes to the professor's library and hopes to find something that will hint at where the place is. He drops a series of books on the table and hopes to find a clue in one of them. The first one he finds is called Endymion Kingdom's Outer Territories, and he eagerly flips through it. There's no luck with that one, so he checks the next one. He doesn't find it, so he checks the next one. That one too doesn't have any information, so he checks another one but doesn't find it. After checking dozens of books, he groans in frustration upon realizing that none of the places in these books match the location he's looking for. He curses in frustration as he leaves the library and realizes that he's wasted too much time. He decides it would be better if he just focuses on reaching the 3rd circle first. When he goes through the hallway, several of the students cower in fear after watching his display in the stadium. Russell thinks to himself that he's managed to escape resentment and bullying. The only issue is that he's still a loner. While he's thinking, he hears someone call out to him from behind. He looks back, and it turns out to be Professor Hubert, who warmly asks him if he can come see him in his office. Russell cheerfully accepts to come see him. When they get to the office, Professor Hubert remarks that it's almost summer break. He pours them both some tea and asks Russell if he has any plans for the break. Russell tells him that he doesn't have any plans yet. Upon hearing that, Professor Hubert asks him if he would like to work with him on a research project, and this shocks him. The professor mentions that depending on how he performs, he can even get to have his name right after his as the author. Russell picks up the research paper and looks at the image on it, and he recognizes the place. The professor asks him what he's thinking about when he notices the surprise on his face. Russell promptly apologizes and tells Professor Hubert that he actually has plans for the summer. The professor looks at him puzzled, wondering why he had just said he didn't have any plans. Russell hands him the book and tells him he plans to go to the place drawn in front of it. He also hands him the map that he got. Professor Hubert looks at the place on his map and recognizes the place as Maldiva. A while later, when summer break arrives, Russell begins his journey to Maldiva. He sits in the back of a coach as he enjoys the view from the window. Later, Russell summons the compartment again. He picks a mana stone from the compartment and tosses it in his mouth. He tells himself that this will fill up his stomach for the journey ahead. He says to himself that he'll reach the 3rd circle before he reaches Maldiva. Meanwhile, the professor thinks about the strangeness of Russell's trip. The reason it seems strange is because someone else is also going to Maldiva. He believes Daria, his teacher, must be in Maldiva right now, and it may be a good thing that Russell is headed there. Meanwhile, by the Endymion Maldiva Sea, Daria gets a suntan by the beach and enjoys her vacation. She says within herself that the place may be her hometown, but it's always beautiful in her eyes. She enjoys a drink and wonders how long it has been since her last break. She realizes she's been busy protecting the Empire, making magic research presentations, and even developing her students. The master recalls a time when she was addressing her student. She mentions the numbers 9, 6, and 3 to them. She creates some fire in her hands and explains that these 3 numbers hold special meaning to mages. The kids are astounded by the depth of her skill, and they listen to her closely. Daria teaches them that the 3 numbers signify the end as a person who is already walking the path of 9th circle magic. It signifies the completion of a 6th circle for the mage that's yet to get there, and the suffering they'll go through to become a grand mage. The 3rd circle signifies a different thing. It signifies the start of a person being alone as a mage. Daria thinks about how it feels to be alone as a mage. Suddenly, she recalls her meeting with Russell and wonders if the child is doing okay. She continues thinking about how she saw him reading an advanced magic book. Meanwhile, the coach that Russell is in finally reaches Maldiva, and the rider informs him they've reached their destination. The coach rider waits for a while and notices that our guy isn't coming down. When he comes to the back to check out his passenger, he exclaims in shock based on the state he finds him in. Sometime later, Russell furiously gobbles down some food. He tears a piece of hot dog with one hand while he eats a loaf of bread with the other. In front of him is a mountain of food, and he recalls that he used too much strength trying to calm down the crazed Mana when he was trying to draw the third circle. In a flashback to when the coach rider came back to check on him, the rider finds him unconscious and frantically tries to revive him, thinking he had died. In the present, Russell swallows a drink, and he's glad he's finally able to achieve the third circle. He empties the cup in front of him and drops it on the table. He thinks about how awesome it is for him to achieve third circle magic. The fact that he was able to overcome his limit from his past life just months after he returned to the past astounded him. He drops some coins to pay for the food and proceeds to leave. As he leaves, he tells himself that he'll have to go further than the third circle. The system brings back the mission that's connected to the map and notifies him to find the location marked on the map. The screen notifies him that light will guide him once he takes the bold step to go near the area marked X. Russell checks the map again, and he realizes that he has to find the place on the map. But he doesn't know the landscape. While he's still thinking about how he can get directions, he overhears a tour guide inform some men that he'll take them on the best tour around Pompeo volcano. The tour guide screams loudly and explains that he's offering a special discount just for today. Shortly after, Russell joins the tour and follows the guide as he leads them to a rocky path. The tour guide tells them that Pompeii was originally a regular mountain that somehow turned into a volcano. The mountain suddenly turned into a volcano because a special creature started living in it. Their guide instantly mentions that there's only one creature with that description in the entire world. The creature is none other than the Red Dragon. Russell decides it may be a good idea if he starts to move alone from that point. Our boy crouches behind the other tourists and proceeds to leap off the cliff they're standing on. While the guide is still telling the other guys about the location, Russell jumps off the cliff. Our boy jumps on the nearby river and begins to walk on water. He says within himself that there may be a connection between this place and the reason he was sent back in time, his growth, his missions, and the rewards he's been receiving. As he follows the map up to a waterfall, he reasons that it could be that all that was to lead him to something. Our boy believes that everything he's gone through recently may have something to do with the dragon that once lived here. While he looks at the map, portions of light come out of it and float in front of him. The light mixes up and turns into something circular that looks like an eye. Suddenly the streak of light moves away from the map and starts to head somewhere. He suddenly recalls that this must be the light that he was told would guide him. The light moves over the river and makes its way through the waterfall. Russell smiles slyly and realizes that his mission is behind the waterfall. He quickly casts a wind spell. He shoots a wind arrow through the waterfall to give him a clear passage to go through. After that, our boy leaps right through the hole to avoid getting himself wet. Once he gets inside, he lands on a rock and finds out there is a lava cave right behind the waterfall. He remembers that the system warned him to wait till he achieved the third circle to come here. But he notices that he can't see any monsters or beasts here, and wonders why the warning was issued. Our boy continues to make his way through the cave, cautious of every step. He runs into some pillars, which points to the fact that someone or some people had lived there a while back. He places his hands on one of the pillars, and he wonders how long it's been built. While he's checking it out, something catches his attention from the corner of his eye. He finally finds the light he was following stop in front of a strange door. Russell walks towards the door to investigate what's behind it. When he nears the door, his sense suddenly begins to tingle, and he feels as if something is wrong. He stops walking and wonders if he's suddenly forgotten the things he learned from his life as a mercenary. The thing is, in a situation where there are no monsters, beasts, or any sounds, there can only be one explanation. It means you've entered the territory of a strong predator. Suddenly, a huge lizard surfaces in front of Russell and looks down at him. Russell leaps backwards to avoid getting his head bitten off. When he's a few meters away from the creature, he looks at it again and realizes it's the Komodo lizard monster. He remembers from his days as a mercenary that it's a monster that can only be defeated with at least 2 teams of mercenaries. Our boy watches the monster advance towards him and decides that the only thing he can do now is to run, because there's no way he can kill it. He decides to slow it down by casting some lightning magic. Russell chooses the second circle magic called Lightning Arrow and starts to generate one. The Komodo lizard roars at him again as it gets close. Our boy doesn't give in to fear and aims the arrow at its face. He launches the arrow right at it, hoping he can land an attack and slow it down so he can get a chance to run away. The impact is so strong that it electrocutes the Komodo lizard and immobilizes it for a while. Russell is glad he's been able to stall with that move, so he decides to make a run for it. He heads straight to the stone gate where he had seen the light stop to get to the next part of this mission. As he gets inches away from the door, the 2 statues in front of the door block his passage with their staff and declare that he must prove he is worthy to enter with his mana. Russell is shocked by this and realizes they won't let him get off easy. The Komodo lizard soon reaches where he is, and it appears that it easily shook off the effects of the lightning strike. Russell looks behind him and notices he can't go this way or the other. He thinks on his feet and decides to do something erratic since his way is blocked. Turning around in rage, he tells himself he'll have to make his own path. He reaches out his hand and generates some fire that he directs toward the Komodo lizard. Suddenly the stone on the door scans the mana that Russell is emitting. The monster notices the response the stone has to Russell's mana and watches in shock. Instead of advancing, the Komodo lizard suddenly stops. Russell is just as surprised, and he wonders why the lizard has suddenly stopped in its tracks. The Komodo lizard monster bears itself up and almost stands upright, and Russell just watches in utter confusion. Suddenly, the guards blocking the gate retract their spears and stop blocking his way into the gate. The mysterious voice that spoke earlier tells him that he has proven himself. This means he can now enter. The crimson stone on the gate starts to shine brightly. The light becomes much brighter until it envelops the entire cave that Russell is standing in. Shortly after, our boy wakes up with a terrible headache in a totally different place. He quickly scans his environment and notices that things have changed. He touches the ground and notices it's made of ice. And he wonders how he's standing on ice when he was just standing in a cave just moments ago. It's unclear where he is, as all he can see is an ice cave and some ice statues as he looks around. He remembers that he was just in a cave a few moments ago and wonders if he was taken here through teleportation magic. While he's thinking, he notices another odd thing right behind him. Right up a nearby stair that's also made of ice is some mysterious magical horn that's held down by a series of chains. While he's thinking, a screen pops up again. The screen notifies him that he has a second mission, which is to defeat all the ice golems in the area and clear out the Trial of Fire. Some noise from behind him causes him to quickly turn back to investigate. He realizes the ice statues he saw were actually golems, and they've now come to life. He looks around him and realizes that he's surrounded by about several hefty ice golems, and wonders if they're really expecting him to defeat all these golems on his own. There's no time to waste, so he decides to get right to it, and starts to generate some fire magic in his palms. He curses and mentions that this mission is way too harsh, but it seems like there's nothing he can do. He generates another firebolt and fires at a nearby golem like a madman. The firebolt courses through the ice cave and heads right for the monster. The bolt hits the golem right in the chest, and it looks like it should do some pretty good damage since fire trumps ice. Russell recalls that in order to kill a golem, one has to crush the core inside of it. The golem he fired at looks completely unscathed. If it could talk, it seems like it's asking him if that's all he's got. The firebolt only managed to leave a crack on its chest. This looks like game over for Russell, and it seems he's going to be golem food. Russell winces when he sees this, and he wonders how cold the ice that it's made of is. He decides to try another approach if fire doesn't work, so he starts to create some wind magic in his palms. There seems to be an issue because the wind doesn't respond to him. Our boy notices this, and he's shocked. He wonders why his wind magic is suddenly not working. While he's still playing around, the golem rushes towards him and attempts to smash his brains into the ground. Russell responds quickly and decides to use some lightning instead. The lightning doesn't come up either, and Russell realizes he's cooked. The golem smashes into the spot he's standing. Luckily, Russell is able to move backwards before the hit lands. He drifts backward and stops when he reaches an ice wall. He thinks about the notification that came in earlier, trying to get some information as to why his magic isn't working all of a sudden. He remembers that the system mentioned something about clearing a trial of fire. Another golem comes to swat him like a bug, hoping to crush him into the wall, but our boy quickly moves backwards again. He suddenly realizes that he's not going to be able to use any magic here other than fire. Trying to avoid the monster, he trips over an ice rock. He gets pushed towards the wall and he ends up on a dead end. All the golems trap him in that dead end, and it looks like it's about to hit the fan. Russell groans from the terrible impact of hitting the wall. His head starts to bleed, and it looks like he also hit his head against the wall. With a deadly look in his eyes, our boy creates another firebolt and walks towards the golems. He finally stands up to the challenge. The golems stare at him in awe as his entire body is encircled with fire and mana. Russell fires 3 firebolts at the same time. The ice golem looks shocked by the sudden change in tactics, but it can't move out of the way because the arrows are pretty fast. The impact of all 3 bolts is quite explosive. The golem's core is exposed by the explosive bolts. Russell proceeds to take it down. He fires another bolt at its core and smashes the golem to pieces. Russell does the same to another golem standing nearby, and the method works. He starts to pant and he realizes he's only been able to take down 2 of them so far. At this rate, he'll probably run out of mana before he can take them all out. Our boy grimaces, and he decides to try something else. One of the golems tries to punch him into the ground, but our boy quickly runs back to re-strategize. He considers that to shatter their solid ice sheet at once, he needs to use something similar to how knights shatter iron shields with one strike. To do this, he has to focus all his power at a single point. In the end, he believes he needs to pack in more mass into each volume of his attacks. This isn't going to be a simple spell, so he decides to get further away to get time to cast such a complicated spell. When he creates some space between himself and the golems, he begins the spell. He starts by creating a fire arrow. He applies the formula for amplification on the arrow to make it larger and carry more weight. To make the bolts replicate, he adds the replication formula. It all works well, and several fire arrows emerge. Finally, there's something else he needs to do to make the attack really dense. He has to merge all the arrows into one, so one arrow carries the power of several at once. He has managed to replicate 5 fire arrows, and all that's left is for him to merge them together. Russell begins to apply the magical formula for compression. He merges all between his palms and starts to make them into one. Suddenly, one of the ice golems appears in front of him. The golem rushes at him with a full punch, and it looks like it's Russell that'll get merged to the ice-cold floor. He starts to scream and begs the arrow to quickly merge so he doesn't get killed. In the nick of time, he releases the merged arrow, and a great explosion occurs. The explosion is so grand that it stops the golems in their tracks. One of them gets a full-blown hole in his chest from the explosion where his core used to be. Russell moves away and lets the ice golem crash to the ground. He walks majestically with his newly crafted weapon, which he calls the Blaze Lance. Once again, his eyes transform into those of a dragon. The system gives him a notification that his understanding of fire elements has transcended beyond limits. Russell agrees with the notification and says he can feel it. He reasons that the power he's feeling is close to something from the 5th circle. He holds onto the spear and notices just maintaining the spear is a huge energy drain. To avoid wasting energy, he makes the first move. The golems rush towards him to let him know that they're not intimidated by his flashy new weapon. He launches his attack right from where he's standing and burns through the core of 3 of the golems and goes to the next and to the next. Russell counts that there's just 4 of them left, so he quickly proceeds to finish what he started. He breaks the core of one of them easily. He slices through the second one with his weapon, destroying the core also. Now there's just 2 of them left. While he's counting, one of the golems launches an overhead attack and attempts to hit him, but he easily moves out of the way. He jumps at the monster to take it down. He slices it in half for its insolence. After that one goes down, our boy starts to pant because he's running out of mana, but he can't rest till they're all down. The last golem decides to go long range, and it throws huge ice rocks at him. Luckily, Russell blocks the rocks, but some of them hit him, and he realizes he would instantly have been killed if he hadn't blocked it with his spear. At this point, he's left with 1 breath of mana, and his spear starts to dematerialize. Russell gets back up and maintains the spear. He tells himself that there's one last thing he can do if that's the case. He decides to throw the spear at the monster. This is the last blow, so it's critical. It'd be terrible if he missed. Russell finally throws the arrow when the monster gets close enough and hopes it reaches it. Finally, the arrow breaks through its ice shield and gets to its core. Russell just stands there after his throw and watches the arrow pierce through the monster. Our boy keeps watching, and he looks through the large gape in the monster's chest. When he realizes that he's taken them all out, he collapses to the ground. The system suddenly shows up again and notifies him that he has completed the mission and will receive the reward of 2 low-grade mana stones and 3 lowest-grade mana stones. He will also receive the unknown object. The unknown object is something called the Forgotten King's Horn. It turns out that the mysterious-looking object that Russell saw in chains is the Forgotten King's Horn. The horn becomes enveloped with fire. The screen pops up again and shows that this is the Forgotten King's Horn, and it has fire essence. The horn starts to release a great deal of light that fills up the entire ice cave. The light fills up the cave, but Russell isn't aware of it because he's passed out from exhaustion. The system displays that he'll need to enter the thoughts of the Forgotten King in order to receive his reward. Shortly after, Russell wakes up in an odd place. In this dimension, he's tied up by some chains, and he tries to recognize the place. The screen pops up in front of him and tells him he's obtained the unknown object called the Forgotten King's Horn with fire essence. It also shows him that he has to enter the thought of the Forgotten King in order to receive his reward. When he looks around at his chains, he wonders what sort of reward this is because he feels like he's being tortured. Suddenly, the voice of the Forgotten King comes up. The voice of the Forgotten King continues and tells him that he's going to bestow upon him something called the King's Fragment. The horn appears where he is, covered with fire. The tip of the horn starts to come towards him, and Russell is shocked because it seems he's about to be impaled. Just like he thought, the horn pierces through him. He screams out in pain, and it's clear that the chains were put there to stop him from running away from this. The pointy end of the horn pierces through his flesh and enters into him. The horn releases a great deal of energy into him, and he looks like he's about to explode. He continues to scream at the top of his lungs due to the pain. The voice continues and tells him to use the power to do something, but Russell can't hear him anymore because of what he's going through. His body starts to burn up, and he seems to be overloaded with mana. Behind him, a large dragon that seems to be the Forgotten King appears. Moments later, Russell appears on the shore after the water carries him there. He suddenly wakes up and groans because everywhere seems to hurt. He wonders what's going on and tries to figure out where he is. It seems to him that he's still in Maldiva, because the style of building seems to point to that. He looks confused for a while, and it seems his memory starts to fail him. The system notifies him that he has consumed the Forgotten King's horn and has reached a limit. He's also told that the mana that was over his limit has been stored. The system also tells him that his intermediate understanding of flame attributes has reached its limit, and has become an advanced understanding of flame attributes. Russell closes his palm and tries to activate his mana to confirm what he's been told. His body suddenly releases a great deal of mana, incomparable to what he's experienced before, which shocks him. Seeing how close he is to the fourth circle, he looks around him and wonders if this mana is really coming from him. Our boy remembers the treatment he got when he was in chains, but he smiles because the rewards are pretty worth it. He suddenly hears the voice of someone from behind him telling him it's nice to see him here. Behind him is the grand Mysteria Snow White in regular clothing, whom he's shocked to see in Maldiva. She takes him to one of the bars by the beaches and mentions that she had sensed a sudden burst of mana. She says she came to check it out, and that was how she found him. Russell thanks her as he receives the drink she gives him. He smiles and says he didn't expect to see her in this place. Meanwhile, the master scans him with her eyes and realizes he's almost reached the fourth circle in such a short time. She also notices that his mana has become more pure in that time. As they continue their chat, Russell asks the Tower Master what brings her to Maldiva. She tells him that Maldiva is her hometown, but many people do not know. Russell is surprised to hear that, and he asks again to know if he heard properly. Mysteria replies with an affirmation and says, that's the reason she comes here every summer. Because she's curious. She also decides to ask him what brings him to Maldiva. Russell hesitates before he answers, and he decides that it may be too early to tell her the truth. He finally finds a good enough excuse and he says that he came to see more of the world. The Tower Master smiles at him and affirms his statement, but she wonders whether to check the child's abilities. She decides to go ahead, so she asks him if he minds helping her out for a bit. And Russell seems confused by her question. Mysteria flicks her finger, and suddenly some magic happens. Some fire surrounds Russell's body and clothes him with a black cape. He recognizes the symbol on the cape as the Flame Tower's symbol and wonders why she gave it to him. The master tells him not to worry, and informs him that the task she wants to give him is something he can handle. A screen suddenly pops up and notifies him his new mission is to pass Mysteria Snow White's test. He is informed that he'll have to help her fight off human trafficking ship pirates at Maldiva Harbor to pass the test. The reward for completing the mission is an intermediate grade mana stone. The master mentions that she's sure that he's already aware that Endymion strictly forbids slavery. She explains that this is why they don't allow human trafficking ships to land at their harbor. Unfortunately, there are still some people who ignore their laws. She informs him that there are some guys trying to land their human trafficking ship near Maldiva, and she'd like him to help her deal with them. That evening, they both get on a boat and proceed to carry out the mission. Mysteria informs him that she can do the mission on her own. The only issue is that the plan involves rescuing the victims as well as taking the ship. Russell catches on and tells her that means they need to pretend to launch an attack in order to distract the enemies and rescue the victims. The master commends his quick understanding. As they continue the journey, Russell thinks deeply. He considers the fact that 100 mages would come running, even barefoot, if the Flame Tower Master ever asks any of them for help. So if she's specifically asking him for help, it's not because she really needs him, but because she wants to test him. Soon enough, they reach the ship they're looking for. Before she gets off the boat, she tells him that what happens from now on might be too much for him. She explains that he has to deal with it because the path of a guardian is not always smooth and noble. Apparently, this is just another fate of mages. After she's done talking, she steps on the edge of the boat to go to the ship. She levitates to the side of the ship and tells him that she'll attract their attention and make it look like an attack, which will give him enough time to save the people they kidnapped. Russell just watches as the Flame Tower Master flies to the top of the ship, and he seems pretty tense. Mysteria flies upwards until she gets to a comfortable height above the ship. When she gets to a suitable height, she stops there and says this height should do it. She suddenly begins to activate her mana. The entire place fills up with a bright, blinding light, and she screams out to Russell to go help the people. When the pirates see the bright light, they become afraid that they're being attacked. They head to the deck and start to prepare a giant crossbow to fire at the Flame Tower Master. Several of the men arm themselves with smaller side crossbows, and they prepare to protect the ship. Their leader gives the signal and tells them to fire at the light that's over the ship. Dozens of arrows fly into the sky, aimed at the light over the ship. Mysteria just smiles from within the light at their pathetic attempts to attack her. One of the soldiers starts to curse when he realizes their arrows didn't reach the master. Mysteria creates a ball of lava in her hands and releases it towards the ship, causing it to split into several parts. Master Daria says she'd like to see if they're as skilled as they're bold. On the deck, the portions of lava drop onto the ship and start small fires around the ship. The pirates see the fires and are shocked. One of them tries to put it out by stomping on it, but it doesn't work. Eventually, a fiery hand comes out of the fire and grabs the guy's leg. They're not fire after all, but golems made of fire. The guy is extremely shocked as he struggles with the little creature holding onto his leg. All the portions of fire transform into little fiery dwarfs that seem to also be holding weapons made of fire. The men crowd around the golems, unsure of how to deal with them. These golems were specially created by Mysteria Stone White and are called dwarfs of burning wood. While the men cower in fear, one of them, who's pretty confident, walks towards the golems with his axe. Meanwhile, Russell climbs onto the ship. He manages to jump into the ship while the men are distracted. The confident man tells the others to move, because they're afraid of nothing. Russell watches as the man walks to one of the golems and attempts to deal with it. He watches as the man bears down his axe on the golem that's just watching him innocently. The cocky guy swings his axe and divides the golem in two. Moments late, the goblin starts to mend its body back, and it doesn't look too happy. Russell keeps watching, and he's amazed that he gets to see these creatures in person. The assaulted golem responds and changes its shape and starts to wrap around the man's legs. Soon after, the golem completely changes its shape and constricts around the man, setting him on fire. Russell is shocked by how quickly the golem is able to transform its body. Meanwhile, the other men watch their mate get burned to death in shock and horror. Russell snaps out of it and decides this isn't the best time to be watching such things in amazement. He leaves the spot and makes his way down some stairs to get to the interior of the ship. Below deck, there's a large prison facility that probably houses the captives. The guy that's on guard duty notices the ruckus and wonders what's going on the deck. One of the prisoners blurts out that it seems the Navy has come to get them, and he rejoices that they're saved. Their guard hits their door with his weapon to scare them and stop them from talking. He tells them that it doesn't matter what happens, because none of them will ever escape from their grasp. And the men cower in fear. When they keep quiet, he asks if they heard what he said. Meanwhile, Russell lays a hand on the back of his neck. Our boy decides to knock him out, so he uses some lightning magic. A lightning bolt comes out of nowhere and hits the fat guy. One of the prisoners notices their unconscious guard and comes closer to ask if he has come to save them. He smiles at the man and tells him he has come to save them, but he informs him that it's safer for them to remain indoors until all the pirates are gone. The man falls to his knees and starts to thank God for answering his prayers. Russell looks around and wonders how many people are confined in this small area. While they're waiting, our guy sees something quite disturbing. He sees a little boy crouched in a cell and is shocked that the heartless pirates are even selling kids as slaves. He becomes really angry and calls the pirates trash like bastards. Moments later, some of the other men come to the prison, and they spot Russell. The men quickly notice the unconscious body of their comrade that's lying on the ground. They realize that the ship has been invaded by the enemy, and one of them tells the others to get the bastard that invaded the ship. All three men bring out their swords and move towards Russell. Our boy, who was already angry that they would kidnap a child, tells them he'll be the one apprehending them, and he starts to create a chain out of lightning. He uses a second circle magic called chain lightning and throws the chain towards them. The chain bounces from one person to the next and electrocutes all three men on the spot. They're all electrocuted and become unconscious. One of them threatens that something bad will happen if their captain comes. But Russell doesn't let him finish his statement, and he electrocutes him with more lightning. Our boy continues by checking the other room in the prison facility. He runs into a dark cell and asks what the deal with the cell is. One of the people inside the cell asks him if he's a mage from the flame tower. Russell quickly creates a ball of light in his hands so he can see better into the dark cell. What he sees shocks him because he notices the cell contains several elves. The male elf asks him if he's a mage from the flame tower one more time. Russell realizes he must be asking him that because of the symbol on his cape. He informs the elf that he's not a member of the flame tower yet, but he's met with a rude response as the elf says that whatever he says is fine. The elf stands in front of the gate looking unimpressed and tells him to open the door already. Russell thinks to himself that he's obviously going to open the door, but he wonders why this guy is annoying. Even though elves are known to have huge egos, he takes a good look at the guy and wonders if he should just leave them there. Suddenly, another voice comes from within the cell and tells the first guy to stop. The female elf among them reminds the first guy to mind his manners. The other male elves are startled by her voice, and they call her Ilo. She tries to stand up, so they help her get up. Ilo informs the others that Russell isn't an ordinary human. She walks towards the gate and tells them that he possesses mana that's as pure as the light from a sunset. Apparently, Russell is giving out a scent of spirits, so she smiles at him and tells him. The other elves are shocked by the statement that the mage isn't human. The mouthy one asks Elo what she meant by that. Russell is equally shocked by her statement and wonders what she means by the scent of a spirit. The elves are left puzzled, and they wonder how a human can give off the scent of a spirit. Even Russell starts to sniff himself, and he tries to pick up the scent of the spirit that Ilo had mentioned. While he's trying to sniff himself, the mouthy elf calls out to him. The elf requests that Russell save them from there, and he even bows to him. All the elves in the prison follow suit, and the mouthy one begins to beg him. Russell becomes slightly uncomfortable as he watches them. He notices that all the elves, who are usually known for their big egos, were easily changed by one sentence from the female elf. He looks at her and wonders if she's a high elf. Later on, he starts to apply some heat to the lock and tries to break it. While he's on it, Ilo refers to him as a guardian and asks him if he has defeated the pirates and bosses. Russell wonders what she means by bosses. Meanwhile, in the other room in the prison facility, a man in a knight's armor walks in and finds the guards on the ground. In the hidden room, Ilo tells Russell that the bosses are more powerful adversaries. She says they're more powerful than her warriors, who are very skilled with magic. Meanwhile, the knight notices the trail of bodies and notices the door of the other compartment is open. A sly grin crosses his face as he thinks about all the things he's going to do to the intruder. Meanwhile, on the deck, the pirates keep trying to fight off the fire golems. Their captain watches them fighting while he tries to stabilize the ship. The captain finally stabilizes the boat and proceeds to bring out his sword. Suddenly, he rushes to the lower deck and decides to join in on the fun. He quickly cuts the heads off the fire golems, and it doesn't look like they can recover from this one. When they're gone, he asks the men if they were all struggling because of such a light attack. Meanwhile, the captain has a glow about him, which signifies that he's a knight. The men begin to rejoice when the captain joins them, and they loudly tell Daria that she's done for. Mysteria watches them in amusement. Surprised that they were able to take care of her fire creatures, she decides to come down from the height and join them on the ship to investigate what's really going on. Seconds later, the master lands on the ship's deck. All eyes turn towards her, as the pirates are shocked to see her come to them. The captain smirks when he sees her and comments that she has the guts to close the distance between them. Daria cheerfully looks at him and says that it looks like he's the captain. The captain proudly affirms his position as the captain and tells her that he's called Don Click. Daria scans his body and his sword and notices that he's using something called an aura. The only explanation for that is that he must have been a knight before, so she asks him what he's doing here in a pirate ship. Don laughs for a while, and he asks her if the honor of a knight feeds you meals and pays the taxes. He laughs profusely and confesses that the Click brothers are earning so much more from the slave trade. When Don gets tired of the chit-chat, he wields up his sword and proceeds to tear the mage a new one. He covers the distance between them in the blink of an eye and tries to cut her. Unfortunately, he's unable to land his attack before the Flame Tower Master flies backwards and dodges his attack. Meanwhile, below deck, a large cut appears on the wall of the inner prison compartment. While Elo tries to explain to him that the bosses are dangerous, he quickly turns back to check out what had hit the wooden walls. The cut turns into a loud explosion that causes the wall to cave in. Russell moves backward from the smoke, but he tries to see what's behind it. He quickly blocks himself with a shield to avoid being hit. The second Click brother jokingly points out that Russell was able to block his attack. The knight proceeds to get his sword and comes close to him. As he gets closer, he notices that Russell must be a mage. Meanwhile, Russell notices he's using an aura, which is only exclusive to knights. The system gives him a new mission and informs him that he's faced with a difficult fight. The mission is to win his first battle against a swordsman. Elo feels tense due to the presence of the knight, and she warns Russell to be careful. She informs him that the second Click brother is the vice captain of this ship, which means he's pretty dangerous. The vice captain just brings out his odd-looking sword with a large grin on his face. He tells Russell that he may be a mage, but he's still a kid. As the knight moves forward, he asks Russell why he had only knocked the men out. He remarks that he should have killed them when he had the chance to. The vice captain tells Russell that he'll show him how it's done. Russell also activates his own aura using his mana. Our boy thinks to himself that flame magic does a lot of damage in the surrounding area because it's made of wood, so he decides to use lightning magic. Especially because the man is wearing iron armor. He uses a lightning bolt and fires several bolts of lightning at the vice captain. The vice captain quickly spots his attack and moves his sword to block it. Before the lightning bolts reach him, the vice captain breaks the wooden floor in front of him and throws up some of the fragments into the air to stop the incoming lightning bolts. He commends Russell's quick thinking, because he had realized his sword and suit should be conductive. Suddenly, instead of blocking the streaks of lightning flying around, the vice captain charges into it and tells Russell that there's something that he's missing. Russell notices the lightning flying around isn't affecting his armor and continues to fire lightning bolts. As our boy fires the new set of bolts, the vice captain continues to charge towards him, and he tells him that his attacks won't work on him. As the lightning bolts inch towards the vice captain, He just smiles and blocks them with his iron sword. The bolts hit the sword and dissipates instead of shocking the knight. Russell, who is still in the shield, stares in horror and wonders how the man's sword is not conducting electricity. The vice captain gets close to him and swings the sword towards his shield. The vice captain lands a strong hit on the shield, but it doesn't seem to shatter it. Suddenly the knight stops hitting and simply removes his sword slowly from the spot he hit. As he removes his sword, Russell notices something astounding. There's a large crack on the spot the man struck with his sword, and it looks like his sword isn't an ordinary one. Suddenly the part that was struck cracks open. Meanwhile, on the deck, Don Click moves towards the Flame Tower Master quite quickly and attempts to slash her in two. He successfully cuts her in two, but he's shocked to notice that it was just a decoy that later bursts into flames. When he finishes his attack, he sees Daria in front of him surrounded by flames, and he hisses. He remarks that she's a mage that's really good at fleeing, but Daria doesn't respond to him. When she finally speaks, she asks him if his brother is also a knight. Don Click proudly replies that his brother is also a knight, but he adds that his brother isn't as amazing as he is. While they talk, the fire around Daria becomes another flame dwarf, and Don laughs at it. He asks her if she's using the same trick on him again. The master tells him she's not and adds that it'll be a bit different this time. Don becomes alarmed and wonders what she meant. The flame dwarfs emerge from the floor. They walk towards him with their weapons, and Don wonders what's going on. Daria finally assuages his curiosity and informs him that the more of them he cuts, the more they multiply, unlike the previous ones. Shortly after, Don attacks the flame dwarfs as they advance towards him, and they become almost a dozen. These flame dwarfs are Miss Daria Snow White's own creation, and she called them Dwarfs of Hellfire. She watches him struggle with the dwarfs, and she has a look of deadly satisfaction on her face. Don starts to get tense when he realizes he's outnumbered. Luckily, he's really fast, and he keeps fighting them off. He wonders how his opponent is able to wield such peculiar flame magic, and when he looks at her again, he realizes who she is. He sees the striking resemblance with the famous witch of the Flame Tower, and he realizes she's the one. Meanwhile, there's some bloodshed below check after Russell's shield is broken. The knight notices that Russell has suddenly vanished from before him, and he wonders where he went to. He quickly looks to his side, and he sees Russell standing there, so he quickly faces him to finish him off. He wonders how Russell was able to dodge his attack when it was in such close range. Our boy just stands there and holds his bleeding chest, trying to stabilize himself. The knight recalls that his sword made contact with Russell's chest, and he could have sworn that he should have been cut into two pieces by now. When he looks closer at Russell's body, he notices that he also has an aura around him, and he wonders if he's also covering himself with magic to strengthen his physical abilities. Russell maintains his aura to speed up his physical abilities and to heal himself from the injury. The vice captain thinks to himself that it doesn't matter since his opponent is basically like a rat caught in a trap. Ilo, who has been watching the fight, sympathizes with Russell. Russell keeps panting, and he tries to stabilize himself from losing much more blood than he has. He says within himself that he knows a thing about knights. He remembers that he has met a knight one time in his previous life. This knight that he met was quite ruthless and had slaughtered an innocent mercenary group because one of them simply bumped into his shoulder. One of his last victims was Russell, who was badly wounded. But suddenly another mercenary came to his rescue. A strange man steps in front of him in the nick of time and decides to protect him from the ruthless knight. Apparently, the man who barely managed to stop this knight's madness was a mage. The mage created a shield between himself and the knight, who attacked his shield in rage. The mage was eventually able to subdue the knight. The knight would have won if not that the mage had a secret skill up his sleeves. Russell proceeds to create another shield to protect himself like the mage did. The vice captain rushes towards him again and proceeds to land another attack on his shield to break it like he did the last time. While he does that, Russell recalls the method that the mage used in saving him in his past life, and he replicates it. The vice captain lands another strong attack on the shield in an attempt to crack it. He successfully cracks the shield like he had expected, but something seems to be different this time. Russell reveals that the method the mage from his past used was to use one shield over another. That is the method he decided to replicate, and the vice captain's attack has only cracked the first shield he's using. The vice captain stands back, expecting the shield to crash. But he is surprised to see that Russell is unaffected. Russell catches him off guard and casts a wind spell. He uses the second circle magic wind arrow and lands one right in the knight's chest. The attack is so strong that it throws the man towards the other end of the room. The knight hits his head on the wall and lets out a groan, with some blood sputtering out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Russell staggers a bit, and he looks like he's yet to recover from the gash in his chest. His body seems to have healed, but he's still in pain, and he wonders if he has lost too much blood. He quickly breaks off the lock that he heated up so he can let out the elves. When the elves come out, they thank him for rescuing them. Our boy asks them to follow him out of the compartment so they leave the ship. Suddenly, the vice captain of the ship calls him a little brat. He gets back on his feet, and it seems the effect of the hit didn't last too long. The vice captain looks pretty angry, and he tells Russell he should have gone for his head when he had the chance. Russell wonders how he's able to survive when he replicated the attack that the mage that saved him did. None of that matters anymore. So he quickly tells Ilo to get the other captives and go upstairs where they'll be safe. The vice captain laughs at their planning and rhetorically asks Russell how he has time to rescue the slaves. He moves from where he's standing to land an attack at the speed of light. In a split second he's already on Russell, but our boy quickly activates the shield. As usual, the blow from the sword cracks the first shield but doesn't crack the second one. The knight tells him that he won't give Russell any chance to counterattack him this time like he did the last time. He starts to attack the shields rapidly, breaking every generated shield in a matter of seconds. Russell has no choice but to keep creating shield after shield, and the vice captain keeps smashing every shield he creates. Russell decides to keep stalling until the elves are able to get the humans and leave. While they continue to fight, the elves manage to retrieve the key to the prison. Russell endures the assault for a while and waits till they can set the men and the kid free. When Ilo shouts out that they've taken everyone out and they're safe, he takes that as the signal to act on his plan. The vice captain continues to slash as the shields like a maniac. When he hears Ilo inform him that they're free, he announces to our guy that nothing will change because he will still get them. Russell suddenly changes his voice to the voice of the dragon, and he tells him that this changes everything. The thing is that he's been unable to do what he wanted to do because the room was filled with captives. Suddenly the entire room fills up with fire and they're both surrounded. The vice captain is shocked by how quickly the atmosphere has changed. Russell tells him that the captives leaving changes everything because he's now going to crush him. Every inch of the room seems to be set ablaze. The vice captain looks into Russell's eyes and notices they're now reptilian, which freaks him out. He quickly retreats and repositions his swords. The vice captain gives an uncomfortable laugh, and he wonders if Russell has changed his mind and he's finally ready to kill. He decides to act first before Russell can act. He moves quickly as usual and tells Russell he's going to pierce through him and the shield at once. As he moves closer, a bright light suddenly shows up, which causes the vice captain to slow down. Russell has taken down the shield, and he's now holding one of his own magical inventions, which he used to destroy the ice golems. His special blaze lance. The knight still continues advancing forward to impale Russell with the sword. He wonders if what he's holding is a usual fire spear. When he perceives the aura, he realizes it's not just a fire spear, and he notices that this weapon is at least several levels above an average spear made with fire. He continues his frontal assault and falls head-on into Russell's trap. When the vice captain gets close, Russell strikes him with the blaze lance, and everything blurs out. Meanwhile, above deck, Don Click continues to battle with the dwarfs of Hellfire. He soon begins to curse when he becomes overwhelmed. He realizes that the more of them he kills, the more they keep increasing. But he also knows that he can't stop killing them. Don wonders where his dumbass brother is and why he's not come to join him. The fire dwarfs keep attacking and multiplying. Don has no choice but to keep fighting back. He tells him that he needs to hold on just a bit until he can strike. Suddenly, a bright light starts to come out of the ground through the floorboards. Don looks at the ground, and he's shocked to see the light coming from the cabin underneath. He stops feeding when the light becomes brighter and appears to be tearing through the wood under his feet. Seconds later, a great burst of energy emanates from that hole and almost tears the ship in half. The impact of the energy wave knocks Don off his feet. He falls to the ground and slowly becomes unconscious. The Flame Tower Master watches the entire thing and wonders what's going on. While she's still looking, she hears a noise from behind her. Mysteria sees the abducted people coming out. Below deck, Russell lays on the ground in the middle of the rubble. He looks unconscious and doesn't open his eyes. The screen pops up and displays a notification that shows that Russell has cleared his mission, and he'll now be receiving rewards of intermediate mana stones. When the other men notice that their captain is down, they get on some guard ships to fight back and take over the situation. Mysteria notices the plans and laughs as she reaches for her staff. She summons all the fire dwarfs with her staff, and they float off the ground and become round. To destroy the pirates in the ships, she throws the golems into their guard ships. The Hellfire dwarfs land on the smaller ships nearby and take them all out. Meanwhile, below deck, someone comes near Russell and starts to heal him. After a short while, Russell becomes conscious, and he asks her what happened. As he tries to get up, Elo tells him not to move. She continues the healing process and adds that her mana is not completely back yet, so her healing isn't as quick as it used to be. When the master notices that Russell has revived, she tells him he did a good job by defeating 2 knights on his own. But Russell doesn't know what she's talking about. Nearby, Don and his brother are tied to a pillar for their terrible behavior. Suddenly, Ilo chimes in and tells Russell that she owes him so much. She informs him that she can't repay him immediately, but she'll find a way. She introduces herself as Ilo, Lady of the White Ash Tree Tribe, and swears on the honors of her founding fathers that she'll find a way to repay him someday. Russell introduces himself by name and courteously mentions that he just did what he was supposed to do as a guardian. Nearby, the two male elves quickly return to the Flame Tower Master, and they report that they've checked on the conditions of the prisoners, which Daria commends. Miss Daria is impressed by their commitment, and she commends Ilo for training such kind subordinates. Russell stares at them in amazement, and he notices the elves seem to be much nicer. He asks Lady Ilo what she meant by what she said when they were in the cabin. Lady Ilo just looks at him and struggles to remember what he's talking about. She asks him if he's talking about what she said about detecting the scent of a spirit on him, and their conversation catches Miss Daria's attention. Russell affirms that this is exactly what he was referring to. The lady answers his question by asking him if perhaps his blood is mixed with the dragon's blood. The precision of the question shocks Russell. She goes ahead to tell him that she also has the blood of the green dragon running through her veins. She explains that for her, the dragon blood she has is more like a drop of water in a lake, so it's not something major. She only adds that even with the small amount she has, she's learned that dragon blood can also attract spirits. Miss Ilo holds our boy's hands and tells him that she can smell a thick scent of spirits from him, and that's why she asked. Miss Daria Stone overhears the conversation, and she wonders if the mixed dragon blood is why Russell grows stronger at such an incredible pace. She thinks to herself that Russell might end up being a being who will shake up the kingdom of Endymion and even the entire world. Shortly after, some of the good knights come to help the captives out of the ship. When it's time to leave, Miss Daria Stone tells Lady Ilo that she assumes that she is going to be staying in hiding until she is able to regain her mana. Lady Ilo boldly affirms that this is what she plans to do. The master informs her that her mansion is not far from here, and informs them that they're welcome to stay there with them. She also adds that she believes that Lady Ilo can be of help with Russell's training. Russell just looks completely lost, as he wonders what training the Flame Tower Master is talking about. Ilo sees this as an opportunity to repay her debt to Russell. She slightly blushes and declares that she'll be glad to join them. Miss Daria asks Russell why he's overreacting, and jokingly asks him if he doesn't want her to train him. Our boy quickly tells her that this isn't the case, and he says he'd love to. The master shows them the way and notifies them the carriages will be here soon, which they thank her for. While they walk to where they'd board the carriages, Russell asks the Flame Tower Master if it'll be okay if he undergoes her training when the semester at the academy is beginning soon. Miss Daria simply assures him that Professor Hubert will take care of it. Shortly after, they all get to the carriages. Shortly after, the coach riders stop the coaches, and it seems they've reached their destination. Miss Daria tells the others that they've arrived, and before them is a magnificent-looking mansion. The Flame Tower Master realizes they may feel overwhelmed, so she tells them not to feel pressured and stay comfortable as they go inside. As they move through the garden, everyone keeps looking around the beautiful mansion. Ilo commends Miss Daria's house and says it's a very beautiful place. She thanks Miss Daria for her goodwill towards her and her men. While they're moving in, Russell glances behind him, and he notices something pretty familiar. He stops moving and looks around for a while. Something apart from the mansion's beauty draws him to the scenery, but he can't place his finger on it. Suddenly he recalls that he came here with his parents years ago. Russell approaches Miss Daria and mentions that he'd like to ask her a question. She stops and turns to listen to his question, so he asks to confirm if the villa wasn't originally hers. Miss Daria becomes uncomfortable and tells him that people will think she stole it if they hear him, so Russell embarrassingly apologizes. She affirms his suspicions and informs him that he's right, because she acquired the villa from some merchant association years ago. Russell realizes that this villa is one of the places that his family owned before his father was killed, and his family fell apart. Russell recalls that after his family's downfall, he heard that the villa was sold at a low price. He wonders how odd it is to return here in this manner. 1 week later, Ilo wakes up and enters the living room. The Flame Tower Master scans her aura and mentions that she's relieved to see that Ilo has regained much of her mana. Ilo tells her that it's all thanks to her kindness and help. Miss Daria asks about the matter they had previously discussed regarding helping with Russell's training. Ilo cheerfully replies that she's ready as ready can be. Suddenly, Ilo stops talking and asks where Russell is. Miss Daria laughs and informs her that she sent Russell to do something. Meanwhile, Russell falls off a cliff and screams at the top of his voice. Luckily for him, there's a stream of water beneath, so he falls into the water. He quickly swims back to the top and gasps for air. He looks back at where he was standing and is worried to realize he failed at the exercise again. He recalls the assignment that Miss Daria had given him a few hours ago. She asked him what the greatest thing he needed during his previous fight was. Russell thinks back to how he had to continuously use a shield to survive that fight, so he mentions that the thing he needed the most was distance. The master affirms that and tells him that in combat, Distance is the most important thing for mages. She smiles at him and asks him to watch carefully as she does something. Mysteria takes one step off the cliff, but some fire envelops the leg that she placed on the void. Shortly after, her entire body is enveloped with fire, and the master is nowhere to be seen. She suddenly appears on the other end of another cliff, still covered in fire, and crosses over to the other side. As Russell watches, he realizes that she just used space distortion magic. This particular method is called blink. After she crosses the void between the cliffs, Mysteria tells him that from this point on out, he'd have to try to cross the cliff with blink. She informs him that he's going to need it in the future. Suddenly, the screen pops up and tells him his new mission is to learn blink. It reveals that the rewards are intermediate grade mana stones. Russell finally makes his way out of the water and crawls to the shore. As he climbs back up to reach the tip of the cliff, he thinks about the method called blink, and he reasons that the ability to use this method isn't based on whether you're on a lower or higher circle. When he reaches the tip, he reasons that it's a magic that can only be learned by comprehending its logic. Our boy gets up again and tries to attempt it one more time. Russell takes another step of faith. He falls to the ground again and exclaims as he falls towards the water. Hours later, Russell manages to climb back up on the rock, and he wonders if this blink thing is really just practice or is a ploy to get him to work on his stamina. After he reaches the top, he decides to focus harder this time. Suddenly, as Russell takes another step, a field of fire appears under his leg. As he prepares to take the new step, his second leg is also enveloped by fire. As he proceeds off the cliff, he hears a startling noise from behind him telling him to act now. He falls once more, then he looks behind him and realizes that the person who interrupted him is Daria. Daria watches him fall and gives an uncomfortable smile, while our boy screams as he falls to the ground. That night, Mysteria takes Russell and Ilo to a private place in a rocky area before a fireplace. She tells Russell that starting today, he'll learn about contracts with spirits. The Flame Tower Master informs Russell that Ilo will help him with that. Ilo gets up from her seat and says she's glad to be able to help out. Our boy also thanks Ilo. When they begin, Ilo asks Russell to close his eyes slowly. She asks him to imagine something related to fire. Suddenly, Russell's entire body is soon engulfed with the fire as he thinks about fire. She informs him that she'll enter into his imagination to guide him, and she does just that. In the world of imagination, Ilo appears in Russell's mind and holds his hand to lead him across the right path. Ilo starts to explain that there's something that most people don't know. She says that the door to spirits is there for everyone. It doesn't matter if you're a human, an elf, or any entity. This doesn't matter because all entities are born of nature after all. In his mind, she starts to see visions of death and great war. Suddenly, more flames are released from Russell's body. The fire is so great that even the Flame Tower Master looks surprised. Meanwhile, Ilo, who is still checking out his mind, wonders what the torrent inside his heart is. She keeps trying to recognize it, and she sees a very disturbing image of a man getting killed. And it's too much for her to take. She peers deeper into his mind to the gate to the spirit world. Before the gate, there's a great torrent of water that separates them from the gate. She wonders what the great torrent could be. Meanwhile, Russell stands behind her, and he's weeping profusely. She keeps scanning his emotions and realizes that he's filled with hatred. When she scans deeper, she realizes it might not be hatred, but something else. In the real world, Russell frowns at the painful impact of reliving terrible memories from his past. On the spot, the mana coming from Ilo and Russell continues to increase until the light becomes blinding. The blinding nature of the mana alerts Miss Daria. She notices that the light is so bright that it looks like they're about to explode, so she decides to stop them from going further. As their manas keep increasing to an alarming rate, Miss Daria casts a spell to protect the two of them. A few hours later, Russell wakes up and finds the Flame Tower Master by his side. He sees the Flame Tower Master by his side, and he's shocked to see her standing there. He wakes up with a headache, and he asks her what happened to him. He explains to her that it felt like his mana suddenly exploded. While he speaks, Lady Ilo steps into the room. He notices some bandages around her arms and asks her what happened to her arms. Lady Ilo tries to calm him down by telling him she's okay. A morbid realization hits him, and he asks her if he did that to her. Russell becomes sad and profusely apologizes for hurting her. Later that night, Russell heads out to clear his head and gaze at the stars. Meanwhile, Miss Daria watches him from inside her office. She decides to have a chat with Lady Ilo. She asks Lady Ilo what happened exactly during the training. She says that she remembers that they reached the path leading to the Spirit's Gateway. The only issue is that upon reaching there, they were unable to go further. Ilo says that the problem was a great torrent of enormous emotions that was stopping them from accessing the portal. Ilo explains that the emotion she sensed was hatred, but it seemed more like sadness to her. She continues by saying that it was such a huge sadness that she wondered how he was able to hide it all along. Sometime later, Miss Daria calls Russell to herself. Miss Daria gladly informs him that he'll be doing his new training today. As Russell bows down to accept the new training, she bluntly lets it out that he'll have to do some cleaning. Russell stares at her in amazement and wonders what she's talking about. The Flame Tower Master informs him that he's going to help with the mansion's servants' deep cleaning for a week. Russell is shocked to hear this and wonders why his training has to do with deep cleaning the mansion. Miss Daria adds that she and Lady Elo will be heading out to the capital. Elo greets Russell goodbye and mentions that she'll see him next week. He quickly affirms and simply tells them to take care of themselves. Before they leave, Miss Daria reminds him that this isn't a punishment. He agrees to do it, but within himself he decides to clean the house and practice the blink technique in the remaining time. Before they leave, the Magic Tower Master adds more information just in case. She tells him that she's banning him from using magic this week, and Russell is shocked. After the chariot leaves, he's left in complete confusion, but he accepts his fate. Later, Russell grabs a mop and prepares to mop the hallway. Our boy decides on an equally great plan since Miss Daria has stopped him from using magic. He rushes across the room with the wet mop and tells himself that he might as well physically train himself, even though he can't use magic. While he's rushing through the hall, he slips over some water droplets that are on the ground. As he falls over, his leg incidentally kicks a nearby vase into the air. When he lands on his backside, the vase that he knocked over also shatters close to him. Suddenly, the head maid appears behind him and asks him why he was cleaning at full speed. She adds that the vase he destroyed was one that Miss Daria really cherished. He recalls how, before she left, Miss Daria had told him that all he needs is to follow the head maid's orders. In the present time, the head maid towers over Russell and waits for him to clean up the mess he made. Russell quickly gets up and tries to pack up the shards of the broken vase with his hands and apologizes for making the mess. The head maid puts up some gloves, and she informs him that she's aware that he can't use magic for a week. She hands him a napkin and tells him to please follow her directives in cleaning the house from now on. Later, Russell is tasked with dusting the vase, and the head maid suddenly shows up behind him and tells him to hold up the vase from the bottom so it doesn't fall. While he's mopping the floor, she shows up again and asks if he's considered cleaning behind the door. She seems to be everywhere he goes, and this disturbs Russell. For the rest of the day, he keeps getting more instructions and corrections as he continues his tasks. Eventually, when he finishes, he collapses somewhere and lets out a loud sigh. Our boy asks himself why he's been suddenly enlisted as a maid in his training regime. He recalls how the head maid kept coming around to mention one thing or another, and he wonders if Miss Daria is trying to train his mental strength. While he's deep in thoughts, the head maid informs him that it's time for lunch. She walks towards the kitchen and asks him to follow her. Russell, who clearly doesn't want to go anywhere with her, tells him he'll have his lunch later. The head maid glares at him and insists that he follows her in a more sinister voice. Russell has no choice but to obey. In the kitchen, the other workers in the building gather around to eat and chat with one another. Russell notices that there are a lot of people working in the villa. While he's looking around, a man next to him asks him what his name is. He quickly turns to his side to see the modest-looking man who is smiling at him. He tells him that his name is Russell Raymond. The man looks surprised when he hears that his name is Raymond, as it seems he recognizes that name. Russell starts to sweat, and he believes that the man must know about him and his family. Contrary to what he thought, the man just says he's a handsome young man and commends his black hair and red eyes. Someone call the cops. Another maid at the table overhears the man and notices Russell's red eyes, which she considers to be cool. Another worker that's standing behind our boy's table mentions that he seems pretty fit and asks him if he can touch his biceps. When he touches Russell, he almost screams out in shock, and it seems he's about to be molested. The guy smacks the back of his head and tells him that he's joking, and everyone laughs at Russell. Russell hesitantly laughs with them, but inside of him he weeps that he'd have to endure this for 1 week. He tells himself that it's most likely training, because there seems to be no other sane explanation for all this. Sometime later, Russell and the other workers go cut wood and carry them to the villa. He reasons to himself that he would have been able to finish this quickly if he could use his wizard aura, but he can't. They carry the wood past a small bridge and go back and forth. After they're done transporting and cutting the wood, the workers all sit down by the lake to celebrate a job well done. They all toast to a job well done. Russell doesn't hesitate and begins to chug the beer like an expert, which alarms the workers sitting near him. The guy smacks Russell in the back, and the shock causes him to spill out the beer in his mouth. Our boy asks the man why he suddenly hit him. The guy tells him that he's still a student and he'll lose his muscles if he drinks. Russell recalls that he's in a young person's body, and he had confused the present time with his wine-bibbing days as a mercenary. One of the elderly workers mentions that it's okay. The man pours some more beer for Russell and tells him he's supposed to learn how to drink from an adult. As the man sits down, he says that it would be a sin not to drink considering the beautiful scenery in front of them. All the people at the table look in front of them, and they see the beautiful sight of the rays of sunlight. While they watch, someone nearby says there's another sin that they would be committing. They all quickly turn back to know who's talking and why the person said that. It turns out to be the head maid who tells them that it would be a sin if they continue drinking without having snacks. She brings a basket of snacks and shares it among the workers. They all enjoy the snacks and cheer to a new family member, referring to Russell. Everyone laughs, including Russell, and there seems to be true joy in their midst. The head maid notices that Russell is happy staying with the workers, so she watches him closely. She notices him laughing with the other worker who told him not to drink. And they truly seem to be a real family. Over the next few days, the head maid supervises Russell as he cleans the roof. At night, they also gather to eat again, and everyone chats and laughs as usual. On the last day before Mr. Raya returns, Russell sits down at the fountain and realizes that tomorrow would mark 1 week since Mr. Raya and Lady Ilo had left. He feels slightly dissatisfied and wonders why. Suddenly, the head maid interrupts his thinking and points out that he likes staying by the fountain. He's shocked to see her, so he quickly gets up to greet her. She adjusts her glasses and asks him how many times he plans to greet her in one day, and Russell laughs at her statement and says he did it without thinking. She asks him if there's a reason he always comes to this spot, and he hesitates before he answers her question. Finally, he tells her that he can remember certain people when he comes here. The head maid mentions that she heard mages can teleport, and asks why he doesn't just go meet these people he's thinking about. He mentions that teleportation magic is difficult, but even if he could do it now, the people he's thinking about are at a place where he can't meet them. She sarcastically tells him that she thought mages wouldn't have any worries, and Russell jokes that her comment is absurd. As she walks away, she reminds him that tomorrow is his last cleaning day, and asks him to do his best till the end. Russell quickly affirms her instructions and tells her that he will. Before she leaves, she mentions that she doesn't know magic that well, but she thinks he's a good person. This time she doesn't call him Mr. Russell as usual but just calls him by his name. Russell is touched by her statement and just stares at her in silence. She finally jokes that even if he doesn't become a good mage, she wants to use him as a good servant. Our boy playfully replies that he'll think about it. The next morning, Russell goes outside to welcome Mr. Raya and Lady Ilo. The women ask him if he's been well, which he affirms. Miss Daria calls Russell to the side and tells him to come with her. As they walk through the garden, she mentions that she realizes that he's gone through a lot this week, and he remarks that it's not like that at all. She adds that it took quite a bit of time to search for the medicine that will restore Ilo's lost mana after the incident where they tried to reach his spirit gate. She also mentions that she checked the archives and she found something interesting. Miss Daria mentions that she found out that the villa belonged to the Raymond family in the past. Russell looks down morosely and doesn't say anything. The Flame Tower Master informs him that Ilo had told her that there was a big torrent of water in his heart, and that's why they couldn't reach the door to the spirits. She asks if he feels angry, and if not, if he feels sad. Russell still continues looking at the ground, and he tells her he feels all of that at the same time. Miss Daria tells him that all this reminds her of the first time she saw him in the library. She saw him studying voraciously to develop his magic. She realizes that he was fighting alone now that she thinks about it. She mentions that after giving it much thought, she believes he is a lonely patriarch who is trying to rebuild his family. Miss Daria decides to make him a proposition, so she asks him to take the property. Russell almost loses his mind and asks her what she means. She finally calms his nerves and tells him she's not giving it to him for free. She suggests that he become the Flame Tower's war mage and become the protector of the country. If he does that, he can earn a lot of money from it and buy this property off her hands. Russell breathes a sigh of relief when she explains what she meant. She smiles and asks him if he understands. She cheerfully adds that he doesn't need to struggle alone. That night, Miss Daria, Lady Ilo, and Russell go into the woods again for their training. Lady Ilo informs Russell that the last time, she didn't wake up his consciousness while they approached the door of spirits. She informs him that she guided him with her unconsciousness mana, but this time they'll head to the door together. Russell doesn't look so happy to do this again, and he asks her what will happen if she gets hurt again. Ilo cheers him up by mentioning that they brought a lot of medicine, but Russell tells her he'd prefer not to hurt her at all. Ilo just asks him to close his eyes and think of a fire like he did the last time. She tells him she'll wake up his imagination so he's conscious when they get there. Suddenly they reach Russell's subconscious, and our boy is able to see and identify Ilo this time. He looks at his hands and checks out what his pure mana form looks like for the first time. She leads him forward and says the journey will be smooth like the last time until they reach the torrent. As they walk further, they both stop at the edge of the cliff, and Ilo informs him that the torrent is still there. She tells him that it's still hard for them to reach the origin and get to the door of spirits. Russell moves towards the torrent, but Ilo warns him not to get close. As he gets close, he feels a strong rebuttal that pushes him backward, and he screams in pain. Lady Ilo tells him that it's dangerous enough to see and perceive this torrent, and it's worse to try to step into it. The impact of walking towards the torrent allows Russell to perceive what it's made of. and he starts to see thoughts about him successfully graduating the academy, selecting a tower to join, rebuilding his family, and revenging the death of his father. The weight of the thought shocks him, and he learns that they're things dear to his heart. He becomes sad and apologizes because these thoughts aren't something he can get rid of. Suddenly, they hear a voice asking someone how it was to stay with Russell. Russell looks up and detects that it's the voice of the Flame Tower Master, Mysteria. In the real world, the head maid reports to Mysteria that Russell was a good person. Meanwhile, in his subconscious world, Russell hears the head maid's voice and figures out that she and the Flame Tower Master must be having a conversation. Mysteria asks the head maid if she didn't leave his side like she asked her to, and the head maid affirms that. Russell continues to listen to the conversation, and he figures out the point of the week-long training. He recalls Professor Hubert, who has always had his best interest at heart. He recalls his celebration with the workers, where they had cheered for a new family member, referring to him. Another experience that touched him was the head maid's last words to him when she told him that he's a good person. Lastly, he recalls Mysteria, who told him not to struggle alone since he has people with him. Russell pieces together the whole thing and realizes there's a lesson to be learned from it, which makes tears roll down his eyes. There seems to be only one thing he can do. Even though he realizes that he can't get rid of the torrent, he gets up from his dejected state and says he can jump over the torrent. Russell recalls the training that Mysteria gave him by the cliff. As he moves towards the edge of the cliff, Lady Elo tries to stop him because it's dangerous for him to go closer. The pain from the torrent's impact continues to grow, but he continues to walk towards it and tells himself that it's okay. He tells himself that it's okay if he falls because he's not alone. As he takes his first step off the cliff, some fire appears under his foot. Elo watches in horror from behind and hopes that he survives it. Russell suddenly activates the blink method, and he disappears from the spot and leaves a trail of fire. After Russell uses the blink method, Lady Ilo doesn't see him again, so she looks at the other side to know if he has successfully crossed the cliff. Luckily, Russell appears on the other side in a pool of fire. Lady Ilo tells him that he has really done it, and Russell looks back at her and just smiles, unable to hear her. Behind him, the torrent continues to rage. The lesson here is never to face your fears or deep problems, but to just jump over them. Suddenly, a notification screen appears and notifies him that he has cleared the mission and has received an intermediate grade mana stone as a reward. Russell stands in front of the door, happy that he's been able to cross over. But it seems he doesn't know what to do next. Out of nowhere, he hears Elo's voice in his mind, and she tells him to go to the door of the light in front of him. Her voice surprises him, and he wonders how he's able to hear her. Lady Elo informs him that they can still communicate with each other because their manas are still connected. Another screen pops up and shows Russell that his new mission is to contract with a spirit. He's told to summon a spirit according to the Ilo's explanation and form a contract with the spirit. Lady Elo asks him to put his hand into the door, and he does that. After he puts his hands in, he asks her what happens now because he doesn't feel anything. She tells him that it's now up to the spirits to decide. She adds that no one knows what will happen, so Russell continues to hold out his hand into the door and wait for something to happen. Elo says that no one knows what kind of spirit will come. It's also possible that he might not get chosen, so Lady Elo reminds him to hold out his hand and just wait. Meanwhile, in the real world, Mysteria watches Russell while he's in the trance. Lady Ilo tells Russell that all they can do is wait. Russell remembers the spirit of the dragon he met, and he tries to communicate with the spirit by speaking in his heart. He says to the spirit that it's okay if it doesn't come if it's too hard to do so. He adds that he won't be upset because of that. Suddenly, a large red dragon appears around him on a magic circle. When Russell notices the dragon, he communicates the fact that he's thankful for all that has happened leading up to this moment. The dragon moves closer and touches his hands, and they sign a contract. Suddenly, they're all pulled out of the world, and Russell jolts back to reality. He opens his eyes and wonders what happened. When he fully opens his eyes, he's surprised to see a miniature red dragon on his laps. The little dragon growls in a cute way, and our boy wonders if this is how spirits look. Lady Elo and Mysteria laugh nearby. Elo congratulates him, and Mysteria informs him that there's something else to also celebrate. Russell wonders what she's talking about and figures it out when he looks at his chest. Once he looks at his chest, he suddenly realizes that he's reached the 4th circle. Meanwhile, the cute red dragon continues to roar. Suddenly, another screen pops up and notifies our boy that he has awakened new knowledge with the spirit summoning and has reached the 4th circle. He's told he will receive unknown extra rewards. Russell reads the text and wonders what the extra rewards could be. While he's thinking, the little red dragon roars again, trying to catch his attention, and flies upwards. The dragon jumps on his head and cuddles into his hair. The little dragon starts to bite his hair and continues to roar. Elo comes to play with the dragon, and she mentions that she doesn't think it's a normal spirit. She asks him if he'll give him a fitting name. She tells him that naming him would complete the contract. Miss Daria affirms her words and tells Russell to give him a good name. Russell stares at the little dragon and tries to figure out a name. He mentions that it's red. Because it's red, he suggests to name him Bacon, and the ladies open their mouths in shock. Russell realizes his dark humor and laughs. Our boy thinks again and asks what they think about the name Pepper. The little dragon makes a cute roaring noise, and it seems he likes it. Elo fawns over Pepper and says it's a cute name, and Miss Daria says it's not bad. Russell thinks to himself that Pepper would be short for pepperoni, but he doesn't tell them that. Miss Daria suggests that they go celebrate, and they can start the real special training tomorrow. Russell continues to play with Pepper, and he says he's looking forward to the training. He continues to play with Pepper, who continues to test his vocal cords with an adorable growl. And Russell tells Pepper it's nice to meet him. A month later, we return back to the academy. In front of the gate, all the professors line up to receive some important guests on the day where the towers finally choose students. One of the professors says he wonders how many graduates will be chosen this year. Another teacher close by mentions that it's basically already decided. While they talk, an announcement is made that the kingdom's White Tower's judge has arrived. The judge arrives with one of the students, and the teacher that was talking mentions that each tower had picked out individuals to train all semester. Shortly after, the kingdom's Yellow Tower's judge arrives with the candidate they had been training all semester. Moments later, the kingdom's Spear Tower's judge arrives with a female student they've been training. The professors continue to gossip, and one other professor mentions that they need to do something more for these special students that have been shortlisted, and they all agree. When they notice Hubert frowning at them, they quickly change their discussion and say they need to do something special for everyone in the school, and not a few. Hubert glares at them, and he asks how they can call these children their students if they only prefer a few talented students. While they talk, another announcement is made that the kingdom's Flame Tower's judge has arrived. The students standing nearby are scared because the Flame Tower is one of the most prominent towers in the kingdom. Unlike what they all expected, a different person named Vermilion Olsen steps out of the Flame Tower's coach. Professor Hubert looks at Vermilion and wonders why he's here. Vermilion looks pretty tough, and he looks around to look for Russell. When he doesn't find him, he mentions that it seems that he's not here yet. Professor Hubert becomes worried that it would seem that Miss Daria doesn't plan to choose Russell, because she sent Vermilion as the judge. Meanwhile, someone teleports across the sky using fire magic. It turns out to be Russell, who is rushing to get to the ceremony early. Vermilion notices the strange presence and looks upwards to know who it is. Russell eventually lands nearby and lets out a sigh of relief. He realizes he was almost late but is glad that he made it in the nick of time. Russell's gaze meets with Vermilion, and he's shocked to see him here. Vermilion just stares at him absently, as if he doesn't know him. Vermilion turns around and walks towards the academy and goes past the line of teachers. He smirks in an evil manner and tells himself that it's going to be fun to enjoy breaking Russell. In a flashback to when Russell decided to leave Maldiva for the academy, he thanks Miss Daria, Lady Ilo, and the head maid for all they've done for him. He wishes Lady Ilo safe travels as she heads back to her hometown, and she thanks him for his goodwill. Before he leaves a message for the head maid. He informs her that he'll return as the owner of the property, and he asks her to manage the place well for him in the meantime. The head maid just laughs and says she hopes it ends up as he expects. He thanks them for all they did for him in the short time they spent together. Miss Daria tells him she has one request for him on his way back. She hands him a sealed envelope and tells him to deliver the letter to Hubert for her. Russell receives the letter and promises to deliver the letter as she requested. She thanks him, but he notices she doesn't look too well. He wonders what the content of the letter is and why she seems down. In the present time, Russell and the professor sit down in his office. Russell gives him the letter, and Professor Hubert mentions that it's a relief that he's arrived at the right time. The professor reads the letter and tells him that the only issue is that it would be hard for him to help out during the selection. He covers up the content of the letter and explains that something that he has to do quickly came up. Russell smiles and says that it's fine. Before he leaves, Professor Hubert gives him a piece of advice that could prove useful. He informs Russell not to take Brother Olsen lightly because he can be a force to be reckoned with. The professor tells him that he cannot afford to try his best. He must be the best. He adds that he's sure that Russell can do it and pats his shoulder. Russell smiles at him and tells him not to worry. Suddenly the screen notifies our boy that his new mission is the tower selection. His mission is to show an overwhelming difference in levels and receive the acknowledgement of the 10 selection judges. Shortly after, the first round of the selection begins. All the students sit in front of a professor to write a preliminary written exam. Russell considers that the written exam isn't hard. He recalls that he flunked this exam in his previous life, so it isn't so much of a challenge to him now. He considers the fact that there is something else to be worried about. The major thing to be worried about is the letter that Professor Hubert received. From his previous life, he recalls that after the professor received the letter, his trips became more frequent, so frequent that he won't be able to teach his academy classes. Shortly after that, Professor Hubert would pass away the year he gets his sabbatical. After he finishes the exam, he steps outside. He thinks to himself that he doesn't know what exactly happened to Professor Hubert in his past life. He believes his death occurred due to a really dangerous task. He mentions that Professor Hubert must have passed from a really dangerous task that is left to a high-ranking mage in the Flame Tower. After the results are collated, Russell Raymond is announced as the student with the top score in the written exam. Some of the students are shocked he got the top score. Others think it's incredible. Some say he studied well, and others feel jealous. Meanwhile, Russell's mind is not even focused on the selection process. He thinks about the death of the professors that's about to begin, and he wonders if he's able to stop it. Shortly after, the second stage of the selection process is announced, and the students are told that the interview test will begin shortly. The students all sit down somewhere, and they're told to only come in when their name is called. After some students are interviewed, Russell is called. He steps into the interview hall and sees his professors sitting by his left and the 10 judges right in front of him. He tells himself that the evidence that he can change things is right before his eyes. Russell considers that he doesn't recall seeing Brother Olsen come to the selection process as a judge in his previous life. The fact that he's here means he has changed the past, and that means he can join the Flame Tower and stop the deaths of the professors. To do that, Russell realizes that he needs to be acknowledged by the judges. Meanwhile, Vermilion Olsen stares at him with contempt in his eyes. The professors announce the rule and tell him that the judges will ask him a question, and he has to respond shortly and verbally. The White Tower judge decides that they start right way, so she reads out her first question about a formula created by the mage Orugan Gong 3 years ago. A series of questions are thrown at our boy, and he answers them well and articulately. The hardest part of the interview questions is a hidden second task. Shortly after, the seat where the judges are starts to shine bright as they release bursts of mana to see if he can stay composed to address their questions as they release the mana. It's customary to the selection process, and Russell tells himself that he'd have to endure the mana exertion of the selection judges. He remembers that he always failed this part in his previous life, and he would profusely cough until he almost passed out. In the present time, he confidently endures the mana subjection and continues to answer their questions. The Yellow Tower judge mentions that Russell is incredible because his expression doesn't change despite the swirling mana storm. Meanwhile, Vermilion Olsen doesn't seem impressed. Brother Olsen smirks and mentions that this isn't much of a mana storm. He suddenly amplifies the intensity to know if Russell will be able to bear it when it gets stronger. Russell notices the strange change in the mana intensity, and it becomes harder to withstand its effect. Olsen just smirks, and the effect of the mana storm starts to affect the guards who are standing behind the judges. The Yellow Tower judge looks at Olsen, and he confirms that he's really a crazy tiger. The Yellow Tower judge tells himself that the candidate could die if this continues. Russell starts to find it a bit harder to cope, but he doesn't budge. He continues to look right at the judge as he expects their next question. The Spear Tower judge is shocked to see that Russell is enduring this barrage of mana. He notices that even the newly appointed professors assigned to the examination are having a hard time enduring the intense mana storm. The Spear Tower judge considers that Russell is surely a desirable genius. Suddenly, the system brings up a notification that Russell has managed to get the acknowledgement of 9 judges out of 10. Olsen continues the intensity, but he is surprised to see that Russell is enduring it. He decides to increase the intensity a little bit more to know if our boy will be able to survive. Russell starts to get pretty uncomfortable, but he manages to maintain his position. Vermilion Olsen doesn't back down and keeps increasing the intensity of the mana storm. Suddenly, the Spear Tower judge places a hand on Olsen's shoulder and informs him that they have other interviews to perform, so he needs to stop. Olsen hisses at the Spear Tower judge's comment, but he decides to stop. Olsen retorts that it's such a shame because it was about to get fun. Meanwhile, Russell stands resolute, but his clasped hands start to shake behind him. Meanwhile, the new professors, who have been sweating profusely, rejoice that they survived the mana storm. One of the judges commends our boy that he did well and informs him that he can leave. They ask the next person to come in, and Russell heads out of the room. Our boy collapses on the waiting chair after the intense exam. He heaves a sigh and says within himself that he thought he was going to pass out. Suddenly, a notice screen pops up. The screen tells him that he has gained the acknowledgement of 9 selection judges out of 10. Russell smiles uncomfortably when he realizes that the system is trying to tell him this isn't enough, and he needs one more to pass the mission. He laughs within himself and says Olsen isn't an easy target. After the second test, the judges from the towers walk through the hall, and they talk about Russell Raymond. The Spear Tower judge mentions that Russell is the student that the Fire Tower Master has been keeping an eye on, which means he's off limits for them. The Yellow Tower Master mentions that he's a student that anyone would want on their side, and it's a pity that he's already taken. Vermilion Olsen doesn't say a word and just walks in front of them. The White Tower judge cheerfully asks Olsen when he's going to start to train Russell as the youngest Flame Tower disciple, but she's met with some rebuttal. Olsen angrily turns back and asks her who told her the boy is going to be his junior. The White Tower judge realizes she stepped on a nerve, so she quickly tries to rephrase what she said. The other judges just watch uncomfortably, and Olsen angrily turns away from them. They wonder why he's so uptight. Olsen recalls a time when he had taken some newbies that just got enrolled into the Flame Tower into the field to fight. In the flashback, one of the newbies doesn't do a great job at maintaining the barrier while some swordsmen attack them. The enemy strikes their barrier and cracks it. The knights kick down the younger mages and stab them to death. That night, Olsen eventually takes out all their enemies, but the younger ones don't survive the ambushment. As he stands amidst the dead bodies, tears roll down his eyes as he mourns their deaths. In the present day, he remembers that if there is one weakling among them that falls, everyone falls. It seems this is why he's so hard on Russell. Shortly after, the third round of the screening test begins, and they all gather outside. The organizers announce to the participants that their next test is something like a treasure hunt of sorts. The man tells them that they'll have to go into the lush Walker Hill forest, and they'd have to find green mana stones. He announces that they will be awarded points based on the number of Man-W stones they can find and the order in which they return. Russell reasons that some of the other guys will be desperate enough to try to steal other people's mana stones, so he has to be careful. They're told to line up so they can be released into the forest. While they're forming a line, a notification screen appears before Russell again and tells him that the last part of the mission is winning Olsen's approval. He looks at the screen blankly, and he wonders if senior disciple Olsen will even acknowledge him at all. He considers how he's been treating him since the screening began, and he wonders if Olsen will still approve him if he clears the third round. While he's still thinking, he hears the announcement to start searching. Russell joins the other boys and they scurry into the woods to find the green stones. As the boys rush into the woods to find the stones, our boy decides that there's one thing he can do to find the stones faster. Moments later, Russell uses some fire magic and begins to summon Pepper. Pepper soon appears in his arms, and Russell tells him it's been a while. He apologizes for keeping him away and explains that he couldn't use magic at school. Pepper seems quite excited to see him and playfully roars like he always does. Russell asks Pepper if he can help him and summons his compartment to bring a red mana stone. He tells Pepper he needs him to help find a stone that looks like this. He moves the stone closer to the spirit, and Pepper sniffs it. Pepper picks up the scent of the mana stone and flies away when he detects a scent nearby. Russell notices Pepper heading in a direction and excitedly mentions that it seems he's found one. For some time, our boy follows the spirit through the woods as they continue their quest to find the stones. Soon after, they reach a spot where there seems to be a red magic circle. Meanwhile, in another part of the kingdom, some people have a discussion inside a magic material store. A man in a cloak who appears to be a Flame Tower guardian questions the store owner and asks him where the mage he traded with went. The man, who looks quite confused, tells him that he doesn't know, and all he did was to sell him some raw materials for a ritual. The interrogator changes his voice and asks him if he knows the truth about the ritual he speaks of. He asks him if he knows that the mage came to buy those materials for a pagan spell. The man is shocked to hear that his customer had bought materials for a pagan spell. The guardian pushes him roughly to get him to talk. He tells the man that aiding a cult is the same as treason against the kingdom, and the man realizes he's in a lot of trouble. The guardian, who is now very angry, asks one more time if he knows where the mage went. The man stammers and repeats that he doesn't really know where the man went. He goes on to say that all that he heard was that a snarly woman who kills people by burning them had taken a disciple. And this mage they're looking for has gone to check it out. In a flashback, this dangerous mage watches as Miss Dadia speaks to Russell and Maldiva. The mage watches as Russell receives a cape of the Flame Tower Guardians from the Flame Tower Master. The Guardian lets go of the man and thinks to himself that the person these people from the cult have a grudge with is no one else but his teacher. He uncovers his face, and it's clear that it's Professor Hubert. The professor rushes outside, and he tells himself that Russell is in danger. Professor Hubert's body is consumed by fire, and he runs from the place using teleportation magic, running to warn the academy about how dangerous the screening test is. Meanwhile, one of the students looks around and curses when he can't find any of the mana stones. He complains that he's unable to use light magic because he doesn't want to attract the attention of other contestants and become their target. As the guys walk further into the woods, he notices a dark, strange figure. The boy stops when he sees the moving figure and he exclaims. The boy sends a wind arrow at the strange figure, but nothing happens. The attack doesn't seem to do any damage. The boy notices that it looks like a man, so he tells the person that he startled him. The candidate keeps watching the strange figure, and he wonders if he's also a candidate. When he doesn't get a response, he decides to turn around because he thinks he's dead. He wonders whether to check on him, but he decides to ignore the man since it's a competition, and it's every man for himself. As he walks away, he gets an idea. He looks back at the strange figure and reasons that this strange guy might just have a stash of mana stones he can take. When he turns back to check out the man's dead body, he doesn't find him there. When he notices the spot is empty, he wonders where the strange figure went. He notices something moving behind him and quickly glances back, and he's shocked by what he sees. A loud scream ripples through the forest, and it's clear the contestant is down. Meanwhile, Russell keeps following Pepper around to find the mana stones. As they move in, Russell wonders if they've gotten to the middle of the forest. Right in the middle of the field, there's a bag that looks like it's filled with a bunch of green mana stones. Russell comes closer and wonders why the mana stones are in one place when it was supposed to be a treasure hunt. Russell pats Pepper in the head and tells him he did a good job, but he reasons that something seems strange about this place. He notices something else inside the bag and crouches down to see it. It turns out to be a golem's core. Our boy picks up the core and notices that it's broken. As he inspects it, he notices that it looks like it was broken before a golem was even summoned. As he investigates, Pepper seriously growls at something behind him, so he turns behind to see what it is. Suddenly, a series of spikes emerge from the earth and try to impale Russell. The spikes keep coming out of earth and keep advancing to where our boy is crouched. Russell notices the spike and wonders what the heck is going on. The spikes from the earth start rapidly moving forward and extend higher, so Russell quickly activates his wizard body aura and jumps out of the way. As he jumps out of the way, he sees a different attack with light magic, and Russell wonders how his attacker is quickly able to switch magic like that. Balls of light float in the sky and shoot dangerous beams to the ground. The balls keep shooting beams at our boy, but he manages to dodge each attack because he's quick on his feet when he uses his magic aura. As the attack continues, Russell figures out that he's not being attacked by one person. Suddenly, some magic spears are fired at him while he's not looking, but luckily Pepper spots them. Pepper quickly releases some fire out of his mouth and burns the spears before it reaches Russell. Russell looks behind and realizes Pepper had deflected the attack, so he commends him for doing a good job. Our boy quickly summons his firebolt. He shoots bolts of fire through the light balls and breaks them. The explosion from the impact is quite great, and it causes smoke to break out in the surroundings. Russell tries to peer through the smoke, and he wonders why he's being attacked. Even though the attacks have suddenly stopped and there's a moment of silence, Russell still maintains his firebolt. When the smoke clears, Russell sees the 3 mages he's been fighting against hiding in the bushes. When he looks closely, he recognizes them as the honor students that have been selected by the towers. Beside another bush, the White Tower honor student, who's been using light magic, hides there. Russell also notices the Spear Tower honor student, and he asks them why they're using cowardly tactics like this. The Yellow Tower honor student tells him to shut him and asks him how a bastard like him was able to discover the mana stone first. The guy reasons that he's sure that they're the only ones who knew about the mana stone's location. When he looks closer at Russell, he notices Pepper behind him, so he realizes he has a spirit with him. The Spear Tower honor student also notices the spirit, and she proclaims that she understands how he found the mana stone so quickly. The White Tower honor student also notices and wonders how Russell had managed to hide this level of skill that allows him to contract with a spirit from them. Russell just laughs at their words and asks them what's so great about finding the mana stone so quickly. He adds that they make it seem as if he shouldn't have found it. Russell finally tells them that something comes to his mind as he thinks of this scenario. He informs them that he knows that they made a secret deal with some of the professors to get them to put all the mana stones in one place where only they would know. The Yellow honor student doesn't say anything, but he only thinks to himself that Russell is a quick thinker. Our boy says that he doesn't have the intention of getting involved in their secret deal, but he tells them to get out of his way. The Yellow Tower honor student gets angry at his words, so he activates his aura and rushes towards him. As the guy rushes towards him, Russell suddenly disappears and appears behind him. He smiles and whispers into his ears that they'll regret it if they don't let him go ahead, shocking the guy. The Spear Tower honor student also notices it and is shocked. The White Tower honor student opens his mouth wide as he realizes that Russell just used the blink teleportation magic. While they're still at it, Pepper begins to growl at something that seems to be hidden inside the woods. Russell notices this and asks him what's wrong. He quickly realizes that they're not alone, so he looks into the woods to investigate what's wrong. Russell notices that the trees are moving. He turns toward the Yellow Tower student and asks him if the professors who are helping them told them that they would also destroy the golem core that he found in the bag. The Yellow Tower honor student tells him that they didn't. The other students walk forward, and they mention that they also thought it was strange that a broken golem core was in the bag. Russell suddenly unhands the other guy when he realizes there's some trouble brewing. He quickly summons a firebolt when he hears some noise coming from the forest. He focuses away from them and looks at the forest and says that something is coming. The birds in the forest also begin to fly away in response to whatever is disturbing the peace. Inside the woods, some ferocious and dark-looking monsters with green eyes rush towards the boys. When Russell spots them, he exclaims and mentions that they're the undead. The Spear Tower honor students ask how the undead got into the testing area, and the rest of them look scared. The Yellow Tower honor student suddenly freezes due to fear, and he tells himself that he needs to run away. As he turns to the side to make a run for it, he finds out that there is nowhere to go. He stops in his tracks, and a look of despair develops across his face. The undead form a large circle around them, and there's nowhere to run. Suddenly, Russell creates a large firewall around them while Pepper goes to fight off some of the beasts. The Yellow Tower honor student sees the firewall and realizes that Russell is using fourth circle magic, which none of them have attained. Russell looks at them and tells each of them to pick a direction to face and fight the monsters that manage to break through the walls. The students just stare at him speechless, crippled by fear. Our boy shouts at them and tells them to answer him because they're running out of time. They all stammer and give an answer, as they realize that they're the ones who were ambushed when they thought they were the ones setting an ambush for him. The Yellow Tower honor student says to himself that it's hard to think that they were picking a fight with someone like him. If they had gone ahead, something really bad would have happened. While he thinks, an undead manages to break through the wall in his direction. As the undead cross the wall, they're met with fire arrows that pierce into them due to Russell's quick reaction. Russell tells them that the firewall is only a temporary measure, and they need to find the sorcerer who summoned the undead beasts. Meanwhile, inside the woods, two sorcerers who are controlling the beasts chat with one another. One tells the other that the child from the flame tower is here, referring to Russell. And the other one laughs and says he wonders how long Russell will last. In the middle of the forest, some of the undead keep breaking through the firewall. One hefty-looking zombie guy breaks in again. He ends up with a hole in his head as he's hit with a bolt of fire. Russell stands in front of the headless zombie, and he thinks about how these undead monsters must have surfaced. He thinks about the heretics who seek forbidden magic. He recalls that in the past, the Flame Tower Master had brutally killed the members of this heretic cult. He wonders if these new ones are remnants of the old heretic movement that survived the destruction. Our boy wonders what the heretics are now planning to do by coming here. As he's thinking, three undeads who have managed to break through the fire come towards him. He releases another firebolt and creates wide holes in their heads. Russell realizes that going deep into his thoughts will affect him, so he decides to focus on the fight in front of him. He analyzes that the magic that they're using is a type of curse. Russell recalls that one of the characteristics of such curses is that it uses low levels of mana. So the longer the fight drags on, the more they'll be at a disadvantage because they're expending a lot of mana to fight this swarm of undead soldiers. He quickly turns back at the other guy and tells them to use their mana efficiently. He explains that they can do this by decreasing their firepower and aiming for the vital points of the undead army. The Yellow Tower honor student hears him and says that's easy to say but harder to do. The White Tower honor student agrees and says that the selection judges will be here soon anyways, so they only need to hold out until they arrive. The Spear Tower honor student overhears him and tells him that the selection judges won't come, and the Yellow Tower honor student asks her what she's talking about. Russell agrees with the White Tower honor student and says he's right. He adds that there's no way that the selection judges won't notice this. They're sent from the capital's prestigious magic towers, and they definitely would have noticed this wicked form of energy around them. The Spear Tower honor student doesn't agree and says that their enemies are probably using a trap to erase all signs of mana. Russell remembers the circle he saw just moments before discovering this site, and it seems that the girl's theory is right. The Yellow Tower honor student starts to get worried that they'll have to face this many people on their own. The Spear Tower honor student realizes the best thing they can do is to follow Russell's advice, so she tells them to reduce the size of their attacks and make the edges sharper, and she does the same to her ice spears. She reshapes the spears and fires 3 of them at the heads of 3 zombies, and the attacks knock them down easily. Meanwhile, the White Tower honor student starts to streamline his beam of lights to minimize the amount of mana he's using. One of the sorcerers notices that the students are saving their mana, so he informs his fellow that they're quick-witted. The other sorcerer, who appears to be his senior, tells him that it doesn't matter because he's about to give them a problem that will cause them not to be able to save their mana. Right behind them, there's a large undead troll monster with a huge metal axe. In the middle of the firewall, the students notice something different coming through the fire. This time, the large monster easily walks through the fire, bearing his metal axe and armor. It looks like it's about to go down. The monster looks at them with green eyes and growls angrily. The students all stop fighting, shocked to see a troll in their midst. The Spear Tower honor student quickly creates a trail of ice in front of the troll to make it slip and lose its footing, while the White Tower honor student tries to attack it. The White Tower honor student releases some light balls and attempts to fire deadly beams at it. The student fires the troll with several beams with a magic called Crystal Laser. After the attack ends, the troll doesn't look affected at all, and there's not a single wound on the beast. All their attacks did was to make it angrier. The troll raises its sword and proceeds to pummel the White Tower honor student to the ground. The student just stands in front of him, crippled with fear and unsure of where to run. The boy just stands there, scared to his bones. Suddenly Russell summons his signature move and brings out the blaze lance. Before anyone can say Jack Robinson, Russell leaps to weeds the monster with his lance in hand and cuts through its chest with maximum release of power. The lance cuts through the troll's chest and burns through its body. Russell lands back on the ground and watches to see how much damage was done. Meanwhile, inside the woods, the core that the sorcerer was using to control the troll suddenly breaks, and that shocks him. The junior laments to the senior that Russell managed to take down a whole troll in one blow. But his senior just angrily fumes. Inside the firewall, the Spear Tower honor students notice that the magic that Russell just used is distinct. She scans the sword and realizes that the power from it rivals the destructive power of 5th level circle magic. She keeps staring at Russell, and she wonders if he's a student in the same academy as she is. Russell doesn't notice her staring at him, but something in the sky suddenly catches his eye. He looks into the sky and notices Pepper flying around a particular region. In the camp of the enemy, the sorcerers notice Pepper hovering over them, and they're unsure of what to do. Russell smirks when he picks up the signal, and he excitedly mentions that he's been able to find out where they're hiding. Russell activates his wizard body to give him more strength to do what he's about to do. He bends backward with the blazing lance and proceeds to throw. His eyes whiten and fill up with rage as he gathers all his strength to make the throw. Russell throws the lance with all of his might and a little more, so he tells them that it's his turn to attack them. A blast of fire emerges from where the boy is and heads right into the woods to where the sorcerers are staying. The two sorcerers see the advancing bolt coming towards them, and the junior tells his supervisor that they need to dodge because their location has been exposed. The blazing lance keeps tearing through the sky, and it heads for the two sorcerers. The senior sorcerer decides not to dodge the attack and says that they need to block it. To block it, they control several of the undead to stand in the way of the blazing lance and take on the impact. The undead rush right towards the lance as if it's their long-lost cousin. The zombies collide with the lance with a strong impact, and an explosion ensues. The senior sorcerer becomes shocked by what happens next. It seems that his idea of using the undead as a body shield doesn't work so well, because the lance rips through them and continues to head towards them. The man quickly starts to create a shield to repel the lance backwards. Soon after, a great explosion occurs in the forest, and the students see it from where they're standing. Russell looks at the spot and wonders if he was able to get them. The undead army that was attacking them seems to have stopped after he sent an attack to those who were controlling them. From the spot where the explosion occurs, the senior sorcerer curses that Daria seems to have raised a monster. The sorcerer holds up the junior sorcerer, whom he had used as a body shield from the attack. He mentions that they were saving a secret weapon to fight the selection judges. The senior sorcerers smirks and say that it seems that they'd have to use it on Russell first. In the middle of the forest, Russell sees something shocking. Some undead skeletons advance toward them while holding some students from their academy hostage. About a dozen undead skeletons come out with a student from their academy each, and they're unable to fight back without injuring their colleagues. In the academy, some of the crooked professors try to stop Professor Hubert from entering the examination center and respectfully protest that only selection judges are allowed in there. Hubert doesn't listen to them and charges inside to speak to his superior, senior brother Olsen. Olsen sees him and asks him if the mission he went on is over. Professor Hubert quickly informs him that the cult followers are also on the move. Professor Hubert tells him that the cult members are after Russell and that the candidates at the examination grounds are also in danger. This provokes Olsen, who asks how the cult members got the effrontery to cause trouble where he's present. Meanwhile, in the woods, the sorcerer informs the students not to move as much as a finger if they don't want trouble. He controls the undead to make the captives kneel, and they point their swords at them. The sorcerer tells them that he'll kill all the captives and turn them into his soldiers if they make any funny moves. Russell remains silent, and he notices that the sorcerer had gagged all the captives to prevent them from casting spells. He considers teleporting towards the guy using his blink method and piercing through him with his blaze lance. The issue with that is that the guy can quickly control the undead to kill the captives before he dies, and that not be a good plan. He'll not only kill the captives, he'll kill them all. The sorcerer tells them not to try to resist and says they should step forward. The sorcerer specifically requests that Russell steps forward, referring to him as the kid from the flame tower. Russell confirms his suspicions that they came here to get him. He clenches his fist and creates an aura, but he decides it's not a good idea to fight back. Our boy slowly walks forward, as was instructed to avoid any bloodshed. The sorcerer tells him that he thinks it's impressive that he'd give up his life to rescue his friends. Russell scoffs and says these guys are barely his friends. He says they're people who prey on the weak to their own advantage. The Yellow Tower honor student overhears him and realizes they're fried. He also adds that they're those who will get closer to the strong to their own advantage. The Spear Tower honor student overhears him, and she doesn't feel too good about herself. Russell continues by saying that all he ever got from the other students was scorn, loathing, and envy. He says that they're all just people that are jealous of others. The sorcerer looks at him in silence, processing what he had just said. Russell breaks the silence and tells him he probably cannot understand. He says he's doing this because it's the mission of a guardian to protect people. His words shock the rest of the guys who had expected him to express hatred and enmity. The sorcerer doesn't understand his logic and asks how he can still be thinking about missions and justice in a world where the strong praise over the weak. The sorcerer says that words like that are too big to be coming from weak people. Russell smiles at his remark and retorts that it's funny he's saying that because he's been hiding at the back all day and hasn't had the courage to kill his enemies by himself. His words sting the sorcerer, who tries to calm himself. The sorcerer decides to respond and says he'll oblige him since he wants him so much. Suddenly, one of the undead skeletons comes behind Russell and ties up his arm. The sorcerer controls the undead to gag Russell's mouth so he can't cast spells, and tells him he'll kill him with his own hands since he wants that so much. The sorcerer calls him the Flame Tower Kid, as an evil aura surrounds him entirely. After our boy is subdued, the man grabs an odd-looking green sword and jokes that it's a shame that he won't be able to hear his screams as he kills him. But he realizes that he doesn't have a choice. The man walks closer to him and brings the knife closer to stab him. Russell recalls that there's a type of magic that does not need you to chant spells to use them. This type of magic is one that you can cast from within your mind. He remembers the time when he had just contracted with the spirit, and the system appeared to inform him that he would be gaining an extra reward for attaining great enlightenment by summoning spirits. He remembers wondering what the additional reward was. In the flashback, the system delivers a strange ring to him. Back in the present, he thinks about how artifact magic is the type of magic that allows you to use magic without actually casting spells. The ring is called a cloudy ring, and it has the shapes of a ring, but it transforms into a thundercloud when needed. Suddenly, a strong thundercloud develops over the place where they are. The sorcerer doesn't notice it and continues to pour out threats about what he's about to do. The man tells him that his death will be the first of many in their revenge plan. Suddenly, the sorcerer hears a lightning strike behind him, and he wonders what's going on. As he looks up, he notices a strange thundercloud in the sky. Meanwhile, Russell, who is still tied down by the undead, starts to release streaks of lightning from his body. When the time is right, our boy summons the thundercloud in his mind, and he tells it to crush them all. The magnitude of the lightning strike is so large that even the honor students have to cover their faces to avoid getting blinded by the enormous light released. The lightning strike continues to hit on the spot, and everyone that seems to be in its way becomes barbecue. The sorcerer passes out and drops the core he was using to control the undead on the ground, and it breaks. The man just stands there and seems to be experiencing some rigor mortis as the electric charges run through his body. Finally, he falls to the ground, and the other undead soldiers follow suit, but Russell is the only one standing. Russell, who is still pretty electrified, tries to loosen the rope that was used to tie him from behind. Suddenly, someone appears behind him and helps him out. It turns out to be the Spear Tower honor student, who tells him that she can't believe that he thought of artifact magic in a situation like this. She whispers within herself that this guy is really something. After she frees him, Russell smiles at her comment and thanks her for helping him out. The Spear Tower honor student scratches her head and tells him that they're the ones that are supposed to be thanking him. She quickly turns around and says that they have to call the judges here quickly. She informs Russell that it looks like everyone needs treatment. Meanwhile, the Yellow Tower honor student removes the rope from another student's hands and tells him not to forget to notify the judges what he did for him. Russell assures the Spears Tower honor student that the judges are going to arrive soon, so she asks him how they'd know about what's going on here. Russell just smirks and informs her that his friend will guide them here. Nearby, Pepper finds the trap that the sorcerers had used to block the mana and burns it with his breath. Through the entire forest, Pepper manages to create a trail of fire to direct anyone who's willing to find the students. Russell explains the plan to the Spear Tower honor student, who is astounded by his brilliance, and she wonders how many steps ahead he was thinking. As she walks away, Russell notices his ring is still releasing lightning. He looks at the cloudy ring on his fingers and realizes that it uses much more mana than is expected. As the Spear Tower honor student walks past the unconscious bodies, the body of the sorcerer starts to move. With his face half burnt, he starts to chant to his spirit, and he tells it that his devotion is to it. As he dies, he proclaims that he devotes his life, his lifespan, and even this death. Russell and the Spear Tower honor student hear him talk, so they quickly turn around to investigate the issue. The sorcerer invokes a terrible spell that combines his body with all the bodies of the undead army to summon something called a giant skeleton. Soon after, a huge undead skeleton emerges, and it looks like he's here to get revenge. Russell winces from its bright aura and realizes that the monster is something that far exceeds the fifth circle. The Spear Tower honor student urges the others to quickly run into the forest, because the new enemy is quite formidable. The Yellow Tower honor student is the first to run away. Before he leaves, he spots the bag with the green mana stones and considers taking it. The Spear Honor student notices Russell isn't running and questions why he's staying to fight. Russell explains that the large monster is targeting him. He says he's the only one who can buy time until the judges arrive. Meanwhile, Olsen and Professor Hubert rush to the training field. The girl reasons that Russell should be out of mana by now and wonders what he plans to do. The monster quickly raises its claws and smashes the spot where Russell is standing. Russell teleports from the spot because the attack can't be blocked with a shield. He prepares his blaze lance and concludes that even one strike can be quite dangerous. He decides to quickly attack with the blaze lance. The lance cuts a deep gash in the monster, but it looks far from dead. Russell observes that the attack injured the monster, but realizes it's going to be harder than he thought. He notices the flesh beginning to regrow and hisses, wondering if it also has the ability to regenerate. While he's thinking, the monster strikes at him with its tail, but misses. The monster quickly launches another attack right in front of his face. He manages to dodge that one, but the monster responds before he can regain his footing. He realizes he's in trouble and exclaims. Out of nowhere, some ice strikes the tail and deflects the attack, surprising Russell, who is about to be impaled. Nearby, the Spear Tower Honor student loudly reminds Russell that he saved her life, so she can't just leave him behind. The monster is shocked by the intruder and looks toward her. Meanwhile, the other students scurry away to safety. She reminds him of what he said, that this is the mission of a guardian. Meanwhile, the White Tower Honor student and some others turn back when they hear the monster roaring. The Yellow Tower student questions why they're going back and calls them crazy. He insists it's not his problem if something happens to them. Meanwhile, the junior sorcerer wakes up, revealing he didn't die after all. He notices the monster and wonders if it could be a sacrifice spell his senior cast. He laughs at Russell and sneers that it serves him right. Meanwhile, the other students return to join Russell in the fight. The White Tower Honor student apologizes for being late, but Russell is surprised they came back. He looks at them in confusion. Eventually he smiles, glad to have the support. He summons his blaze lance and eagerly tells them he won't stop them since they want to fight together. However, he instructs them to follow his lead if they want to survive and win this fight. Meanwhile, the Spear Tower Honor student continues battling the monster. Russell announces to the others that he'll create a crack with his blaze lance, so they need to put their all into it. He launches his lance one more time and aims right for the monster's face. When the lance almost reaches its target, he signals the others to fire their attacks. The combined assault results in a great explosion. Half of the monster's face is blown off, but it's still standing. Russell tells them to go one more time, but his hands are now shaking. He immediately attempts to summon another blaze lance. Meanwhile, the professors find the route that Pepper created. Russell declares that everyone has joined him because it's the mission of a guardian, so they have to push further. He tells himself he needs to protect them, so he generates another blaze lance and sets it to full output. His eyes become reptilian, signaling that he's in his dragon mode. He fires the lance at the monster at full power as the other students launch their attacks. The great fire from the lance flies through the air and strikes the monster's face again. Shortly after, Vermilion closes in on the huge monster. He's shocked to see the students fighting a massive skeleton. He wonders what these weaklings are trying to accomplish together, and remarks that they should have just run away. Vermilion Olsen believes that being fragile is a weakness. To him, if one person falls, everyone else falls along with them. Meanwhile, he observes Russell generating his blaze lance at full output and directing it at the monster. As he waits to see what will happen, he notices the lance tearing through the monster. At that moment, Vermilion realizes that if one of these weak ones rises up, all of them rise up. He watches as their combined effort triggers a large explosion that takes the monster's head clean off. Suddenly, the head of the senior sorcerer is exposed, making it clear that he's the one controlling it. He cries out that it's not over yet, and the monster begins to heal again. Vermilion quickly takes charge and launches himself at the monster. He uses a magic spell called Overheat, channeling a great deal of energy into his hand. The sorcerer is stunned as he spots Vermilion charging toward him. Vermilion calls him a wicked being and commands him to disappear. The attack is so intense that it almost blinds the students. The monster is completely vaporized by the attack. Russell smiles at Vermilion and remarks that he should have come faster if he was going to intervene. He suddenly collapses from mana exhaustion. Professor Hubert catches him and commends his good work. Vermilion smiles at him and seems impressed. The screen shows that he's gained the approval of the last judge and has been awarded an intermediate stone. Sometime later, Russell wakes up somewhere else. He gets up and finds Professor Hubert by his side. He immediately inquires if the other candidates are safe. The professor assures him that they are, thanks to him. Russell says that's a relief, and the professor agrees, adding that they might all be dead if it weren't for him. Russell chuckles and says he had some help. The professor promptly asks if he's curious about the test result. Russell suddenly remembers they had a test and urges him to reveal it. The professor explains that the judges had many concerns, especially because of the attack caused by the heretics. Due to the attack, The third test became irrelevant, as teamwork proved more important than competition. Meanwhile, the Yellow Tower student ran back with all the mana stones and didn't stay to fight. The professor reveals that, with this in mind, the judges reached a conclusion. They decided that in this selection test, the person who deserved the highest score was Russell. Russell is shocked to hear the news that he got the highest score. He thanks the professor, glad that he can finally graduate from the academy. The professor informs him that an investigation has begun into the heretics to uncover the mastermind behind the attack. He assures Russell that they'll soon get to the root of it. Russell informs Professor Hubert that there was one more heretic on the field. The professor is surprised to hear this because they had only found one. Apparently, the injured sorcerer escaped amidst the chaos. As he escapes, he swears to make Russell pay for this humiliation. Vermilion, who has been standing nearby, comments that it seems they lost the other sorcerer. Senior Vermilion steps in and asks to speak with Russell for a while. Professor Hubert protests, saying Russell needs rest. Russell notices the tension and reassures him that it's okay. Later, Vermilion and Russell head outside. Vermilion remarks that Russell must have felt dragged down while fighting the heretics. He says this because he assumes Russell had to fight alongside weak people. He explains that he still believes being fragile is a weakness, and that perspective hasn't changed. Russell agrees but asserts that the weak exist, so the strong can grow stronger and protect them. Because of this, the weak will always strive to improve, inspired by the strong who protect them. Thus, no one is left behind, and everyone takes a step forward. Vermilion listens silently. He suddenly smiles and remarks that it wasn't a bad response. He tosses a white sack to Russell and urges him to open it. Russell is shocked and wonders what's inside. He unwraps it to find a cloth he immediately recognizes as a Flame Tower robe. Vermilion smirks and warns him not to get ahead of himself just yet. He explains that if Russell wants to join the Flame Tower, there's still one more test. Russell is confused since the selection test has ended. The senior explains that it's an ancient tradition of sorts they put them through before they can join. Vermilion suddenly creates a circle around himself. He declares that the test is for Russell to force him out of the circle, using any magic he wants. He states that if Russell can't move him, there will be a fitting price. Russell replies, warning him not to regret giving him the opportunity to attack, and retrieves a mana stone from his compartment before consuming it. He smirks and reiterates that he can use any magic. Russell smiles as he formulates his plan. Shortly after, Professor Hubert notices something that shocks him. Senior Vermilion tries to brace himself as he is hit by one of Russell's lightning bolts, and one of his legs crosses the circle. He smiles as he recalls that he's covered by armor that is no less than a fifth circle. But, oddly, he is still moved back by this boy's attack. Professor Hubert rushes to the spot and asks Senior Brother Olsen what he's doing. He complains that he would corner the young boy when he's yet to recover. Vermilion doesn't budge and tells him that this is their Flame Tower long-standing tradition. Hubert retorts that his behavior is something that he'd expect from a new disciple. Vermilion gets angry and asks him what he means by that, and says the tradition is to instill discipline in Russell before he joins them. Hubert angrily rebuffs that he thinks the Academy's pillars are going to fall if he installs more discipline in the boy. Hubert apologizes to Russell in Senior Vermilion's stead, but Russell laughs and says it's okay. Vermilion ignores Hubert's comment and tells Russell that he's the only person who has passed this test since he started doing them. It seems that Russell used a specially crafted magic that he invented using the power of his magic ring, as well as the blaze lance at once. Not only that, much to Vermilion's surprise, he summoned a spirit to add to the attack. Vermilion tells him that he was honestly surprised, and Hubert is shocked to hear that Russell summoned a spirit. Russell summons Pepper and introduces him to them. The two men look at the spirit and they think it's cute. Sometime later, at the Academy's graduation, Russell reads his valedictorian speech. He wishes the other students well as they continue the journey of life. Everyone claps for him after he ends his speech. Sometime later, Professor Hubert commends his speech, and Russell thanks him. Professor Hubert reminds him that he's not a student anymore, so he tells him to call him Senior Brother now. Russell affirms that and calls him Senior Brother. Brother Hubert smiles and asks him if he has a place to stay in the capital. Russell informs him that he's thinking of getting a small room on the outskirts of the capital. Hubert tells him not to do that, but to stay at his place since he can't go home until his contract with the Academy ends. Russell excitedly asks if that's okay, and the professor says it is. Brother Hubert says he bought the house from the master, and it's funny that he hasn't used it. Sometime later, Russell moves into the house. The system congratulates him on his graduation and gives him an unknown reward and a high-grade mana stone for the first time. Russell checks out the unknown reward and finds the map from the last time. The system notifies him to find the place marked on the map and solve the connecting mission. Russell smiles because he recognizes the place. It's a forbidden island that humans are not allowed to step on called Kulil Island. It's because it is swarmed with magic beasts. And it's a very dangerous place where you have to be at least a sixth circle. Our boy reasons that he's very curious as to what this opportunity requires of him. He recalls that the power of the king's horn was put into him. He wonders if all of this is just to make him stronger, or if there's a greater mission that he needs to get stronger for. He sits down to rest and realizes he doesn't know just yet. Regardless, he concludes that he has to get stronger, because there's a lot to protect anyway. Sometime later, on a coach, Vermilion asks Russell if this is his first time going to the capital. Russell tells him it's not because he's been there before. Vermilion recalls that he's from the Raymond family, so he should have known. Russell suddenly tells senior brother Vermilion that he has something to ask him. He asks him about the duty that Professor Hubert was tasked with, and asks if it's something that's related to the heretics. Vermilion just stares at him and listens. Our boy says that if that's not the case, there's no way that the professor could have returned when they were attacked. Vermilion smiles and comments that he's quick-witted. He affirms his suspicions, and says that Hubert's mission is to track the Society of the Heretics. He says that he's not sure whether it's right to call their cult a society. Russell excitedly confesses that he would like to help with that mission as well. Vermilion is shocked by his statement and asks him if he's serious. He watches the boy closely, and he notices that it doesn't look like he's bluffing. He grins and tells Russell he's a man, so it's okay that he dreams big. He promises to inform the master about his interest, and Russell thanks him. Vermilion says he'll only do it if he can learn the magic he'll teach him before they arrive at the capital. Russell laughs when he realizes brother Vermilion really likes to place bets. He says that the magic is called overheat. He grins and says it's a magic that kills with one hit. Vermilion triggers the magic and says it's a one-hit kill spell done by focusing one's mana in one spot, although it's temporary. He says you could think of it like pulling back on your mana and shooting it like a slingshot. He smirks and asks Russell if he can do it. Later, the two of them get down from the coach to see if Russell can use overheat. Russell slows down and tries to focus all his mana in one palm. Later, he tries it by shooting an attack at a rock. After the smoke clears, the rock reveals a huge hole, and it looks like it's a successful test. Vermilion smiles and says to himself that this was beyond his expectations. He's surprised that Russell used overheat with his own origin magic, which is fire. He wonders if he's seen anyone as talented at this before. Russell's hand suddenly begins to shake. Vermilion informs him that overheat uses momentary focus, so he has to be careful because he won't be able to immediately attack after using it. Russell notes that and says that it's a risk using it against a strong opponent. Vermilion smiles and informs him that's not always the case. He tells him that the best defense is the greatest offense. When they reach the capital, Vermilion reminds him about what he said about not knowing when a stronger person will appear. He says that, however, the strong are bound to underestimate the weak, and they always have a moment when they let down their guard. Meanwhile, a man named Alan tries to help an older man come down from a high place. Russell sees the man and recognizes him. Vermilion continues his explanation and tells him that if he's in such a situation, the trick up his sleeve will decide who wins the fight. Later, Russell meets with Master Daria. He thanks her for her help, which has helped him rise to this position. She just smiles and congratulates him for joining the Flame Tower. She tells him that his arrival overlaps with the visit of the Spear Tower Master, Hemingway Melville, who had arrived with a young Spear Tower mage, Alan Page. Melville speaks and says he was wondering why Daria chose today of all days to meet him. He says that he now realizes that it was to brag about a disciple she got in her later years. And Daria tells him that he's right. She says that Russell is a hero who took down a heretic at a young age. Russell looks at Alan Page again, and he recalls that in his past life, he obtained the title of the youngest Sixth Circle in a few years. He recognizes him as a strange genius, and he recalls he was the mage that saved his life. Melville jokes with Daria and says it's normal for him to brag. He says that if she looks at it objectively, Alan's skills are better. Vermilion becomes tired of them going at it again. Daria asks Melville if he has forgotten that their newest disciple is younger, and Melville says he knows. The two oldies jab each other in a back-and-forth quibble. Alan suddenly places his hand on Melville's shoulder and says their master isn't usually like this. But he shows his childish side when he meets Daria. Master Melville exclaims and calls Alan a rascal for spouting such nonsense. But Alan jokes that he must miss his youth. Alan reminds him that they have to visit the royal palace and Master Melville agrees. Alan approaches Russell and apologizes for his master's behavior on their first meeting. Russell laughs and says that it's fine. Our boy says that, however, he was disappointed because he'd like to show him his magic. Vermilion is shocked by Russell's words and reasons that the boy must be full of himself. Melville laughs and says that Russell is quite daring. He says he wonders where that confidence comes from and fills the room with his aura. Russell is shocked to see the aura of the Spear Tower Master and says it feels like he's in an ocean. Master Melville laughs at Russell's comment and says he didn't know anything could surprise him at his old age. As he gets up to take his leave, he asks Daria to bet with him, and this surprises her. He tells her that in 5 years, if her disciple catches up to his completely, he'll give her one of his mythical relics. Daria looks satisfied and exclaims. Russell hears him and recalls that mythical relics are artifacts from the Age of Myths. They're relics that existed in the forgotten Age of Myths. According to what he's heard, even the weakest relics hold mana bordering the 7th circle. Daria says he should change it to 3 years, and Melville is shocked. She proposes that if her disciple doesn't catch up to his in 3 years, then she'll give up her own mythical relic. Master Melville laughs and reminds her she can't take it back now. She just smiles and informs him to prepare his artifact ahead of time. Melville finally leaves and notifies Alan to follow him. Alan bows respectfully and informs the Flame Master that they'll be taking their leave as Melville continues laughing. When they step out, Alan asks his master if it's okay for him to put a mythical relic on the line for a bet. Melville informs him that it is not, which shocks Alan. The master turns back toward him and tells him to do his best to give it his all. Alan cringes and says he feels like the older one in this relationship. Meanwhile, Vermilion tells Russell that he doesn't seem to be able to stay still on his first day. He asks him if Alan is his friend, so Russell apologizes. Our boy wonders if he really did something wrong. Later, Miss Daria speaks with Russell and informs him that Olsen told her that he'd like to help with tracking down the cult members. He confirms that he would like to. Master Daria mentions that he spoke just in time because she just received reports from their spies. She informs him that they discovered traces of the cult member who attacked the academy. He was seen somewhere in Sudra, a neutral city, and he's trying to run away all alone. Russell recalls that Sudra is a so-called paradise for criminals, which must be the reason he chose this place to run to. Master Daria mentions that tracking the offender down will be easier for him since he's confronted him before. She says the only issue is that the offender will probably be prepared to defend himself again. She asks him if he's still going to take the risk. Russell surprises her by saying that he will fulfill his duty as a guardian of the kingdom. The master seems pleased by his reply and informs him he'll depart the next morning. She tells him that she'll prepare a teleportation portal for him and reminds him not to forget his supplies. Our boy is glad she gave him permission, and he figures that he's taken the first step to stop Professor Hubert's death. The next morning, Russell travels to Sudra in a coach. Inside, he's surprised that they gave him 2 highest-grade potions, which he's never been able to use because they're pretty expensive. Russell guesses that the master is worried since he's their youngest disciple, even though she allowed this mission. While he's traveling, he sees a building that catches his eye, so he decides to stop by for a bit. It's the Louvre Museum, where his time travel began. He rushes to the room where he saw the dragon heart. He says to himself that all this time he's been wondering why such a miracle happened to him. His conclusion is that it was for him to grow more and protect even more people. Suddenly, a screen pops up with a mission to get the heart of the dragon folk with an unknown reward. Another notification shows him another mission called Dragonication, where he draws on the power of a dragon at his will, with rewards of 3 intermediate stones. Russell realizes that securing the heart of the dragon folk means he has to make a great contribution to warrant the granting of a commodity belonging to the royal family, which is pretty difficult, but not impossible. He checks the other mission and wonders what on earth Dragonication is. The system decides to explain it to him when it realizes he doesn't understand it. To explain it, the system triggers a strange burst of mana, and Russell's eyes become like those of a dragon. Russell recalls that he's felt this sensation before when he experienced a boost of magic at moments of crisis. He notices his reptilian eyes in the mirror and wonders if he's the one in the mirror. Later that day, he reasons that this power must have manifested during the fire trial, and it must be the reason he was able to survive it. He wishes he was able to control the sensation at will. He also considers the fact that he might be able to increase its potency by adding the overheat technique to Dragonication. If he manages to do that, it may be an extreme death blow that could come close to being a 6th circle. The only issue is that he doesn't know how to master it, since the power only manifests on its own when in danger. Pepper overhears him complain that he doesn't have time to train because of the mission, and realizes it won't even be possible to summon Dragonication with the usual training. Pepper gets an idea and tries to drag him away. He keeps sulking, and he tells himself no matter how much he focuses, he can't feel the same sense of crisis at will. Pepper notices he doesn't budge and gets angry. Suddenly Russell notices a stream of fire over his face. He quickly gets up and notices Pepper growling in dragon language. Russell laughs and asks him if he can help him out. Pepper smiles and growls affirmatively. Later, Russell sits attentively as Pepper sits on his head. He tries to cross over into the Mana world, just like Lady Ilo taught him. He soon appears there in his mind and remembers he was here with Ilo. The flow of time here is different compared to the normal world, and it might be the perfect place for magic training. The only issue is that he doesn't have a sparring partner. Suddenly, he looks back when something startles him. A huge, massive dragon appears, and it's clear that it is Pepper. Russell is shocked to see his true form, but Pepper just playfully nudges him. He thanks Pepper for helping him, but he says he's not comfortable fighting him. Russell notices that Pepper brought some other spirit beings for him to fight against, and he laughs that he was worried for nothing. One of the spirit beings looks like a man, and Russell smiles when he sees him. He cracks his knuckles and tells Pepper to do him a favor. Meanwhile, in a pub in Sudra, some of the spies report to their captain that pagans have left the city and ask if they should chase them. The captain orders them to get all hands on deck to pursue. The captain asks a man named Jackson to report to Mysteria that the situation has changed. Jackson affirms his orders and tells them all to be careful. The captain smiles and says that he doesn't have to worry. He informs him that he heard a divinity trained by Daria herself is coming to help. He adds that he can't let whoever it is come to take away his chance to play. Immediately after, he orders the men to follow him as they go out on the mission. 3 days later, at a hideout in Sudra, Jakon realizes that they need the Flame Tower divinity to get here quickly. He sends a report through a crystal orb and notifies them that the Flame Tower scouts are missing. Later that day, some guys notice something odd on the street. They're surprised to see a kid like Russell in a hardcore place like Sudra. Sudra is a neutral city where criminals usually come to escape the law. Russell realizes that it would have taken him a while to reach Sudra if it hadn't been for the teleportation gate in the royal city. Regardless, it still took him a week to get here with the gate. But thanks to the image training in the spirit realm, he was able to train well, and it was as if it took him months to get here. He remembers his fights in the spirit realm and how he was able to learn Dragonication. After he does, the system notifies him that he has manifested the power of a dragon at will, and his dragon horns will manifest as per his current level. He's also told that during dragonification, his use of the flame attributes will increase greatly. Regardless, he realizes that there are still too many problems that need to be solved. He remembers fighting with the gruesome spirits in the realm, and how his dragonification stopped after a few seconds, allowing the monster to strike him to the ground. The first problem is that the power lasts just for 15 seconds. The second problem is the recoil of using it. Just like when using overheat, you become pretty defenseless immediately after using it. Meanwhile, while walking, Russell sees a big stick swing in front of him. A man stops him and asks if he's lost his way. The man smiles and tells Russell that he can show him the way if he wants. But our boy doesn't reply since it's clear the guy is trying to rob him. Russell grabs the stick from his hand and tells him it's such a coincidence that he ran into him, and all the men who surround him are confused. After being beaten to a pulp, the guy cheerfully takes Russell to a place called the Wyvern Tavern, like he has promised. The two beaten men bow in respect and say that they hope he had a comfortable trip. Russell laughs within himself that these guys are worthless idiots, so he tells them to leave. When Russell steps in, he spots Jackson, who's working as a bartender. When he sits, Jackson asks him what he would like, and our boy says he'd like a cocktail of a red drake mixed with a 12-year-old Briggs. One guy nearby laughs and calls Russell a lunatic because he's going to have a cocktail of drinks with over 70% alcohol. Russell realizes that he could die if he drinks something like that. But the order he made is a secret code of the Flame Tower. Jackson catches on and says within himself that he can't believe such a young boy is a divinity of the Flame Tower. As he serves him a drink, he wonders if he's not too young. Suddenly, Russell is surrounded by a magic shield. Jackson tells him that it's soundproofing magic and the customers cannot hear their conversation. He introduces himself to Russell and informs him that he's a mage of the Red Tower dispatched here. He says he works undercover as the manager here at the Yellow Wyvern. Russell also introduces himself and suggests that they go somewhere else. When they step outside, Russell asks him about the scouts that went missing 3 days ago. Jackson affirms that this is true, and the last they heard of them was that the scouts were headed towards the desert ruins, tailing the sorcerer that attacked the boys. Russell asks if they fell into a trap, but Jackson says they aren't the type of men to act in a rush and fall for some trap. Russell asks him if he has the map for the path to the desert ruins, and Jackson wonders what he needs one for. Our boy says he needs to rescue them, but Jackson tells him that place isn't one where he can go alone. He says that the ruins where the scouts went missing are close to the Empire's borders and are quite dangerous. Russell reasons that Jackson doesn't seem to trust his capabilities, but Jackson suggests that he waits for extra reinforcement. Suddenly, Russell activates his mana aura, and this shocks the man. Jackson recalls that he heard he reached 4th circle recently, but the energy he's giving off is at least 5th level magic. The worst part is how easily he's controlling it. Jackson coughs from the impact of the mana aura and confesses that it seems he was a bit hasty. He says he'll tell him the way to the ruins. Russell smiles when he realizes his approach worked. Meanwhile, somewhere else in Sudra, the sorcerer reports to some people higher up in the heretic sect and tells them that they left behind traces as per their order. The two concealed sorcerers commend his good work and say they can already smell the blood of those who would come to investigate. The next morning, Russell heads to the desert ruins. As he guzzles a bottle of water, he wishes he had known about the heat earlier so he could improve his ice magic. He pours some of the water on his head because the place is pretty hot. Eventually, he arrives at a building in the middle of the desert ruins where the men were last seen. Our boy notices that there are a lot of entrances into the building. He reasons that if his mission was only to find the cultists, he would have just nuked the ruins and forced them out. But since they might have the scouts captured in there, it's not an option, and he'd have to go inside. Russell reasons that they probably have traps inside the building. He decides to go in through a different route if that's the case. In a bid to enter through the most unexpected way to surprise them, he leaps onto the top of the building. He drops in through the roof and cushions his landing with some wind magic. After he lands, he's glad to notice there are booby traps coming for him. When he looks in front of him, he sees a large drawing of a man fighting alongside a dragon. The man that's standing next to the dragon seems to be a black-haired warrior. He looks to the end of the drawing to see the opponent, but realizes that part of the image has been torn out. While he's looking, he hears someone say it's a surprise to see him. He turns around and spots the sorcerer from before. The sorcerer comments that he can't believe it's the guy from the academy that's chasing him. With him, there is an army of enemies on both sides. The sorcerer says he's glad he walked in here on his own, so he won't have to go through the trouble of fighting him again. The army is made of undead soldiers as usual. The man says that he'd grant Russell death as a show of his gratitude. Russell laughs and asks him if he hasn't been running a bit too far for a guy who talks so big. The sorcerer becomes angry and his eyes burn bright. He orders that he dies and the undead army launches forward at Russell. The sorcerer considers that these are the corpses of elite soldiers who died on the battlefield. This means they'll be much stronger than the ones Russell fought before. He grins and tells himself that this will be the boy's grave. Russell suddenly responds, and he creates a firewall around him like the last time. The sorcerer is shocked and asks if he's using the same magic again. Russell just laughs and says it's not the same one, but it's going to be different this time. Our boy recalls that draconification isn't the only thing he practiced during his time in the spirit realm. He relies on his training and starts to expand the magic firewall. After that, he decides to add a vector formula to make it mobile, and it becomes a fire wave. The undead army remains around, unable to cross the firewall. Suddenly the wall burns fiercer and grows. The fire reaches outside and envelopes the undead monsters. The fire burns them up and even covers up the entire room. The sorcerer watches in shock as the fire wave burns up his army, and he feels it shouldn't have been so easy. After the fire settles, Russell walks towards him and says that he can see him. The sorcerer is shocked that Russell can see him because he was using an invisibility cloak. He's shocked that Russell was able to use detection magic amidst those flames. He curses when he realizes he's in trouble and it's too late to run away. Russell runs towards him with a maniac grin on his face and announces that it's too late to run away. The impact of the attack is so strong that a massive explosion rips through the entire ruin. The man doesn't die. He collapses and starts to cough profusely. Blood starts to come out of his mouth, and he wonders if this is all he can do to put up a fight. Russell walks towards him and tells him to surrender now and save them both the trouble. The man says that he can't do that, and Russell wonders what he's talking about. The man staggers to his feet and says that his soul doesn't belong to him, and as if that wasn't enough, he sold his family too. The man screams out that he's given out everything that belongs to him. Suddenly, two people appear over the ruin and jump down through the hole while Russell isn't looking. The female, named Beth, uses a magic called Demonic Claw, and the man uses one called Nightmare Tail. They seem to be the people the sorcerer was reporting to. Russell quickly turns back and notices the monsters heading for him. They both land an attack on the spot where they're standing, and some dust and smoke cover the entire area. The smoke clears, and Beth laughs at the sorcerer, telling him he's looking good. The man says he understands that he's just the bait, but he finds it pathetic that such a young kid would rough him up this much. Beth scorns him by saying the look of a drawing rat looks perfect on him. The already weak sorcerer informs them that Russell is the guy they're looking for. He tells them that he's the target, the disciple of the Flame Tower Master. The two cultists are shocked to hear that and become angry when they hear Daria's name. Meanwhile, Russell protects himself from the impact using a shield. He opens the shield and tells the attackers that filthy people like them better keep his master's name out of their mouths. Suddenly another screen pops up and gives him a mission to capture at least one of the three cultists, or kill them all. The cultists turn towards him, and the male one tells him he would have been much better off with a quick death. Beth agrees, as she laughs like a maniac. She calls Daria a B-word and says there's no way her disciple would die so easily. The woman announces that she'll kill him, make a marionette out of his body, and then make it dance in front of the flame tower. The male cultist orders the sorcerer, whom he calls Xavier, to quickly block the entrance, and he brings out his nightmare tails. Beth covers up the entrance with the bones of the dead soldiers. She activates her demonic claws and says this is getting fun. Russell notices these guys are using a full frontal attack and not calling on the dead while hiding in the shadows like the other sorcerers. He figures that they're nothing like the other opponents he's faced till now. Beth yells and asks if he's not going to come at them, because they will if he won't. Russell informs them he'd like to ask them one question. He asks what they did to the scouts who came before him. The male cultist asks him which scouts he's talking about. Beth becomes impatient and tells him to stop pulling petty tricks to stall for time. She launches the demon claw stingers at him and begins the fight. Russell jumps out of the way and wonders how these guys don't know about the scouts. Before he can land, the guy targets him with his whips using Nightmare Tail. The whips move pretty fast, but Russell manages to dodge them. He wonders if they don't really know or are pretending. He decides he'd have to find out for himself. Beth becomes angry that he's dodging and calls him the son of a bee. Suddenly, Russell cuts to the chase and generates his blaze lance. He easily deflects the demon claw using the lance, which shocks Xavier. The sorcerer behind them screams out that the spear he's holding is the same one that crushed the giant skeleton. Beth laughs loudly and says this is getting interesting. She raises her hands up and summons 2 large hands using her demon claw technique. The 2 hands clasp around each other, and Beth tries to merge them together to create a greater impact. She generates a spear of her own, called the Demon Claw Spear, and grins widely. She laughs and tells Russell to guess which one is sharper. Russell doesn't say anything, but he just stares at her. When Beth lunges forward to attack, the man tells her not to act on her own. But she doesn't listen. She rushes towards Russell and says it's too humiliating to be scared of a kid like him. Meanwhile, Russell prepares to attack her. As she lunges at him with her spear, he meets her with his blaze lance. Both weapons touch one another, and the Demon Claw Spear shatters. Beth sees this, and her eyes widen with surprise. She looks beside her and sees that her arm is missing. Beth screams at the top of her voice when she realizes that her arm has been cut off. Suddenly, the man stretches out his whip and cuts off Beth's head, much to Russell's shock. He calls her a moron and says it's her fault since he had told her not to act alone. He faces Russell and calls him the disciple of the Flame Tower. He says he's his enemy, but he acknowledges his skill. Suddenly, his eyes begin to shine, and he creates a web around him with whips, releasing a mana breeze. Russell just watches him in confusion and waits for him to make his move. The man says that from this moment onwards, he'll tear him to pieces with all his might. Our boy notices the whirlwind of whips and jumps back to avoid being hit. The man tells Russell that it doesn't matter how amazing he is because he can't block attacks coming at him from all sides. A huge fire suddenly erupts from where Russell is standing. The guy notices something weird that catches his attention. Russell appears in front of him with a smirk on his face, and the guy is shocked when he realizes Russell used Blink. Russell channels all his energy into one hand to use Overheat. He lands the attack on the guy's stomach, moving quickly with his wizard body. The guy groans from the impact of the unexpected hit. Xavier witnesses the whole thing and is surprised. He notices Russell towering over the male cultist and wonders what is going on. When he realizes that he's a dead man now, he collapses when he sees they're losing again. He tells himself he won't end in a simple death, cursing the cultist for bragging earlier as if they were some big deal. Next to Beth, he sees a red object on the ground. He recognizes it as an artifact and gets an idea. Meanwhile, the male cultist shivers after getting his behind whooped. The battered guy tells Russell to stop playing around and kill him, but Russell orders him to shut up. He holds the guy's head and points a firebolt at him, demanding that he answer his question. He asks what happened to the scouts. The guy spits at Russell and asks him why he keeps asking about scouts. The cultist asks what on earth he's talking about. Russell is shocked that it seems the guy doesn't know. The guy spots an opening to strike Russell and considers that he doesn't have his guard up. He reaches for his dagger and tries to take his chance. Before he can reach it, a long whip extends across the room and grabs the guy by the throat. Russell is shocked and looks to his side to see what's going on. He sees Xavier performing another sacrifice spell with the artifact, morphing into a monster. Our boy is shocked that he has to face yet another sacrifice spell again. The cultist sees Xavier and wonders if what he's holding is the Hell Giant's heart. He's soon dragged across the room by the whip that came from Xavier. Meanwhile, Xavier keeps devoting the life and death of himself and others to complete the spell. As the cultist is dragged toward the forming Hell Giant monster, he tells himself he can't let himself get merged with this guy's monster. It's too late, as he's dragged into the monster and impaled in every part of his body. Xavier calls out the creature he calls the Abomination, and asks it to descend as the sacrifice is completed. Suddenly, the giant mass forms into the creature referred to as the Abomination. The mana released from the creature is so strong that Russell begins to wonder what's wrong. A system notification pops up, telling him that the mission has been changed. It says all the cultists are dead, and he has to destroy the Abomination. The Abomination glares at Russell with red evil eyes. Xavier, now transformed into the beast, looks at himself and growls. He asks Russell how he dares to make him turn into such a mess. The monster uses a magic spell called Demon Claw Stinger, and tells Russell that he will make sure to rip him into pieces. Russell is shocked to see the Abomination, realizing it's using Beth's magic. The Abomination fires some demon claws at him, and he looks at them in dread. The explosion from the impact is so great that it brings down the whole building. Luckily, Russell creates a firewall around himself to protect from the imploding stones. He calls Xavier a bastard, realizing he barely made it out. The monster seems to have caused the entire building to collapse over his head, so Russell calls him a moron. He reasons that Xavier was unable to handle the power of such a monster, and dug his own grave. Suddenly, the rubble starts to shake, and it seems the monster is still alive. Russell notices the shaking and exclaims. The abomination lunges out of the ground again, and it looks like it is hell-bent on destroying Russell. It releases his threefold chains and smashes them on the spot where Russell is standing, telling him to die. The abomination threatens to chew him up until he's nothing but bones. Suddenly, the monster is hit by a fiery explosion on his back. Russell, who had thrown the blaze lance at it, watches to see if it landed. The monster is enveloped by smoke and everything is unclear. Finally, the monster, who is unscathed, turns around and spits on him. It declares that his attacks won't work on him. Russell grimaces and realizes that the monster is right because he has unbelievable defense. He realizes that he needs to think of a way out, but the monster quickly attacks him with its spiked chains. It tells him to think all he wants and smashes the chains on the spot he's standing. Russell quickly disappears from the place and tells himself that he needs to find a way to buy time. The monster mocks him and insists that he run away in despair in the face of his overwhelming power. Russell scoffs and says, as if he'll ever run from such a dimwit. He says to himself that this is just the beginning and quickly summons Pepper. When Pepper appears, he asks him if he can give him a hand, and Pepper excitedly agrees, as usual. Our boy creates some fire in his hand and decides to get started. He quickly erects a firewall between him and the monster. After he does that, he turns it into a fire wave and directs it at the abomination. The giant wave hits the monster, but it manages to block it, even though it inflicts some damage on it. The abomination calls Russell a fool and asks him if he really thinks such a magic spell could inflict damage on him. When the monster looks up, he doesn't see anyone in front of him and wonders where Russell went. Russell, who had hidden himself, smiles and tells Pepper to act now. While the abomination is still looking around, Pepper rushes towards him. The dragon fires a stream of fire at the unsuspecting monster. Pepper quickly runs circles around the monster and pours fire on it as it tries to catch him. Meanwhile, Russell flies above to land his final attack. Our boy is glad that he's been able to keep the monster's attention off him because he'll now be able to land his attack. He starts to generate the blaze lance but combines it with overheat because it's the only magic he knows that has overwhelming penetration power. When Pepper realizes that Russell is done creating the weapon, he steps out of the way. Meanwhile, the monster tells Russell to stop playing around and come out. Russell, who is jumping down at his head with the peculiar blaze lance, says he'll grant him his request. Shortly after, our boy lands the blaze lance on the monster's head with great power. The monster's head and body fill up with fire, but it informs Russell that all he's doing is useless. Russell tells him that he knows and laughs that he's yet to see his real deal. Suddenly, our boy summons lightning. He creates a large lightning sheet over the monster's head to attack it with. Suddenly, he summons the lightning to strike the top of the monster's head. The magic is something called a thunder giant's hammer. The bright lightning rips through the monster's entire system. The impact is so strong that the abomination explodes on the spot. A large smoke covers up the area, and it's hard to see anything. Finally, Russell lands on his feet and wonders if he has finally destroyed the monster. He looks closer and sees that the topmost part of the monster has exploded and revealed Xavier's skeleton. The system brings up a notification and informs him the mission is over and he will now receive his rewards. Russell is relieved to see that the mission has ended and collapses on his back. Pepper appears on his shoulder, and Russell commends him for doing a good job. Suddenly, the skull slips off the skeleton and falls to the ground. It bounces from where it falls and lands in front of Russell. Shocking him, the skeleton calls his name and mentions that Daria trained quite an amazing boy in her final years. The skull asks who would know that her prodigy would be a Raymond, and Russell is shocked that the skeleton is talking. The skeleton continues and says that he wonders if the son will be more interesting than the father. Our boy just remains shocked as he listens to the skull. Russell becomes angry and grabs the skull, demanding to know who's speaking, as it seems that someone else is speaking through the skull. The skull laughs and tells him he'll find out sooner or later. The skull also says he'll find out how his father looked in his last years as well. Suddenly it explodes in Russell's hands. The voice laughs and says that his father had quite a fierce look. Our boy begins to cry in the rain due to the frustration of learning that the enemies know his father. In the rain, he demands that the voice tell him who on earth he is, and he begins to curse. Pepper comes to his side to comfort him. The remnant of the abomination's body remains immobile in front of him. Meanwhile, someone watches Russell with a telescope and informs his fellows that their battle is over. The man orders his subordinates to send a report to the base. We switch to the 12th Desert, among the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Army. Inside the base, the battalion commander, Viscount Montmart, reads the report from the men. He learns that the clash between the man assumed to be a mage of Endymion and a cultist resulted in the mage's victory. The report also says that judging from the magical force, the magician's level is also estimated to be over the 5th circle. The information surprises him, and he calls for the intelligence officer. Commander Viscount demands to know how it's possible for him not to realize that a mage of this caliber came this close to their territory. The intelligence officer apologizes and says that there were no reports of any unusual movements of high-ranking mages of Endymion. One other officer sitting nearby says it's possible that the person is a new mage. He adds that there's a rumor that the Flame Tower has a new youngest member. The intelligence officer tries to defend himself by saying that the mage must have just graduated from the academy. So there's no need to worry as long as they don't come close to the borders. The commander calls him a moron and tells him that that fresh graduate is estimated to be above 5th circle already. He says that means he could be a major force of Endymion in the future. Both men keep quiet, and the commander just sighs. The commander curses and says he doesn't want to have to deal with it. He says he has no choice but to call that maniac to deal with the threat, referring to an unknown person. Meanwhile, under the hot desert sun, Russell sits on a sandhill and chugs some water. He's in deep thought and keeps thinking about something. He wonders if the cultist really killed his father. Russell tells himself that he has to focus on the mission to find the scouts right now, especially now that he has people trailing him. He can't afford to lose focus. He looks to his side and figures the people must be scouts sent by the Empire. He notices they haven't attacked him, so he supposes that their objective is just surveillance. Suddenly he sees a strange figure far away on the desert ground. As he looks closer, the person starts to shine bright. Russell rushes towards the person with his wizard body to catch him. When he gets closer, the person completely disappears. He mysteriously sustains a cut to his cheek, and he falls to the ground. Russell gets up and wonders if all he has seen is a magical aura. A system notification comes up and tells him that he's encountered an enemy of a level he has never encountered before. His mission is to escape the clutches of the enemy unharmed with rewards of 5 intermediate-grade mana stones. Russell is shocked, and he looks at his attacker to know who he is. The guy appears to be a swordsman, and he recognizes him as someone named Spandam. Spandam just smiles at him and says he definitely aimed for his neck. The guy says that it seems that the report about a master above the level of the 5th circle was true. Russell frowns at him and recognizes him as the Empire's superhuman. He's the disciple of the great master swordsman, McRae. Spandam smiles like a maniac and tells Russell that it'll be fun slashing him. Russell says that in the end, the best way to describe Spandam is Spandam the homicidal maniac. The swordsman is surprised that Russell knows his name. He stretches out his sword at him and tells him that's a relief. Russell doesn't move and just frowns at him. Spandam says that since he knows his name, he'll be able to accept the time of utter pain he must endure. Our boy thinks about why Spandam is called homicidal maniac Spandam. Spandam's sword starts to shine with a crimson aura, and Russell remembers having seen it. Just because they bumped shoulders with him in his past life, he brutally cut down the whole group of mercenaries and killed them. Russell also almost died. If it had not been for Alan's intervention, they would have been cooked. In the flashback, Alan jumps into the scene just as Spandam is about to kill Russell. Spandam isn't scared and just smiles like the maniac that he is. The knight and mage clash in a fierce battle. Even at that time, Alan Page, who had crossed the wall of a mage, was barely able to subdue him and was injured. Russell tells himself that Spandam is an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Spandam gets tired of waiting and he says it's time to get started. The knight uses a slash attack called Flying Blood. Russell quickly creates a shield to block it and creates 5 layers. The attack lands on the shield and smashes through it entirely. Russell is shocked that one attack is able to break through 5 layers of shield. He has no choice but to jump backward to avoid the line of attack. The Flying Blood lands on the spot he was standing and creates an explosion in the sand. Our boy wonders how Spandam's attack has this much power, even after breaking through 5 layers of shield. He wonders how Alan Page was able to deal with someone like him. Spandam seems surprised that he was able to avoid the attack and notices he overlapped the shield. He comments that Russell's judgment is good, but the density of his magical power is too low. He lands another whirlwind of blood attacks. Russell hears what he said, and he figures out that's the solution. As the onslaught of Flying Blood comes at him, Russell generates his Blaze Lance since it packs a lot of power. He uses the Blaze Lance to cut through the incoming attack and dissipates it. Spandam is shocked by his response, and he wonders what's going on. He notices the Blaze Lance and tells Russell that it seems he was hiding something quite useful. Russell sarcastically asks if that is really so, and he throws the Blaze Lance at him. Spandam notices the lance coming at him, but he doesn't move away. Rather, he's surprised that the Blaze Lance remained intact even after Russell threw it. He quickly generates a Flying Blood wave to block himself from the Flying Lance. The knight smiles and says that he really finds battles with mages quite interesting. Suddenly Russell uses Blink and appears behind him, with the Blaze Lance in his hand to strike him. He quickly launches the lance at Spandam's back to strike him from behind. Suddenly Spandam disappears, and it seems he also knows teleportation magic. He appears behind Russell and comments that Russell can also use blink, like the rat that he is. Russell is shocked to see Spandam behind him when he turns around. The knight strikes Russell with his sword, and there's blood shed. Spandam laughs and says it's been long since he's had this much fun. Before his sword can go through, Russell manages to teleport a few feet away from him. Our boy sustains a cut in his leg, and Spandam scornfully asks him if he's bleeding. Spandam keeps laughing, and he tells him he'll wait for him to heal himself. Russell tries to use some magic to heal the wound, and he realizes Spandam is using the aura around his body to enhance his speed, which is why it looked like he teleported. He reasons that Spandam's aura is not comparable to his wizard body. Meanwhile, he tries to cut through the clothing to stop the bleeding. Spandam keeps watching him and asks if all the people from the Flame Tower are this stubborn, or if they have to be that way to join their organization. Russell wonders why he asked the question and asks him what he means. Spandam grins and says the ones he encountered a few days ago didn't give up until the very end, referring to the scouts. He said they came to look for one of their scouts that was missing. Russell realizes he's the one who killed the scouts, and he's horrified. He asks Spandam again if he was the one who killed the missing scouts. Spandam just smiles and shrugs. Russell becomes angry and clasps his fist. He recalls that he planned to escape after a short confrontation, as the system told him, so he could go find the scouts. Instead, he activates and releases a great deal of mana, seeming ready to make a stand. He angrily reasons that this isn't a time to be thinking about the future. Spandam smiles and exclaims that Russell's been hiding his real power while fighting him. The knight grasps his sword and says they'll see if he can stay easygoing while his entire body is in pain from being torn to shreds. Russell looks down at his cloudy ring and notices it hasn't recharged yet, which means there's only one way out in the end. Spandam raises his sword to land another attack. He uses something called a Rottle Torrent, causing a torrent of blood. Russell sees the torrent rushing toward him, and he decides to use his last option. He activates his Draconification. Russell's entire body is suddenly covered in flames as he sends out fire to burn through the torrent of blood. Spandam is shocked that the boy is able to pierce through the attack. Meanwhile, Russell doesn't emerge from the pool of fire he's in. Suddenly he jumps out after activating his Draconification. He starts a countdown and realizes he has just 14 seconds before the power runs out. Quickly crafting his blaze lance, he rushes toward Spandam. Spandam smiles as he watches him and reasons that this might be quite dangerous. Regardless, he doesn't move out of the way as Russell leaps toward him with the blaze lance in hand. Russell launches a destructive fire blast at the spot where Spandam is standing. Shortly after, the flames clear, and Russell stands in the fiery furnace. He looks around for Spandam, but the knight appears behind him. Spandam speaks from behind, shocking him. He says he doesn't know what trick Russell used. He attacks Russell with his sword, but our boy deflects the attack with his hand. Spandam tells him he's sure he only temporarily boosted his powers. Russell keeps counting down and realizes he has 9 seconds left. Spandam proceeds to attack again, slashing across Russell's face with his sword, but our boy quickly retaliates with a swing of his lance. The effect of the attack results in a great explosion. Spandam jumps out of the way to avoid the explosion, and Russell counts that he has 6 seconds left. Spandam scorns him, saying that if buffing up his power isn't enough to kill him, then it's a useless power. The knight leaps upward, saying it's time to end this. He uses a skill called Cyclone Typhoon, and a typhoon of blood slashes emerges. Russell looks up at him and frowns. The knight leaps downward toward our boy, aiming to tear through him with the attack, but Russell blocks with the lance to match the attack. Spandam's sword clashes with Russell's lance, but Spandam quickly uses a blood wave to deflect the lance and redirect the attack. Russell's lance hits the ground, and he mistakenly fires into the ground instead. The resulting explosion is massive and engulfs the entire fighting ground. After the fire clears, Russell collapses to his knees. Our boy pants, looking exhausted, as Spandam stands in front of him. Spandam watches him on his knees while the fire clears out. Russell keeps counting and realizes he has 2 seconds left. Spandam laughs and asks if he's finally done. Russell tells him there's still one more thing. He says he still has 1 second and places his hands on the ground for his last attack. The attack he uses is 6th circle magic, and it shocks Spandam. The ground beneath him begins to crack and fire begins to rise. The crack widens and Spandam looks genuinely shocked. The fire turns to magma, making it look like they're both inside a volcano. Russell transforms the entire area into a volcanic zone using a skill called Meltdown. In a flashback to when Russell was studying in the professor's library, he remembers reading about the Meltdown method. He recalls that he was able to understand the principle behind it, but because it needed 6th circle magic, he couldn't use it. The skill works by starting from small fire embers and then covering the whole area with magma. In the present, Pepper comes to Russell's rescue and carries him out of the magma. In the sky, Russell thanks Pepper for his help. Meanwhile, Pepper struggles to keep him up because of the difference in weight. From the top of a rock, Russell looks down to see what had become of Spandam. Suddenly someone appears behind him. Russell quickly turns around to see who it is. It turns out to be Spandam, who coughs profusely and looks badly injured with one arm cut off. Russell goes close to him and targets his head with a firebolt. He asks Spandam if he has any last words, but Spandam doesn't respond and keeps shivering. Spandam finally smiles and asks him if he finds their situation funny. Spandam talks about the Guardians and says they drive them to war in the name of protecting their country. But they don't let them know how to get out of it. He mentions that you have to kill over and over again. He adds that the path of a Guardian is indeed a bloody road. Spandam tells Russell that he welcomes him to it. Russell hesitates and Spandam just keeps waiting for him. Seconds later, Russell executes Spandam on the spot. He stands in front of the corpse and just thinks quietly. The system soon brings up a notification that he has completed the mission and exceeded the requirements, so he is awarded 8 intermediate-grade mana stones. Meanwhile in the tavern, another scout comes to give intel to Jackson and tells him that word has gotten around that Spandam, a knight of the Empire, is acting in secret in the desert. The man tells Jackson that the disappearance of the scouts might be connected to him as well. Jackson is shocked, and he reasons that if this is true, then the divinity of the Flame Tower is in danger as well. He reasons that no matter how skilled he is, he won't be able to stand against Spandam. While they're talking, Russell walks into the tavern. He walks to the counter and drops a broken sword on the table. Jackson is shocked and recognizes the sword as Spandam's sword. Jackson just stares at him and doesn't know what to say. Russell smiles at him and tells him he'd just like a glass of water. Jackson quickly gets him the water and says he can ask for whatever he wants. That night, Jackson goes to the orb and files his report. He sends his report about the Flame Tower scouts, and he also informs them that Russell Raymond killed the pagans and Spandam. Shortly after that, word got around. It even reached Camelot, the capital of Endymion. Everyone hears about Russell Raymond, the last heir to the fallen house of Raymond. They hear the rumor that he defeated Abomination, the magical beast of the pagans, and that he even beat Spandam, a knight of the Empire, despite being a newcomer in the Flame Tower. The rumor was hard to believe, and it was met with mixed feelings. Shortly after, Russell returned to the tower through the portal. When he appears, the master looks excited to see him, but Brother Olsen and Hubert seem intrigued. Some, like Master Daria, feel relief. She rubs his hair and thanks him for coming back alive. Some became competitive. Master Melville reads the report, and he laughs that it seems this is going to be a tough bet. Alan also reads it, and he comments that it seems this junior is way more awesome than he thought. Some felt hate and rage. In another part of the world, some people inform Spandam's master, McGray Hughes, that he is dead. McGray cleans his sword, and he asks the men if that's all the information they have for him. McGray is the swordmaster of the Empire, and the rage is evident in his eyes. The men cower before him and tell him that's all the information they have. Russell reasons that even though everyone felt different emotions, they all had one thing in common. Meanwhile, McGray declares that it's going to be an eye for an eye, a disciple for a disciple. He smashes his sword on the ground in deep anger. A dark force comes out of the ground where he strikes and travels forward. The force travels from where he is into the forest and destroys the whole place. The one thing everyone that heard the message had in common is that they all had a strong impression of Russell Raymond. McGray remembers Darius Stone White, and he says that he'll get payback for this at all costs. Later, Russell gives Master Daria a report of his mission. She asks him if what he's saying is that the pagans were involved in his father's death. Russell reaffirms what he said. She informs him that a lot of records were lost during the war, and it's hard to find out the true situation. She says it will be harder to identify the culprit. Russell tells her that he's aware of that. To comfort him, the master holds his hands and tells him that one thing is sure. She says that if they keep chasing the pagans, they'll be able to reach the truth, and she asks him if he thinks so. The master assures him that she, along with the Flame Tower, will always be here to help him, and Russell heartily thanks her. Shortly after, the coach rider announces to them that they've arrived at their destination. Master Daria tells him that she hopes he can put his doubts and anxiety aside so that he can expand the horizon of his knowledge for today. They get down and step into a large building. Inside the building, there's a gathering of the Magic Tower Council. The Magic Tower Council is a magic society that brings together the masters of more than 20 magic towers that exist within Endymion. Russell says that 2 months ago, thanks to him defeating Spandam, he was granted access to attend this council as an aide of the master, despite being a rookie within the tower. When they step in, one of the masters recognizes Russell as the divinity they've heard about, and another man says that it's an honor to meet him. Russell laughs and thanks them for their kindness. While they're greeting, someone else who approaches them nearby tells Master Daria it's been a while, referring to her as senior. Daria turns around to see who it is. She recognizes the man as the Yellow Tower Master, and she repeats that it's indeed been a long time. When he nears them, Miss Daria introduces the Yellow Tower Master as Niccolo Machiavelli. She informs Russell that he's the organizer of today's Magic Tower Council. Russell quickly bows and greets the master. The man laughs and tells him that he doesn't have to be so formal. He remarks that he took down the disciple of that damned rascal. Russell looks up and wonders what rascal they're talking about. Miss Daria informs him that he's talking about McRae Hughes, the Empire's swordmaster. She informs him that the man he took down was his disciple. Niccolo points at the slash across his eye and says it was refreshing to hear the news. Russell notices the cut across his eye and realizes that it must have been McRae's doing. Master Daria interjects and asks him to stop bringing up old wounds and to go get ready for the presentation. She reminds him that he had said he had an important agenda today. Moments later, Master Melville and Alan Page approach them. Master Melville greets the Flame Tower Master and the Yellow Tower Master. Russell looks to his side and spots the Spear Tower Master. Miss Daria smiles and tells Melville that he seems to be jealous that her disciple is being praised. Melville laughs and asks her if she thinks he's as petty as she is. Niccolo senses the tension building, so he quickly excuses himself to go prepare for his presentation. Niccolo quickly escapes because he knows they're at it again. Master Melville mentions that since they're on the topic, he hopes she hasn't forgotten their bet on the relic from the era of the gods, but Miss Daria retorts that she can't forget. Master Melville starts to boast and says his dear Alan has already done something. Before he can finish his sentence, Alan places his hands on his master's shoulders and reminds him they need to get to their seats. Alan starts to drag him away, and Master Melville calls him a brat and tells him that he was still talking. He screams at Alan to let go of him. Russell begins to laugh at the display by the master and his disciple. Shortly after, the presentation begins, and Master Niccolo announces that they start this session of the Magic Tower Council. He announces that the main agenda for this meeting is about the ruins being excavated at Mount Calvain. He says that the ruins appear to date from the end of the mythological era, and evidence of them having been looted is yet to be found. This means there's still a good chance a relic is intact, so he grins widely. Russell thinks about the idea of a relic from the mythological era, and Master Daria comments that they just may unearth an artifact that will rock the times. Niccolo announces to the masters that this is why they need their help to secure the site. Master Niccolo calls on Sir Alan Page of the Spear Tower to help out. He also mentions Russell from the Flame Tower, and he says he would like to ask them both a favor. The people begin to whisper, and they say that's a good idea since Russell has already proven his skills. Miss Daria gloats and says to herself that it's certain they'll have to choose Russell, and she asks whose disciple they think he is. Suddenly, one of the masters objects to the motion. Master Daria swiftly turns to her side to see the person who objected. It turns out to be a man named Blaine Trilogy, the Red Tower Master, who had come to the meeting with a boy named Giron, a mage in the Red Tower. Master Blaine walks to the middle, and Niccolo is surprised to see him. Master Niccolo asks him to explain why he objects, if he doesn't mind. Master Blaine mentions the name Alex Raymond, Russell's father. He turns aside to look at Russell, who is shocked to hear his father's name. Blaine says that he objects because of Alex Raymond's defeat. Some of the people ask how the son can be blamed for his father's defeat, and another man says that the war with the Empire was a long time ago. Blaine insists that even though they're correct, the defeat cost the kingdom's finest elite soldiers their lives after he left the fight without permission. The entire room quiets down and nobody talks. Miss Daria interjects and says that is pure speculation because they have no records of that time. Blaine tells her that she's wrong because he was there. Russell and Master Daria are shocked to hear that. Blaine says that he saw him run away with his own 2 eyes. Russell listens in shock, and he seems horrified to hear that his father fled during the war. Russell recalls that it's no secret his father died during the war, but he wonders why this man is spouting such nonsense. Blaine declares to the masters that the Raymond family owes a debt to the kingdom they must pay back. He adds that they need to consider how cheated out of the kingdom's youth would feel if they entrusted such an important mission to the Raymond family. Master Blaine says that the Red Tower will not provide any support to this expedition if Russell is in charge of the guard. Some of the men consider their options because Russell is known as the Rising Divinity, but it's hard to leave out the Red Tower from this. Niccolo watches the situation and realizes that Blaine has swayed the crowd with just a few words. He reasons that this is expected of the Red Tower, and Blaine must have also expected this because of the backing he has. Master Niccolo thinks about a high-ranking man in society, Archduke Bismarck. He recalls that Blaine is trusted by the king's uncle and the most powerful man in the land, the Archduke. Niccolo reasons that revolting against him means animosity toward the Archduke's faction. He recognizes that the only people who aren't careful when interacting with him are Master Melville and Master Daria. Meanwhile, Master Melville listens to Blaine's explanation and says that this is just ridiculous. Daria senses Russell's anger and tells him not to get involved because she'll handle it. Suddenly, Russell informs the Red Tower Master he'd like to ask him something. Against Daria's instruction, Blaine turns around, and Russell asks him if he can take responsibility for what he has just said. Master Blaine asks what he means by responsibility. And Russell asks if he can take responsibility for insulting the House of Raymond. Master Darius stops Russell and tells him that this is not the time. Meanwhile, Blaine scoffs and remarks that the honor of a lowly fallen family means nothing. He tells Russell to be grateful that Daria is his master. He says if she weren't, he would have torn out his tongue and turned him into an example for all the other arrogant and impudent mages. Suddenly, someone enters and mentions to the Red Tower Master that he acts more and more royal every time she sees him. She comments that one could mistake him for his majesty, the king himself. Everyone turns around, shocked to see who enters. The intruder is Hecate Rathmos, the princess of the kingdom. The masters promptly bow down to greet the princess. Blaine also bows to greet her but wonders why the princess is here. Princess Hecate says she was listening from outside, and she thinks that the Red Tower Master has a point. She says that if someone owes a debt, they have to pay it back. Miss Daria tries to interject but the princess says there's a but. Princess Hecate says that for the person to pay back, they must be given the chance to do so. Finally, she announces to them that she's ordering that the Spear Tower and the Flame Tower act as guards, along with the Red Tower. Blaine hears her verdict and he's surprised. Princess Hecate simply smirks at him. Blaine reacts and reminds Her Highness that this is not a matter to be taken so lightly. Princess Hecate calls on Niccolo and asks him who the greatest sponsor of the excavation is. Master Niccolo mentions that she is the great sponsor. The princess smiles and says they're going to proceed as she said. After she makes her statement, she leaves the room. Blaine looks at her and smiles uncomfortably. Niccolo quickly quiets everyone down and announces that the next item on the agenda is the schedule of the excavation. Russell seems dumbfounded by all that just happened and thinks about Princess Hecate. After the meeting, Blaine reasons that this was his chance to nip the Raymond family in the bud. But he can't believe the princess interfered. Suddenly, Geron notices something on the track of their coach, and he jumps to the roof, wielding a crimson sword. The coach rider stops abruptly when he reaches someone blocking their path. Master Blaine comes down and tells Daria that he can see she still has no manners. Daria simply smiles and says he's not the only one who doesn't have manners. Suddenly, Geron points his sword at Daria's neck. She smiles at him and asks if he thinks his sword is enough. Geron just looks at her, not understanding what she means. Master Blaine steps forward and tells Jaren to put his weapon away. Geron is surprised by his master's change in tone, so he bows and leaves. Blaine tells Daria that, from knowing her, he knows she's not here for an apology, so he asks what she wants to say. Daria says she wants to talk about Alex Raymond, and Blaine seems surprised. She asks him if he also witnessed Alex's death, and he informs her that he didn't exactly see it. Miss Daria says that's a shame because she's trying to get to the bottom of his death and thought she'd ask him just in case. Blaine comments that he doesn't believe she'd go to such lengths and asks if she was acquainted with the dead Raymond. Daria angrily rebuffs that it's a matter concerning her youngest disciple, and a disciple's matters are their master's matters. She adds that she's simply trying to help her disciple settle a score, and she's going to find whoever was responsible for his death. She immediately strikes her staff on the ground and disappears, leaving the men surprised. Master Blaine orders the rider to turn the carriage around and head to the Archduke's mansion. He says there is something there he needs to check. Meanwhile, in the Archduke's mansion, a skull is placed in a dark room with a heretic inscription on its forehead. Suddenly the skeleton comes to life, and its eyes burn bright. Sometime later, Master Daria asks Russell if he's still leaving tomorrow. She asks him how he will be able to perform well in the mission when he's so distracted during his training. She asks him if what that old man said is still bothering him. Russell continues his fight against the monsters, and he tells her he's not. Master Daria looks closely at him, and she recalls that people had praised him as divinity, and now suddenly they're slandering his late father as a coward. She wonders if there's a way that he wouldn't be shaken by it. Master Daria comes down to speak to him. She tells him that the truth will eventually come to the surface, and she wishes he would just focus on walking on his path. Russell thinks about what she said about walking his path. Finally, he asks Master Daria to guide him once again. The master laughs and seems pleased by his statement. Russell realizes that it's not going to be an easy path, but it's a path that must be walked. He tells himself that children must step out of the shadows of their parents. Meanwhile, Princess Hecate walks out in the public and conceals her identity. As she looks back at the palace, she thinks about how large the shadow of her parents is. She turns away from the house and proceeds to explore the city. 3 days later, on Mount Calvane, a portal opens up from the Flame Tower. Russell walks through the portal and steps onto the mountain. He looks around at the scenery of the mountain that he's heard about. Suddenly, he realizes how cold it is and starts to shiver. He flips his finger and releases some energy to warm up the atmosphere. The people around are surprised to see that the air has suddenly warmed up. Meanwhile, one of the people working in the excavation center looks like the princess. One guy asks Russell if he is the Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower, and he affirms that he is. The man tells him that they've been waiting, so he shows him the way. As Russell follows him, he spots several flags. He spots the flag of the Royal Path Yellow Tower, another for the Everall Yellow Tower, and another for the Chaos Yellow Tower. He realizes that all the experts of Earth-type magic have gathered here for the work. The man asks Russell if he thinks the scale of the work is impressive. The man tells him that they even made the entire building out of magic crystals. Russell notices how reflective the building is, and he says they're like mirrors. The man affirms his statement and says this is why they call the ruins the Temple of Mirrors. Shortly after, they meet an old man who welcomes Russell. He introduces himself as Spiegelman of the Yellow Tower, the man in charge of the expedition. Russell respectfully greets him and introduces himself. Russell recognizes the man as a skilled one who rose from his status as a commoner to an elder of the Royal Path Yellow Tower. He is also the archaeologist and adventurer who's unearthed more ruins than anyone else in the kingdom. Russell wonders if he can ask him some questions that have been on his mind. Suddenly, Alan arrives, and he acknowledges Russell's presence. Our boy is excited to see him, and he comments that he came so soon. They both shake hands, and Russell says it's nice to meet him. Russell jokingly calls Alan a diligent genius, and tells him that's cheating. But Alan laughs and says he wants to protect the mythological relic. Alan says they'll have to wait for the Guardian of the Red Tower to arrive so they can talk about their shift and their missions together. Mr. Spiegelman reasons that it's definitely comforting to have the divinities of the kingdom guarding the excavation site. He also wonders what trouble they could ever have at these stinking ruins that made them send all these personnel there. Spiegelman thinks deeply, and he feels it's a bit excessive. While he's thinking, a loud explosion catches the attention of all three men in another part of the site. Some of the workers run away, and Russell asks them what's happening. An ice golem emerges from the spot and growls at them. Spiegelman recognizes it as a crystal golem, and Alan quickly tells everyone to run to a safe place. The crystal golem becomes irritated and fires several crystals at them. Spiegelman protects the workers from an impact using shields, but the crystals break through them and impale the men. Spiegelman is shocked to see that the shields didn't stand a chance. He decides to use something else, so he hits his hands on the ground. His actions cause the earth to protrude forward to act as a wall between them and the monster's crystals. Spiegelman tells everyone to raise an earth wall to block the attacks. Princess Hecate finds one of the injured men and helps him up, telling him to hang in there. Suddenly, the golem appears behind the princess and the man she's helping. The monster reaches out its large hand and shoots out crystal bullets, and the princess exclaims when she turns backward. She raises her hands and tries to release some mana to stop the onslaught. Before she can respond, Russell comes to her rescue with his blaze lance and burns away the crystals with a sweep of his weapon. The princess is surprised to see him, so she doesn't respond. He turns towards her and asks her if she's okay, but he sees something that catches his attention. He sees her purple hair, and he remembers that he's seen that somewhere. He realizes she's the princess and calls her by her position. But Hecate seems dissatisfied that her identity has been revealed. The monster growls at them and stops their little funfair, drawing Russell's attention once more. Meanwhile, Alan Page uses an original magical construct of his called the Glacier Bow. He fires an arrow at the monster's back, but the attack doesn't seem to do much except make it angrier. Alan reasons that he tried to destroy its entire torso, but it seems quite hard. Suddenly, the monster is attacked by a great force that shatters through it. The strength of the explosion causes Alan and Russell to protect themselves. Jaren appears and uses one of his original magical constructs called the Bloody Flame Sword. The impact of the attack smashes the monster to pieces, surprising everyone around. After the monster is destroyed, Jaron mentions that he doesn't think he's late. He introduces himself as Jaron of the Red Tower. Russell doesn't say anything but just stares at him. Jaron also just stares at him, wondering why he's staring at him. 3 days earlier, Jaron and his master, Blaine, went to a secret room in the Archduke's house. Blaine asks the mysterious skull about Alex Raymond. Blaine informs the skull that Daria has started investigating his death, and he asks the skull if it has any idea about that. The skull thinks for a while and says he can't think of any other reason other than the fact that Blaine ordered his death. Blaine just keeps quiet and looks into the distance. The skull asks him what's wrong and asks if he's worried that he'll get caught. Blaine says that's not possible, but he's just disappointed. He speaks to the person speaking through the skull, and reminds him that if he had properly gotten rid of Russell Raymond during the tower's screening, Daria wouldn't have even had the chance to have any doubts. The skull tells him that that happened because he got the wrong intel that Russell Raymond was just a kid. Blaine becomes angry and demands to know if he's blaming him. Someone walks into the room, and he asks Blaine if he called him here just to watch the two of them fighting. It turns out to be the Archduke, Bismarck Rathmos. Blaine promptly bows to the Archduke, who asks him if it's true that his little niece interfered in the meeting, and he comments that time flies quickly. Blaine affirms that the princess interfered and said that they originally planned to keep the guards to a minimum. The Archduke tells him to get to the point and asks how he plans to take the ruins. Blaine informs him that Jaron, his disciple, will join the guards. He says Jaren will create a branch in the protective barrier set up by the Yellow Tower. After he does that, the henchman of this ill-mannered pagan will ambush the expedition team. By pagan, he's referring to who's talking behind the skull. The Archduke thinks about what he said, and reminds them that, as they all know, in order for their plan to succeed, they must subdue the masters that protect the current king. He says that to cut off the support of those masters, they need the article from the ruins. The Archduke brings out an object and asks them if they don't think they could use a little insurance on this matter. Meanwhile, Princess Hecate drags Russell somewhere private and he tries to stop her. He begs her to let go of him, but she doesn't listen. The princess turns to him and tells him to be quiet. She informs him that her coming here is top secret, and it must also remain that way in the future. She asks him to simply ignore her and go on his own way, even though it may be hard to understand. Russell comments that she must be very fond of these ruins. He says that if he were the one, he'd be very disappointed not to have seen them for himself too, since they're ruins from the mythological era. He smiles at her and informs her she has nothing to worry about. The princess tells him that His Majesty, the king, and his ministers are going crazy trying to keep her still, but he doesn't seem to be so worried about her. Russell replies that he caught a sneak peek of her aura right before he came to save her. He excitedly says she has such monstrous power that even most knights can't handle, so he thinks there's no need to worry. The princess is shocked to hear him call her power monstrous, so she releases some mana to her hand and taps his head. Russell just stands there with a bump on his head. The princess tells him she'll get going and encourages that they do their best. As she leaves, she reasons that he's got a decent character, but he's still a complete kid. Meanwhile, Russell remembers that he should have asked her for the dragon heart that the system told him to secure in exchange for turning a blind eye. He wonders how he forgot and says he's an idiot. Meanwhile, Elder Spiegelman leads the other Earth magicians to break down a barrier to an entrance into the ruins. Russell soon appears and apologizes to Alan for being late. He notices the men struggling to break the barrier and asks why magic spells aren't working at all. Alan informs him that it's something called spatial disruption, which is one of the most powerful protective barriers in the world. Regardless of how hard the men try, the barrier doesn't break. The men groan as they realize their efforts aren't working. Mr. Spiegelman angrily curses and wonders why there is a spatial disruption now of all times when they finally found the gate to the ruins. Meanwhile, Jaren just stands back and doesn't say anything. Duran reasons that he needs to send a report to the Archduke. Later on, Elder Spiegelman is shocked to hear that there is a way to breach the barrier. Alan informs him that with the relic from the era of gods in the Spear Tower's possession, they can penetrate through the barrier and pass through. Mr. Spiegelman says that he doubts they'll give up something so precious so easily, and Alan says he plans to go personally to ask for it. Mr. Spiegelman grabs his hand in appreciation. He tells him that if he can sort out this issue this time, he promises to repay him for the favor as a representative of the Yellow Tower. Alan just smiles and says he'll try to get back as soon as he can. Alan goes to meet the other mages and tells them that although it's against his will, he is indebted to both of them for covering for him when he leaves. Russell says it's not like that and assures him that everything will be okay. Jaren doesn't say anything but reasons that with Alan's page gone, that leaves only one war mage here, and that's Russell. Russell suddenly informs Jaren that he'd like to discuss duty rotations with him for the night today. Jaren smirks and tells Russell that he'll go first. He turns back and informs the others that he's tired, so he'll be going first. Russell reasons that he's got such a creepy smile. Later that night, some Yellow Tower magicians sit by one end of the shield to guard the site. While they're warming themselves by a fire, they spot some intruders who are henchmen of the pagans outside the shield. The men order them to stop where they are because this place is under the Yellow Tower's jurisdiction. They are suddenly pierced through by crimson shots and scream in pain. In front of them, Jaren, who is an inside agent, uses his magic to finish them off. He goes to the shield and creates an opening to let the henchmen in. As they enter, he informs them that there's been a change of plans. He informs them that a spatial disruption appeared in the area where the ruins are being guarded. He says that to bring the artifact that can break it down, Alan Page is headed for the Spear Tower. The masked guy amidst the henchmen takes a whiff of the smell of burning corpses and says it's lovingly nasty. Jaren continues by saying that to blackmail Alan, they simply need to take Spiegelman as a hostage. The masked guy asks him about the guy who's called the divinity of the Flame Tower and says kidnapping is lame. Jaren tells them to kill him. He reminds them that he won't tolerate mistakes like the last time. One really big guy in the knight's armor amidst the henchmen walks up to him and says, "That's a lot of nagging coming from an onlooker," referring to Jaren. Jaren becomes angry and it looks like they're about to fight. The masked guy stops the big guy and tells them that they're on the same side and they can't be doing this. The masked guy adds that Jaren is Sir Blaine's cherished illegitimate child, so he can't get hurt. Jaren hears what he says and gets angry. He brings out his sword and stabs the guy, but the masked guy creates a portal in front of him to deflect the attack. Jaren angrily asks him what he said, and the masked guy says he was just making a joke. He tells Jiran to calm down and open up his heart a bit. Meanwhile, the other henchmen create a magic circle to cast a pagan spell. Soon after, some gruesome monsters come out of the circle after the spell is cast. The masked guy walks away and informs Jiran that although there's no way it'll happen, he should forget about using the object that the Archduke gave him if things go wrong. Jiran just looks at him and stays quiet. He recalls a conversation with Master Blaine, who reminds him that after the mission ends, he has to live as a ghost until the day that the Archduke ascends the throne. Blaine reminds him that there mustn't be a single survivor to return from the expedition. Jiran asks him if it's okay to use the object that the Archduke gave him if things go south. For a while, Blaine keeps quiet and just looks at him. Finally, he asks Jiran if he doesn't want to be acknowledged by him. He tells the boy that he's simply going to carry out the mission well and ensure that nothing goes wrong at all costs. Back in the present, Jiran concludes to do as his master pleases. As he watches the fiery monsters come out, he decides that he'll become a ghost after the mission ends. He says he won't just become a ghost, but one that spreads fear and despair. Meanwhile, Russell goes to speak to Elder Spiegelman about his questions. Mr. Spiegelman confirms if he's asking about a dragon with multiple horns. He asks Russell why he's asking him this all of a sudden. Russell mentions that he saw a dragon while he was on the mission, and it caught his eye because it was unusual. Mr. Spiegelman tells him even he can't give a precise answer. Russell looks dejected and asks if that's so. Suddenly, Elder Spiegelman tells him that there's one entity that comes to mind. He informs Russell about something called the Divine Dragon King. Russell wonders what the Divine Dragon King is and wonders if there's such a thing in existence. Elder Spiegelman says that, however, due to the lack of historical records, very little is known about its achievements. He says that it's said to have raised those worthy to face some great evil. Russell remembers the image he saw of the black-haired warrior. Suddenly, Pepper appears over his head, startling Russell. Elder Spiegelman sees Pepper and is surprised to see that Russell can summon spirits too. Pepper completely ignores them and just moves toward the door. He stands in front of the tent door and growls at something they can't see. Suddenly, something starts to push against the tent covering. It turns out to be the fiery beasts that the henchmen summoned. Russell and Elder Spiegelman are shocked to see the monster. The monster appears to have several boils on its body, and the boils release a great deal of explosion in the tent. Meanwhile, the Yellow Tower magicians outside scream out that they're being ambushed. The big knight advances towards them, and the magicians see him. They decide to join hands to subdue the enemy together. Oddly, the knight doesn't move an inch as they direct earth magic attacks at him. After they finish their attack, he scoffs and calls their skills pathetic. The magicians are shocked that he's still fine after they hit him with their attacks, and they look horrified. The big guy decides to return the favor by hitting them with his large hammer. He hits his hammer on the ground and shatters the ground under him. The hammer releases dark purple light that crawls along the earth and consumes the men, who scream in terror. Meanwhile, the masked guy also comes across a couple of Yellow Tower earth magicians. He simply stands with his hands behind his back as they try to attack him. The men join hands and fire earth arrows at him. The masked guy just sighs and says their magic is annoying, so he creates some magic portals. The portals absorb the earth arrows fired at him, and another portal appears behind the men. Suddenly, they notice the portal behind them. But it's too late because their arrows pass through the portal and hit them from the back. They scream in pain as they're killed by their own attacks. The masked guy walks past their corpses and into the camp. He stops for a moment and wonders where Old Man Spiegelman could be. Meanwhile, Russell protects himself and Elder Spiegelman from the impact of the explosion using a shield. Elder Spiegelman angrily asks who these insane people could be, who would dare to attack the excavation site of Endymion. Russell removes the shield, and he recognizes the monster as an undead. Russell informs Elder Spiegelman that those who use the dead as weapons can only be one thing. Elder Spiegelman asks if they're cultists, and Russell just apologizes and says him that he has to go protect someone important. As he leaves, he tells the Elder to meet up with him at the front of the ruins, which surprises Spiegelman. Elder Spiegelman watches Russell leave in confusion, and wonders if the person is more important than him. Meanwhile, Princess Hecate fights against a monster that's closing in on her. She slashes at him with a magical axe and wonders where these things suddenly came from. The monster falls to the ground after she cuts its head clean off. The princess informs the other workers that everyone is safe and asks them to follow her. They rush to go meet her, but they meet someone on the track that makes them stop. Princess Hecate also spots the stranger and becomes alert. Right in front of them is the big knight that had killed several of them earlier. The princess leaps toward the knight and considers knocking him down with one strike. She jumps over him and hits him on the head using the mana-drenched weapon. As she lands on the ground, she expects him to fall down and die. The knight just looks at her, and the princess is shocked that he was able to survive that. The monster looks at her and asks her who she is, but she doesn't respond. She wishes she had a proper sword to fight because that would be helpful. The princess reasons that she can't lose her momentum here for the sake of the people in danger. She tells herself that she is Hecate Rathmos, the princess of the kingdom of Endymion, and she will protect her people. She suddenly releases a burst of mana and proceeds to face the monster. The big guy prepares to fight and says it looks like this fight is going to be interesting. Russell suddenly appears and tells the big guy that he'll make it more enjoyable. He appears in a flame of fire and hits the guy with a blaze lance attack in his chest. The attack throws the knight backward and sends him tumbling into a rock. Russell looks back at the princess and asks her if she's alright. He mistakenly calls her princess and then calls her supply member to keep her cover. The princess glares at him for making the mistake, and Russell cringes. From the smoke, the big guy says that this seems to be the famous warrior that uses the Spear of Flames. He gets back up and recognizes Russell as the Holy One of the Flame Tower. Russell turns back towards the big guy and tells the princess that he'll take care of this. He asks her to take the people to the ruins entrance because they have planned to regroup there with the Elder. Meanwhile, Elder Spiegelman gathers some of the workers and tries to get them to safety. Princess Hecate asks Russell if he's sure he can handle this alone. He turns back and reminds her that she said she would give him a chance to repay his debt. The princess smiles upon hearing that, so she gathers the people and informs him she'll leave it to him. The big guy announces to Russell that it would have been more fun if the two of them had fought him together, and Russell tells him not to worry because he's not fighting alone. The guy just stares at him and wonders what he's talking about. Suddenly, Pepper rushes at him with a blast of fire in his mouth. The resulting explosion is huge and it startles the big warrior. Russell uses the distraction to craft a weapon that combines overheat with his blaze lance and adds the explosive formula to it. The man emerges out of the fire and reminds Russell that his tricks won't work on him. He raises his dark purple hammer and attempts to respond with his own attack. Before he can act, Russell asks if he thinks this is just a trick, and he strikes the guy's hammer with his blaze lance. Another fiery explosion occurs, shocking the big warrior. An onslaught of fire covers the entire place. Meanwhile, some other workers try to escape to the ruins to meet Elder Spiegelman. On their way, they run into someone and have to stop. It turns out to be Jaren, who just stands there and stares at them. The men ask him if he's injured. They ask where he's been and inform him that enemies are attacking the site. Suddenly, all three men are decapitated with one swing of Jaran's sword. He cuts them all and watches their corpses fall to the ground. Immediately after, he looks near him and sees Elder Spiegelman gathering with the workers in front of the ruins. Jaran is shocked and wonders what their plan is. When he looks closer, he sees someone familiar among them and recognizes the person as Princess Hecate. Nearby, a great fiery explosion occurs. Jaran quickly turns around to see what's happening, and he sees the big warrior still standing after being hit with the explosion. Suddenly, the warrior sees something that shocks him. On the ground, pieces of his armor fall, and he's shocked that the cursed refined black iron got shattered. After pieces of the armor fall and reveal part of the man's face, Russell comments that they finally get to see his proud face. Russell asks why he has such a sour expression, and the man calls him an arrogant fool. He shouts at Russell and tells him not to underestimate him. Russell sees the purple streaks of color around the man's body, and is shocked that the man is able to use aura like a knight. Meanwhile, the guy realizes that he has to use the heart of a knight transplanted into him against Russell. The guy has two hearts in his chest, his original heart and the transplanted knight heart. The big warrior prepares his weapon and tells Russell that he'll cut him to shreds. As he jumps forward to hit Russell with his hammer, Russell jumps out of the way to avoid the hit. He's surprised that the big guy is able to move so fast. The big guy angrily turns toward him to pursue, but Russell just smiles. Russell recalls his fight with Spandam and reasons that Spandam is much faster than him, so there's nothing to worry about. Russell jumps at the big warrior and uses a special blaze lance construct called the Cutter. He runs past the warrior and cuts him by his side before he notices. The warrior raises his weapon to attack Russell, but he soon realizes he's been wounded. Russell stands behind him, ready to finish him off, and tells the man that it's time to end this. Before he can hit him, a portal appears between them. Out of the portal, water suddenly begins to gush out. The rush of water sweeps Russell away and knocks him backward. Russell manages to jump back to the ground, and he wonders what just happened. He looks at his clothing and notices it's drenched with water. When he looks forward, he sees the masked guy, and wonders if he's the one responsible for what just happened. The masked guy talks about how the pressure of the deep sea is quite useful, but the guy just tells him to shut up. Russell says he won't miss this time, and he prepares to attack again. He creates another blaze lance construct called the Cyclonic. As Russell rushes towards them with the Cyclonic attack, he reasons that it's impossible for them to dodge it. Suddenly, the masked guy gets an interesting idea and creates another portal between them. The portal leads to where Elder Spiegelman and the others are rallying in front of the ruins. Russell, who is rushing towards them, spots the portal, but it seems like it's too late for him to stop. The cyclone fires into the portal and appears on its other end. The workers in front of the ruins see the bright fire and wonder what's going on. Princess Hecate, who is also among them, looks up and wonders what's going on. Suddenly, a blast of fire comes out of the portal and heads for the people with Spiegelman. Elder Spiegelman and everyone else look up in horror as they see the blast of fire coming towards them. Russell is horrified by the turn of events and doesn't believe his eyes. He tells himself that this can't be happening. But it is. The blast tears through the portal and is directed at the spot where the men are gathering. The extent of the blast is so great that it results in an explosion. Moments after the large explosion hits the men, the smoke from the impact still remains. Russell arrives to check for survivors, and he's horrified by what has happened. He calls out to the princess and Elder Spiegelman, but doesn't get a response. Suddenly, a hand emerges from the smoke, and the elder signals to him. Russell finds Elder Spiegelman amidst some of the rubble. He rushes to him and asks if he's okay, but Elder Spiegelman asks about the others. Russell turns around and sees some corpses, and he tells the elder that he's sorry. They suddenly hear a sound, and they both turn around to see who it is. They see Jiran carrying the unconscious princess towards them. Russell loudly calls out the princess's name, worried that something had happened to her. Elder Spiegelman is shocked to see that Princess Hecate is present on their site. Russell finds out she's still alive, and he thanks God that she's safe. Russell thanks Jiran for rescuing the princess. Jiran smiles and stabs him. Russell looks down and sees Jiran's sword in his belly. He's horrified by the sight, and he starts to cough out blood. Elder Spiegelman is shocked by the turn of events, and he calls out to Russell. Pepper appears to attack Jiran, and Jiran is shocked since he didn't expect it. Before the dragon can attack him, the masked henchman creates a portal in front of them, and Pepper enters it. The masked guy says that Pepper has been bugging him for a while now, and he calls him an insect. Behind them, the henchmen appear through a portal. Russell starts to become drowsy when his body starts to lose strength, and he thinks about Pepper. Jiran turns to the masked guy and reminds him he told him to take Spiegelman hostage. The guy suggests that they could also take him as hostage since Alan doesn't know he's rebelled. Suddenly, Mr. Spiegelman fires an attack at Jiran and asks him how he could dare betray them. The big warrior orders Spiegelman to shut up, and he smashes him into the ground using his weapon. Spiegelman passes out immediately under the weight of the hammer. The masked guy asks Jiran who the woman he's holding is, and Jiran informs him that she's Princess Hecate. He says having her is synonymous with controlling the Endymion kingdom. Jiran tells the guy that his foolish actions almost made the mission fail, and the guy retorts that it's all good as long as the princess isn't dead. While they're talking, Russell declares to them that he can't let that happen. They turn towards him, and he tells them that they're not going to get away. Meanwhile, he staggers to his feet and tries to stop the bleeding. The big guy informs the others that they'll take care of Russell, so he walks toward him with his hammer. Russell uses his cloudy ring and summons a mist to cover the area. The big guy reminds Russell that this is revenge for what he did to him earlier and attempts to hit him. Suddenly, a mist covers the area, and the masked guy notices it. As the big guy is about to break Russell's head, he excitedly says it's time for him to die. Russell just looks at him and activates his draconification. The guy notices a sudden outburst of fire from Russell, but it's too late. A great outburst of fire envelopes the spot where Russell and the man are standing, and it looks like game over for the big guy. The masked guy notices the fire, and he wonders if the mist was supposed to block their vision. Moments later, Jiran and the masked guy hear the screams of the other henchmen through the mist. When they look closely, they see their corpses on the floor. The masked guy quickly creates several portals around himself, and he reasons that this must be why those who came before them were defeated. He senses a rapid increase in mana that goes beyond common sense. Through the mist, he sees a bright pair of eyes and wonders what on earth is going on. Suddenly, Russell appears under him and impales him with the blaze lance. The masked guy looks into Russell's dragon-like eyes, and he tells him that he's basically a monster as he begins to cough out blood. Russell ignores him and just discards his injured body to face his next opponent. Jiran drops the princess to join in the fight because he can't afford to leave any survivors, so the mission doesn't fail. He uses double casting and casts 2 bloody flame swords. With the swords in hand, he asks Russell to come at him. Russell spots him, but he realizes that his draconification timer is about to run out. He wields his blaze lance again and prepares for a fight. Jiran leaps toward him with a double attack, and Russell tells himself that he'll have to bet everything on one attack. Suddenly he fires a huge blast at Jiran, and a huge explosion occurs. Jiran falls to his knees. Russell continues to cough out blood due to the damage to his organs. Jiran looks at his chest and sees a large hole where his heart used to be. He soon collapses and dies. Russell hears a sound nearby and turns around. He sees the masked guy still standing and he looks healed of his injuries. The guy asks Russell that he hopes he didn't think that it was only the big guy who has 2 hearts and calls him a simpleton. The masked guy points to Jiran and says that they're the same. Russell stares in horror as he sees a sudden outburst of green light where Jiran fell. The masked guy mentions that Jiran is the possessor of power rivaling a dragon. Much to Russell's shock, Jiran transforms into a monster. The masked guy tells him that the monster is called Chimera's Heart. This must be from the object that the Archduke gave him. Jiran lands back on the ground, and Russell is shocked by the sight. He notices that the scale of his mana is so great that it's almost immeasurable. Jiran reaches out and uses his power to apprehend the masked guy. He chokes him and lifts him off the ground. Jiran asks him if he was hiding his powers on purpose just so that he'd use his heart. The guy laughs and says he knows he wanted to use it. The masked guy reminds him that he gets to jump a few circles thanks to the heart. He also reminds Jiran that he didn't pressure him into losing to Russell, so he can't be blamed. Jiran drops the guy to the ground. He tells him he's right, and that he has to deal with someone else first. Jiran reaches out, and he notifies Russell Raymond that he's going to put an end to him first. A phantom hand grabs Russell and pulls him closer. Jiran wraps his hand around Russell's throat and jokes that he left quite an impression just moments ago. He says that, in the end, he couldn't protect anything. He informs Russell that it's over, and he strikes the spatial disruption barrier with his newfound strength. The barrier is suddenly broken, exposing a small opening into the ruins. The masked guy is shocked to see that Jiran was able to create a rift in the spatial disruption, and reasons that Jiran must be enjoying himself. Russell tells Jiran that it's not over, and he fires an overheat attack at his face. The attack barely scratches Jiran, who just smiles and says that he's changed his mind. He throws Russell away and says that he'll grant him the death he deserves. Russell is thrown into the broken barrier, and he groans upon impact. Jiran informs him that he'll feel the pain of his soul being torn into pieces inside the rift of the barrier. The barrier slowly swallows Russell until it totally consumes him. Jiran tells him to die and curse his incompetence for the rest of the remaining time he has. Russell screams as he is thrown into the barrier. He continues to scream until he wakes up in a hospital, where a nurse asks him if he can hear her. Russell jumps up, panting profusely, and he asks her where he is. The nurse informs him that he's at the Camelot Hospital. Russell is shocked to hear that he's at the hospital, and he asks her about the battle at the ruins. But the nurse says she doesn't understand what he's saying. He grabs her and asks her about the princess and the elder, but the woman seems startled. Another nurse walks up to him and asks him to calm down. The man notifies him that he was admitted here because he suddenly showed symptoms of a seizure while cleaning the Louvre Museum. Russell looks at him, bewildered, and he asks the man what he's talking about. Russell starts to shout out Pepper's name, and he asks where he is. The nurses suddenly subdue him because they think he's losing his mind. Russell wonders if he's really back to the time before he regressed. He remembers falling into the barrier, and he tells himself that he's sure it happened. Suddenly a doctor appears behind them and subdues Russell with a magical chain. The doctor asks him to calm down so they can discuss this somewhere else. Later, in the doctor's office, the doctor informs him that he fainted in the museum and showed extreme signs of hallucination. Russell says that he's never hallucinated, and the doctor tells him that she understands. She asks if he's heard about something called the Nightmare Tree, and Russell seems puzzled. She says it's a wicked tree that deludes people with the sweetest hallucinations and makes them starve under them, using their corpse as nutrition. Russell asks her what that has to do with him, so she informs him that apparently, the pollen of a nightmare tree exhibited in the museum that day leaked out. She says that many other people showed signs of hallucination apart from him. Russell is surprised, so she says that the good thing is that the museum will cover the entire treatment cost, and they'll also be offering a compensation amount. Russell wonders if all that happened to him was really a hallucination. The doctor hands him the written diagnosis to hand to the museum's representative to collect his compensation. The doctor comes up close and tells him that it's time to wake up from his dream. Russell still looks horrified, and he wonders if all of that was really a dream. He's certain that it's not possible because his experience with Master Daria was definitely not a dream. Later, Russell goes to Miss Daria's mansion. He assures himself that the realistic sensations cannot be a dream, but guards at the entrance order him to stop where he is. Russell informs them that he's here to see Miss Daria, and he assures himself that the master will recognize him. The guards turn to one another and ask themselves who he is. Russell prays that all that he has experienced is not a dream. He informs the men that his name is Russell Raymond and he was a disciple of Miss Daria. The guards are surprised to hear that, and one of them says he's never heard that name before. One of the guards says he's clearly a lunatic and orders the other guy to get him out of here. Russell gets angry, and he tries to run inside. He begs them to let him in for a while so he can see her just this once. One of the guards gets angry and pushes him to the ground. Suddenly a carriage carrying Miss Daria stops by, and Russell sees Miss Daria. The master asks what's going on, and the guard goes to bow to the master. He tells her that this guy keeps saying that he's her disciple. Miss Daria is surprised to hear that, so she turns to see the person. She looks at him for a while and doesn't seem to recognize him. After a short pause, she asks him if she knows him. Russell looks at her horrified. Russell stares at the master speechless, and she just stares back at him. After a short while, she tells the coach rider to keep moving, and Russell just remains in the rain. Later, Russell breaks into the Louvre Museum. He goes to where he saw the dragon heart, and he wonders if all that happened was really a hallucination from the nightmare tree's pollen. Out of anger, he punches the glass encasement of the dragon heart and says that this is crap. He prays that someone wakes him up if what's going on is a dream, because there's no way that him returning to his normal life is real. Suddenly, an alarm goes off in the museum, and the guards find Russell. The guards subdue him and demand to know who he is. The head guard tells the others to drag him out, but Russell keeps screaming that there's no way this is happening. After that time, Russell says he tries to prove that his life wasn't a dream. But all of it was useless. Eventually, a few years passed, and he tried desperately to resist the utterly incomprehensible reality. But the years slowly dulled him. Eventually, while sitting with other mercenaries, one guy passes him a newspaper. He reads it and sees Alan Page on the front cover, and the paper calls him the youngest Spear Tower Master. As he reads it, Russell reasons that there's no way someone like him could have been given a golden chance by a dragon god in the first place. Meanwhile, at the Walker Hill Academy, Russell does some menial cleaning job, and he reasons that he didn't expect to end up in this place. He recalls that he emptied his mind. He abandoned his ambition. And in the end, he abandoned himself. Russell thinks about it and says this life isn't half bad either. He reasons that it might, in fact, be the right job for the person he currently is. While he's cleaning, he hears some noise nearby and goes to investigate. He sees some bullies asking a kid named Spiegel what makes him think he can act the way he does, and reminding him to know his place. They tell him not to think they're on the same level. Russell continues cleaning, and he says that this has nothing to do with him, so he chooses to ignore them. The kid tells the bullies that no matter what they say, he's going to become a mage. The leader of the bullies scoffs, asking how someone who has mana vein narrowing can be so chatty. Russell overhears them and is shocked. The bully reminds the boy about the crimes his family committed, and he says that he's going to leave a mark on him that he'll never forget. As the bully is about to hurt Spiegel, Spiegel closes his eyes, and he hears a loud noise. When he finally opens his eyes, he sees the bullies passed out on the ground. Nearby, Russell continues cleaning the environment, and he asks why the spot he's cleaning is so dirty. Spiegel figures out that he was the one who helped him. Later on, Russell sits down on a bench to have his lunch. He notices Spiegel sitting next to him, and he asks him why he's following him around. Spiegel smiles at him and claims that he's just reading a book and the bench is a good place for him to focus. Russell notices something nearby, and the bullies who were spying on them hide in a corner. Our guy decides to speak with the little boy, and he asks him about his mana vein narrowing. He informs the kid that he knows someone like him who used to attend this academy, and Spiegel asks him what happened to him. Russell tells him that the boy was expelled because he couldn't overcome his limits. Like trash that's determined to be worthless. He says that for a mage, mana vein narrowing is no different from a death notice. Russell says that sometimes giving up is courage, but Spiegel promptly says he can't do that. Spiegel gets up to leave and says he can't give up. Russell watches him walk away, and suddenly his boss calls him. Russell goes to meet the chief, and the man asks to be careful with the boy he's hanging out with. The chief mentions that he could get in trouble if things go wrong, and Russell says he doesn't understand what he means. The chief says that Spiegel is the son of the traitor that the Red Tower Master expelled, and Russell is shocked. This means that Spiegel is linked to the fallen family. Meanwhile, the pagans gather before the skeleton that Master Blaine was speaking with earlier. The skull announces that the world of the Guardians is coming to an end. It orders them to walk to the Walker Hill Academy and announce their return. Sometime later, Spiegel goes to a river to practice crystal magic. The amount of mana he releases is quite small, so he tries to release a little bit more. Instead of releasing more mana, the crystal breaks, and he strains his hand. Russell walks up to him and asks why he can't let go of the path of being a mage. Spiegel turns around, shocked, and Russell asks him once again why he doesn't give up. Spiegel tells him that he made a promise to his mother. Russell looks at him closely and doesn't say anything. Suddenly, they're ambushed by the bullies from the school. Spiegel's bullies carry some weapons and are glad to have found them. They say they were careless the last time but won't be careless today. Russell activates his aura and tells Spiegel to look carefully. He says this is the only way he can become a mage. Spiegel is shocked to see his aura and they get ready to fight. Russell directs his energy to his hands and hits them with a destructive attack. Sometime later, in the winter, Russell takes Spiegel out to train an overload and wizard body, just as he learned from the scrolls. Russell tells him to run fast, because his life directly depends on the distance from his enemy. This type of magic substitutes mana veins with a trained muscular body, unlike an adult with a completely developed body. Its effect will be maximized if a child in their growth years uses it. Later, Russell trains Spiegel in some martial arts, and he reasons that the speed of his progress is miserable. Russell asks him if this is all he's got when he made his mother a promise, and Spiegel tries to breathe properly. Spiegel gets back up and begs to train one more time. Later, in spring, Spiegel competes in the Academy's practical magic combat studies against his bully. The boy fires an ice arrow at his opponent and subdues him. The professor announces that Spiegel is the winner, and the audience is excited. One boy is shocked that a boy with Manhwa narrowing won, and another person says the gap in skill was amazing. The bully curses them all and tells them to wait for his comeback. Spiegel looks happy and glances back at Russell. He reasons that, thanks to his new uncle, he's become a second circle. Russell looks at him from the shadows and smiles at his performance. Suddenly, someone calls out Russell's name, and he turns around to see the person. The man says it's been a long time and calls him an insect. Russell looks closer and realizes it's his own high school bully, Coma Frederick. Later, Russell is badly beaten up by Coma's guards, and he struggles to breathe. The chief cleaner reminds him that he told him not to get mixed up with Spiegel. Coma informs Russell that because of him, his son was humiliated so many times. Russell smiles when he realizes the bully that Spiegel beat is Coma's son. He mentions that it's no wonder the boy did the same crap that he did. Coma crouches and notifies him that it seems he's not aware of the situation he's in. He informs him he can use his connections to get him thrown out of the academy, along with the kid he adores so much. Russell glares at him and suddenly begins to laugh, much to Coma's surprise. Our guy asks if he really thinks he adores the kid. He tells Coma he just provoked him because it was fun messing with him, and Coma doesn't know what to say. Later, Russell goes to pack his things. He recalls Coma ordering him to get out of the academy right now to prevent trouble. As he leaves, he thinks about Spiegel. Later that night, as Russell approaches the gate, Spiegel ambushes him and asks where he's going. Russell replies that he's leaving this place, but Spiegel asks him why. Our guy tightens his hand around his briefcase and proceeds to rush outside. Spiegel finds a way to get in front of him and tells him to stop right where he is. Spiegel sees Russell's face, and he's shocked. He asks him what happened to his face, and Russell asks him what he expected from someone like him. He asks Spiegel if he really thought he was his teacher. Russell walks past him and forces his way through. He tells Spiegel not to be delusional and walks away. The boy begins to cry. Meanwhile, Coma watches the entire thing from his coach parked nearby. He says this is the reason he loves money and power, because you can make anything go away with it. He decides to leave the academy, but his chariot suddenly stops. Coma sees some of the pagans in front of his chariot, and he asks how they dare block the way of the House of Frederick. The pagans release a huge green explosion that spreads through the area. Russell notices the explosion and turns back. When he returns to the academy, he sees it ablaze. He opens his mouth in surprise, wondering what has become of the academy. Meanwhile, the pagan leading the attack pronounces that this attack will announce the revival of their cult into the world. He orders the others to spread out and cause horror and despair everywhere. He orders them to create a sea of blood as they fight with the students. Meanwhile, another cultist who uses demonic claw power fights with some other students. Meanwhile, Spiegel fires an ice arrow at one of the pagans and pins the person to a wall. The man using the demonic claw spots him and starts to cackle. He faces him to fight, and she laughs that one small fly is still alive. Eventually, Russell arrives, but he hides near a wall to watch the fight. He sees the carnage, and he spots Spiegel on his knees after the man has dealt with him. The man casts another demonic claw to finish him, and he mentions that he's amusing. Russell keeps watching and wonders why Spiegel isn't running away. The man asks Spiegel if he's scared of death, and he tells her that he bought enough time for others to run away, so he's satisfied. Russell says to himself that he can feel the man's tremendous magical power. The man is so powerful that the professors couldn't handle him. He remembers that he was only able to fight such a person after he had become a guardian. He thinks about his life now and about how powerless he is, so he wonders what he can do. Russell turns around and says that he has to run away because there's no reason to sacrifice himself. The man calls Spiegel a weak-ass punk and orders him to know his place. Spiegel laughs and informs him that he knows better than anyone that he can't win, but he says that protecting people is the guardian's calling. Russell remembers saying that same thing, and he stops in his tracks. The man tells Spiegel that his naive thinking is going to get him killed, and proceeds to take the boy out. Before he can hit Spiegel, Russell stabs the man with a sword. The man retaliates and strikes Russell with a demonic claw attack. The man calls him an insect and asks him how he could dare attack him. Spiegel takes advantage of the distraction and uses a third circle magic ice bolt. He fires the bolt at the man and pins him to the wall. Russell quickly picks up a nearby spear and rushes toward the guy to impale him to the wall. Our guy rushes towards the man and stabs him in the neck. After he stabs him, he crouches down, tired from all the blood loss after the man cut him in his torso. Spiegel rushes to Russell's side and notices the cut. He tries to stop the bleeding, but he realizes the blood won't stop. Russell tells him to quickly leave because others will soon come this way. Spiegel says that he can't go alone, but Russell puts his hand on his shoulder. He asks Spiegel if he's going to turn him into a teacher who can't even protect one of his disciples. Spiegel is shocked to hear Russell call him his disciple. And Russell asks him to go and make it out alive so he can become a guardian. Our guy smiles at him and mentions that it won't hurt to keep one more promise. Spiegel starts to cry, and he tells Russell that he promises to become a guardian and calls him master. After Spiegel runs, Russell thinks about how Spiegel is just like his lost dream, like the courage that he abandoned, and that was why he hated him. Later, some of the other pagans come in that direction, and Russell tells them to stop. Russell reminds himself that that was the same reason he also liked Spiegel. The pagan calls Russell trash and says that even Circle 2 magic would be a waste to use on him. Russell smiles, and he says to Spiegel in his mind that, thanks to him, he was able to live. Russell leaps towards the two men, and he decides to use magic that can be learned with a principle that doesn't regard the level of one's circle. He uses blank and appears in front of the guy with his spear. The pagan cultist is startled, and Russell pushes his spear into him. The guy quickly responds with a blast of energy. A huge blast ensues, and Russell speaks within himself that Spiegel has to make it out alive. Suddenly Russell appears in another dimension. He hears someone tell him that it's about time that he goes. He looks at his body, and he wonders where he is. A strange man walks up to him and asks if he's finally awake. The man asks him how the world he was in was. Russell informs him that he lost his dream that he persistently held on to. But he found it again and protected it. Suddenly, someone appears in front of him that shocks him. He sees Spiegel in this dimension, and he asks him if he was unable to run away. Russell rushes to meet him, but he's stopped by a transparent wall. Russell hits the wall in despair, and he realizes that in the end, he wasn't able to protect anything. The man behind him informs him that he's wrong. The man calls his name and calls him the heir to the dragon power. Russell turns towards the man and asks him who he is. The man informs him that he's the master of this wicked world. He said those people call him by another name. He tells Russell that he's called the Temple of Mirrors. Russell looks at him in shock and wonders why he's named that. The man says that this place reflects the deepest fears in one's heart. He says that in his case his deepest fear is qualification. He reminds him of when he told himself he's just a third-rate magician, and says he always wonders why such a power was given to him. There was also the time when Blaine said he saw his father run from the war zone, and he says Russell always wonders if he deserves to wield power. He says that, to that question, he found his answer when he told himself that he got stronger to become a guardian and protect more people. Russell collapses to his knees, asking if this long period was a test. The being replies that it indeed was, and that he has surpassed his own answer by showing that even without power, he can be a guardian by choosing to protect a boy. Russell returns to his young self and sees a vision of Spiegel telling him that he won't forget the promise. The Temple of Mirrors informs him that the boy in front of him is not an illusion, but the purest courage he's protected, and must continue to protect. The being calls him successor, and declares that he will fulfill his long-standing oath. The man removes his mask and says there will be a new light. When he removes his mask, he transforms into Spiegel, and informs Russell that it's time to move forward. Suddenly, another screen pops up and notifies Russell that he's absorbing dragon blood to reconstruct his body. He's told that he has obtained the first golden mask. Meanwhile, Jiran tells Alan that his performance is quite impressive. He asks Alan what his name was again, and Alan, who has been badly injured, apologizes to the princess for being unable to save her. The masked guy mentions that he's heard a lot about being a genius, but Alan's ability to grasp the situation immediately upon return and take action based solely on limited information was a valid move. He says he was surprised that Alan even used the artifact as bait to try to save the princess. Jiran says that all that doesn't matter because nothing has changed. The masked guy becomes impatient and tells Jiran to stop playing around so they can get down to business. Jaren flies toward the barrier with the artifact that Alan brought to break it down. With the artifact in hand, a magical contraption appears in the sky that can break down the barrier. Mr. Spiegelman recognizes the artifact as the artifact of the divines. The princess wonders if the artifact can be blocked. Jiran concludes that once he finds the item, he won't hand it over to any of these scoundrels, referring to the Archduke or the pagans. He says that he'll show the world that he's superior to them. Jiran orders the artifact to break through the barrier. The contraption fires a shot at the barrier, but the impact is suddenly stopped when a hand comes out of the rift. The weight of the power that comes out of the rift shatters the contraption. Jiran watches in confusion as the contraption is broken. The other onlookers are also shocked that the artifact of the divines was easily blocked. Alan also notices that the contraption was blocked, and he sees someone there. Suddenly, Russell comes out of the barrier with the blaze lance in his hand. The masked guy and Jiran spot the mask on him, and wonder if the mask could be the thing they're looking for. Russell flies towards the masked guy and tries to attack him. The guy quickly creates a portal to block the attack. Russell tries to cut him with the weapon, but it is stopped by the portal. Suddenly, something unusual happens that shocks the masked guy. Russell manages to cut through the portal and trashes the man. After he's done with him, Russell jumps away, and even Jaren is shocked that someone can cut through a portal. Russell goes to untie Mr. Spiegelman and the princess and tries to communicate with them. When he unties them, Mr. Spiegelman asks him what he said since they couldn't hear him over the mask. Russell removes the mask and says that he's relieved that they're safe. Mr. Spiegelman and the princess are both shocked to see that it's Russell, and they ask him how he made it. Alan smiles and concludes that it seems the bet his master made won't be an easy one. The princess reaches out to Russell and tells him she's glad that he returned alive. Russell grabs her hand and stops her when he sees Jiran advancing toward them. He suggests that they can talk about the details later because he has to handle this. Jiran comes closer and calls Russell an inferior one, saying he is becoming an annoyance. He informs Russell that just because he returned doesn't mean anything changes. He says that he'll kill him and take the artifact for himself. Moments later, a great explosion occurs in the air as Russell flies up and takes the fight to Jaren. Jiran insists that the mask belongs to him. Russell asks if Blaine schemed all this, but Jaren tells him to shut up. Russell flies into the sky and teleports behind him. He asks him to stop right now and admit that he is Blaine's shadow. Russell hits him with the blaze lance, knocking him hundreds of feet to the ground. The impact is so strong that Jiran keeps flying from one spot to another. Russell flies down to join him. Jiran replies that the truth is simple and he's not Blaine's shadow. He casts one of his original magical constructs called the Grammar. Jaren hits the ground with his sword, and a great explosive power rips through the earth toward Russell. The explosion causes smoke to cover the entire area for a short while. After the smoke clears, Russell seems unscathed, but he wields two blaze lances and is in his dragonification mode. Jiran declares that if only he had the mask, Blaine would become his shadow. Jiran screams that power makes everything possible. Russell reaches into his compartment, pulls something out, and informs Jaren that he seems obsessed with power. Russell brings out the mask to put it on, and tells Jaren that power isn't the most important thing. A screen pops up before him and notifies him that the mask assists thinking and induces the manifestation of dragon blood. The system notifies him that the second draconification has become possible and asks if he would like to use the mask. Russell confirms that he'll use it, and his second draconification is activated. A great pool of fire surrounds him, and Russell tells Jaren that courage comes before power. Suddenly, the mask merges with his face, and his dragon-like eyes become more defined. Jiran scoffs at what he says and retorts that it's just bull coming from someone who has never fallen into darkness. Russell looks at him for a while and stays quiet. Finally, he informs Jiran that that's not true. Our boy summons about 5 blaze lances and says that he was in darkness too. Russell says that the only difference is that he followed the light. Finally, he combines all the lances into an original magical construct that he calls the magical spear. Jaren calls bull on Russell's claim to have experienced true darkness. He leaps forward to attack Russell and demands that he prove it. Jiran jumps at him with his strongest attack and insists that he prove the light he followed. Russell counters with the magical spear. The strength of the collision releases a huge explosion that covers the area. It takes some time for the smoke to clear up, and both of them survive the explosion, but Jiran collapses to his knees. He looks to his side when he feels a sharp pain. It turns out that the impact of the spear tore off his right arm, and he's shocked. He looks at his hand on the ground and wonders how this could have happened when he has a chimera's heart. Russell, still standing, walks toward him to continue the fight. Jaren wonders why he's unable to reach Russell even with all the power of the chimera's heart. Russell tells him to give up since it's clear he can't win. Those words provoke Jaren and he tells Russell to shut up. He suddenly grows several other arms in place of the one that was cut off and loudly declares that he can't lose. He releases a great deal of mana but starts to cough blood since he seems to have suffered some internal damage. Meanwhile, the system notifies Russell that he has 10 seconds left to use the second draconification. Russell looks at the screen and replies to Jaren that, just like him, he can't lose either. Our boy prepares the magical spear to land his final attack within the 10 seconds. He patiently waits for Jiran to make the next move so he can strike. Jaren launches at him and tells Russell it's time for him to die. Russell doesn't move at all and waits for him to get close enough to land a decisive blow. Our boy cranks up the power in the spear and directs all the energy to one spot using overheat. With one swing, he pushes the spear into Jaren, who was hoping to tear him to pieces. Jaren is shocked as the spear pierces him. The resulting explosion tears through Jaran's body and extends for almost a mile behind him. Even the rocks behind him don't survive the impact of the hit. Smoke covers the entire area, and Russell waits for it to clear. After the smoke clears, Jaren, who had been torn apart, coughs profusely and argues that it's not yet time for him to go. As he protests, he continues to cough out blood, and his body breaks. Soon after, he gives up and collapses. In his fallen state, he thinks about the power of Chimera. He tells himself that he wanted to become a dragon, but he couldn't see it through to the end. As the light dies in his eyes, he wonders if this is his destiny. Suddenly, a nearby volcanic mountain is triggered by the explosion that had earlier occurred. Russell watches as magma erupts from the mountain and pours down. While he watches, he hears some people call out his name. It turns out to be Alan, Mr. Spiegelman, and the princess who survived. Russell smiles at them and waves back. Out of nowhere, Pepper jumps on Russell from behind. Russell is happy that he's okay, and Pepper roars in unison. They both hug, and our boy thanks God that Pepper is fine, while Pepper cries tears of joy. The princess watches their reunion, and Russell says it's time for them to go back to Endymion. Sometime later, after they leave the place, a mysterious person appears and picks up Jaren's amputated hand. The man, who appears to be with the pagan cult, takes the hand and goes into a portal. Sometime later, in the Endymion Supreme Court, the judges read out the charges concerning Jaron, a mage of the Red Tower, who conspired with the pagans and threatened the security of the kingdom. The judge reads out that his teacher, the Red Tower Master, is also responsible for them. The man requests that the defendant in question, Master Blaine, step forward. The judge asks him if he has any objections to the things read out. Blaine says he doesn't, and claims that he didn't notice Jaron's behavior due to his negligence. Blaine says that the sins of a disciple are for the master to bear, and as the Tower Master, he must rightfully bear that responsibility. While he's talking, the Archduke Bismarck rises and signals to the judge. Bismarck stands up and asks the judge if he can say something. Bismarck glares at all the Tower Masters who are sitting nearby to threaten them. He finally tells the judge that he isn't wrong, but it's also true that the Red Tower Master has made significant contributions for the sake of the nation. The Archduke suggests that they conclude this with about 6 months of probation. The judge nods in acceptance. Meanwhile, Blaine grins widely. Master Daria, who is also seated, reasons within herself that they're all in on it, but she doesn't speak. She looks upwards at the king, who is watching the trial from above. She thinks to herself that the Archduke will constantly keep challenging the royal family's authority, and she wonders what on earth His Majesty is planning. Meanwhile, in the palace, Russell gets a change of clothing, and Mr. Spiegel commends his new look while Alan stands nearby. The princess walks in to meet them and says she didn't know they were here. The three men bow and greet the princess. Princess Hecate asks them to rise and says that she should be the one to greet them. She bows to them and sincerely thanks them for saving her life. She particularly thanks Russell, and he's surprised. As she walks out, she winks at him and says she'll see him again. As she jams the door to the room, Russell looks like he's about to explode, and the other men try to call him back to reality. He quickly comes back to himself and reminds himself that he has to focus. He reasons that this is an opportunity to imprint the Raymond family in the minds of the people. After the trial, all three men go to meet the king in his court in front of everyone. His Majesty informs them that their gathering today is meant to honor the knights for their contributions. He says that they will discuss each individual's contribution after recognizing their collective achievement. The king announces that Spiegelman resisted the pagans, threatening the safety of the kingdom. He orders that he'll be awarded 200 gold coins and 2 pills of a mana-enhancing drug, which Spiegelman gladly affirms. The king tells Alan, the second son of Count Page, that he has valiantly defended against the wicked pagans who were aiming for the relics, and he'll be granted the Medal of Dawn, Morgenrot, and the title of Baron, to which Alan agrees. Lastly, the king turns to Russell and asks him to lift up his head. The king says that in the past, his father deserted the battlefield, posing a significant threat to the kingdom's safety. He says it was only natural for the ministers to doubt the loyalty of the Raymond family. Russell is stung by those words, and anger rises in his heart. His Majesty tells him to prove it here today, and Russell asks him what he means. The king informs him that the Flame Tower Master told him that he has advanced to the 5th circle. Meanwhile, Master Daria watches the proceedings and says within herself that the deeper the darkness, the brighter the light. His Majesty tells Russell that with such achievements, nobody will doubt his words, and Blaine is shocked by the sudden turn of events. He realizes that the king plans to make Russell a hero in front of everyone and weaken the Archduke's faction. Russell gets up and projects his circle in front of everyone. Blaine reasons that it's a first circle magic spell that reveals one's attribute. But for these people who know nothing about magic, there's no better spectacle. The people watch in surprise, and Master Melville notices Russell's projection of all 5 circles. Master Melville comments that it's truly explosive growth, and even Alan seems impressed. As the onlookers watch, even Master Niccolo is impressed. When Russell finishes his presentation, he kneels down again, and the king says that he thought his father was a withered flower, but no one would have thought he was hiding such a beautiful seed. Russell replies to His Majesty that his praises are too generous. The king announces to everyone around that regarding the special case of the Raymond family, he elevates his title to Count. He says additionally, along with a third-class military merit deal, he announces that he hereby grants Russell the right to levy taxes on 10,000 households in the neighboring city. And Russell affirms his commands. After the king finishes his statements, he places a hand on Russell's shoulder and warmly asks him to rise. When Russell rises, the king thanks him for saving his daughter. He says that he's not speaking as a king but as a father. His Majesty mentions that he wishes to repay him and asks if there's anything he desires. Russell thinks about it and tells the king what he wants. Later on, while at his house, Russell recalls that he was worried about how he'd get what he asked for, but things seem to have worked out great. He looks at the dragon heart he asked for and considers how withered it looks. Although it looks ugly, it will show its true form when infused with magic power. He hopes he can handle it and starts to release mana into the heart. Suddenly something shocking happens and Russell shouts. The heart suddenly explodes into bits and releases a bright blue light. Along with the blue light come streaks of lightning. Suddenly, the bits of the dragon heart transform into a horn that's surrounded by lightning. Russell is shocked to see this, and suddenly a screen appears. The screen informs him that the dragon heart has revealed itself, and he has obtained the Forgotten King's horn, which has lightning essence. After Russell reads the message, he realizes that the horn will have to infuse its power into him like the last one. He closes his eyes to brace for impact, but the horn just releases its essence into him without piercing him. Russell recalls his last experience and says that this one is much more bearable. He lets out a sigh and his entire body begins to radiate with lightning. He considers the powerful thunderbolt energy around him and is surprised that a third of the fifth circle is already filled, even without fully absorbing it. Another screen shows up and notifies him that he has absorbed the Forgotten King's horn with lightning essence to his limit. He's told that the mana exceeding the absorbable limit will reside within him as dormant power. The screen also notifies him that his intermediate lightning attribute understanding has reached its limit and has evolved into advanced lightning attribute understanding. Suddenly, Pepper appears out of nowhere with a roar. This time, he looks much bigger, and Russell is shocked by his new appearance. He wonders why he changed and asks Pepper if he was affected by the power of lightning, to which Pepper nods. Suddenly, Pepper turns around and jumps out. He jumps out of the window and flies into the night sky. Russell rushes to the window and calls out to him. Pepper soon returns to the window, and Russell wonders if he wants him to climb on his back. Suddenly, Pepper grabs Russell by his shoulders and flies outside. Russell is scared out of his mind and tells Pepper to wait. He suddenly stops shouting when he notices how high up they've flown. He realizes that Pepper didn't just grow in size, but his flying ability has greatly improved. Russell tells Pepper that him growing bigger means he'll be easier to spot, but Pepper signals to him not to worry. Suddenly, he lets go of Russell and transforms into a flame. The flame becomes wings that join themselves to Russell, allowing him to fly. Our boy comments that he now has swift wings made from spirit flames. He asks Pepper if he should call these spirit wings, to which Pepper excitedly roars. Russell considers the fact that he's gotten the King Horn's lightning essence, intermediate fifth circle mana, and now spirit wings. He says that he feels like he can face any opponent without fear with this power. Meanwhile, Brother Hubert goes to the Master when he hears she has a mission for him. Master Daria informs him that the mission is to escort Count Kimberly, the special envoy of the Keel Kingdom. She says that although the Keel Kingdom's national force is weak, they maintain their position as a neutral nation because of their abundant mana stone production. She adds that apparently Marquis Jorio Comanche of the pro-Empire faction tried to bring the Empire in there. The Master says that rather than falling under the control of the Empires, Count Kimberly must have thought it was better to join hands with them. Later, as Hubert heads out, he thinks about the Keel Kingdom and reasons that this mission won't be an easy one. Before he steps out, Russell calls out to him. Hubert tells Russell that it's been a while, and Russell replies that he's glad he's well. Our boy asks him if he's leaving for the Keel Kingdom right now, and Hubert asks him how he knows. Russell asks to come along with him and informs him that Master Daria gave him permission. Russell recalls that, from what he remembers, Hubert will lose his life on this mission. Hubert seems surprised by Russell's offer, and a screen pops in front of him with a mission to make it back alive with Hubert from the unknown danger. Russell says within himself that there's no reason to stop him from leaving, so he has to go with him. Shortly after, the two men head to the Keel Kingdom, and Russell uses his cool new wings. Hubert informs him that they're almost there. He tells Russell that it's reassuring to have him by his side, but he asks if he has a reason for coming along. Russell just replies that he wants to have new achievements, and it'll be an achievement to do a mission with him. Russell flies ahead and says that he'll go ahead and check the situation out. As he flies, he recalls that the mission's failure leads to Hubert's death, and the Empire interferes with Keel's internal affairs, which means there's a high chance that the Empire was involved in his death. While he flies, the screen pops up again and gives him the mission to escort the special envoy of Keel Kingdom to enter the kingdom's territory, with rewards of 5 intermediate mana stones. Russell immediately spots some men fighting with Count Kimberly's men. He moves closer to them, and decides that he's going to eliminate the threat from the Empire. He attacks the enemies using a magic skill called a fire cannon, and tells himself that he has to prevent Hubert's death from happening. Count Kimberly notices the use of fifth circle magic and wonders who the person is. Russell soon comes down after he has helped knock down the intruders. He approaches the Count and introduces himself as a mage from the Flame Tower who has come to escort him. Count Kimberly lights up and comments that he's the famous Sir Russell. He thanks him for coming and says people started trailing him the moment he left the castle. Russell notices some problems nearby and turns to investigate. He asks the Count to give him a moment and walks toward the place. From a far distance, someone senses Russell's presence. The man reasons that Russell is at least on Spandam's level and maybe even more skilled. Some of Count Kimberly's guards struggle to fight the man off, and the lead guard orders the others that the Count must not have gone far yet. The lead guard surrounds the man with the other guards and tells them that they need to buy more time. The man just cackles at their resolve. Suddenly the fight continues, and he stabs two of the guards at once. Russell looks farther away and spots the person who's attacking the Count. A huge explosion suddenly erupts from the place where the fight is happening. The explosion breaks down several surrounding trees, and the mystery man stands amidst the trees. Russell realizes this man is the one who killed Hubert in his past life, and he recognizes him as McRae Hughes, the swordmaster of the Empire and the late Spandam's master. Shortly after, Hubert arrives on the scene and meets Russell with the Count. He tells them that he's glad to see they're safe and introduces himself to Count Kimberly. The Count introduces himself too and thanks him for coming to help. Hubert looks down at the dead guard and informs them that the people tailing the Count are part of the Imperial Army, based on the scent he picked up. Russell comments that it looks like they weren't trying to hide their identities. He says they either don't feel the need to, or things were just too urgent for them to bother concealing themselves. The Count is shocked by his words, and Russell turns to him to confirm. Suddenly, the princess of the Keel Kingdom steps out of the carriage. She removes her cloak and informs Russell that he's as extraordinary as the rumors say, because he was able to quickly uncover the situation. She formally introduces herself as Princess Camilla of the Keel Kingdom. As they extract them from the place, the Count explains that Marquis Comanche is trying to consolidate power by having his son marry the princess. Count Kimberly explains that with the backing of the Empire, Comanche's ruthlessness might be incomparable. Kimberly suddenly asks if there's a reason they're rushing so much since they've shaken off the pursuers, and Hubert tells him that they chased them as soon as they left the fortress, and he's sure that there's another group behind. Russell, who is carrying the princess, reasons that they've created some distance and he doesn't see any signs of them being chased. Regardless, he keeps getting an ominous feeling and wonders why. Suddenly he senses something and tells everyone to get down. They all bend down just in time to avoid a mighty attack that sweeps past their heads. The attack is so strong that it cuts down the trees in front of them. The attack on the trees causes them to catch fire, and a blaze starts. Hubert tells their friends from the Keel Kingdom to run and assures him they'll handle things. While they run, Hughes shows up and the two mages stand in the gap. Hubert sees the man and recognizes him. He recalls that the man is a disaster in the form of a human, and the Empire's great sword tiger. He notices his distinct features and recognizes him as McRae Hughes. Hughes looks at Russell and announces that he must be the famous disciple. A red screen suddenly pops up and notifies Russell that his mission is to make it back alive with Hubert from the danger, with rewards of 5 advanced grade mana stones and 7 intermediate mana stones. Russell reasons that the pressure the man emits just from looking at them is insane. Meanwhile, Hughes declares that he'll make him pay the price for taking his disciple's life. Hughes suddenly sends a crimson wave attack at them called the Sword Cremisi. Master Hubert quickly creates an earthquake, and Russell casts double shields to protect himself and Hubert from Hughes's attacks. The shield rips through the ground under Hughes's feet, and he cuts through some of the rocks with his sword and jumps to avoid the earthquake. When Hubert notices that Hughes avoided the first attack, he quickly responds with another. Hands come out of the ground and grab all of Hughes's limbs, and Hubert orders Russell to attack. In a split second, Russell closes in on Hughes with his blaze lance hand. The explosion from the hit is so strong that it sends rocks flying everywhere and blocks Hubert's field of vision. Russell jumps back into position to create some distance and see what happened to Hughes. From within the smoke, Hughes tells Russell that it seems he only learned tricks from his cursed master, referring to Jiraiya. Russell notices that Hughes wrapped his body in aura. Hughes puts his sword down and says he'll show them something interesting in return. He brings out a small crimson sword called Sword Fuchsia. Suddenly, energy bursts out from the sword and pierces Hubert in the chest. Hughes explains that it's a sword made from the bones of a dragon and corrupted with the blood of 10 mages. He quickly grabs his sword and runs toward them to finish them off, saying it's a sword perfect for fighting against mages. Russell picks up the wounded Hubert and attempts to fly away as Hubert hits the spot they were just on. As Russell flies into the sky, Hughes comments that his skills are impressive. Russell looks around and spots some stones that look like firebomb stones. Hughes throws another attack of several crimson waves at him and tells him to dodge this if he can. The waves fly into the air towards Russell in all directions, and Russell manages to dodge them. Meanwhile, Russell tells himself that the firebomb stones should be enough to confuse Hughes. Russell drops Hubert by a tree and lands back on the ground. Hughes asks him if he's trying to buy time for his friend, who had earlier escaped because he can't beat him. Russell doesn't say anything and speaks with Hubert. Russell asks Hubert to run and join the princess and the count when he gives the signal because he plans to buy some time. Hubert asks him if he's asking him to leave him there and run. Russell begs him to trust him and promises to go back with him. Hughes becomes impatient and asks them if they're done talking. Suddenly, Russell generates some lightning in his palms. With his new lightning essence, he fires a chain of lightning at Hughes. He gives Hubert the signal, and Hubert teleports away and runs into the woods. Russell tells himself that the firebomb stones will give Hubert enough time to escape. He reminds himself that he can't take Hughes lightly, so he adds a thunderstorm from his cloudy ring into the attack. Russell also activates the second stage of his draconification, and says that he'll give it his all. Finally, he drafts several blaze lances and magical spears at once to land one powerful attack. With all that power, Russell lands an explosive attack on Hughes, whom he had earlier electrocuted. Hubert, who has managed to find the Count and Princess, notices the explosion from where he is. The attack is so strong that it creates a crater-sized hole in the place. Russell retreats and guesses that his attack worked. Before he can finish his statement, Hughes says that he's really done it now and tells him not to think he'll die a peaceful death. Russell is shocked that he withstood that, and Hughes moves forward to land an attack. Hughes suddenly begins to struggle with his sword and curses, wondering what's wrong with the sword. A voice emerges out of nowhere and asks Hughes how he would dare try to harm the Dragon Lord with the bones of a dragon. Russell recognizes the voice as the one he heard in front of the dragon heart. The voice calls Hughes a ridiculous human, and the face of a huge dragon appears behind Russell. Russell wonders if it's the Dragon King speaking on his behalf.